international declared Israel to be an apartheid regime.
Don't fucking stop me while I'm cooking, you baboon in a suit. The chef is in. About to give you a fucking Chelsea Green. You donkey. Donkey.
Listen to what I'm saying, and you will understand, perhaps, what I'm trying to imply.
Patronizing.
Yeah, I am being patronizing. I don't know who the fuck you are, and you're over here chirping all the way from fucking London about you want to fucking free Palestine, but also simultaneously you're talking about how both sides are fucking fine. Shut the fuck up. You don't know anything, okay? Who the fuck is this pink-haired twink? Dissolve the apartheid.
So what would you like to
Allow
see happen,
Palestinians.
Hasan?
Do you not understand the English language?
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is Hasan our broadcast coming to you live from rainy California, Los Angeles. Folks, we're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and enemies are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Sunday. That's right, it's Sunday. No stun lock day. Sunday, no stun day. We are live. We are alive, and I hope everyone's having a fantastic one. It is 3/30/2025. It's March 30, 2025. It's almost done. The month is done. It's over. March is out. Hide the pimple now. I can't. There's just nothing I can do about it. It already has a fucking thing on it. It already has a pimple patch on it, and it's over. That's it. One we got from One Piece coming back. Are you ready? I don't know if I'm ready. I need to get like a thing. I need to get like an actual thing to fix it. I think it's called like lancing or something. It's like a cystic acne situation. Pop it, please, and please zoom in while you do it. I can't. All right. Anyway, yeah. Where was I? Personal news wise, as part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news. It's 11:15, by the way. I'm early or on time, regardless. Even though it's like Sunday, and this is just free ball for you. Honestly, this is like you're not supposed to get nothing at this point, right? You're not supposed to have nothing. It's Sunday. I'm not supposed to be streaming. Right? It's not supposed to be happening, but you're getting it anyway. It's called free ball, baby. If it needs to be lance, it's not a pimple, it's a cyst. Yeah, it is a cyst. It's like whatever. I don't care. Who cares? Yeah, I got my youthful face has a pimple on it, like a child. Why are we talking about this? What is happening? I feel like I have. I've shown you, my face.
Welcome.
Without any issues whatsoever. What is this? This is embarrassing. Dolan Darkest, Grum's popular gaming grifter, just exposed secretly running a very questionable site for 20 years. Oh yeah, it finally came out. Okay. I'll cover the Grum's fiasco in a second. But, yeah, last night, what did I do? I ended the broadcast, and I went over to Jeff's house. I went over to Jeff's apartment. You guys might know him. His name is Jeff Wittick. He's responsible for this atrocity on the top of my head right now. Not necessarily the best haircut, but it is what it is. He's the man. He's my goat. Good friend. I love him, and he needed someone to do his podcast, and I'm, of course, always willing, able, ready to go. So I told him, hey, before I do your pod, come on the stream, chop my shit up, I'll go on your pod, we'll do it. Get a mullet, grow your hair long. I mean, here, look, I don't know, this is like a little bit like a mullet. He didn't go all around. He left the back to let it grow. But what happened to your hair? It looks thinner. It's because of Japan. I noticed this. It's not necessarily a bad thing, but when I was in Japan, when I got that haircut, they didn't like cut my hair, but they like made it so weird. Like it almost changed the texture of my hair. Like it made my hair straighter almost. Normally I have too much hair. Like they textured it so much that they thinned it so much that like my hair has kind of sat differently since then. In any case, I don't know what it is, but it hasn't grown back to its normal volume, I think, but it's fine. I don't really care. It's, it's still fine. But looks good. Beard trim seems short, but otherwise good. No, I trimmed it this morning. I don't like the beard. I grew it out again. I just didn't like it. I don't really matter. Yeah, I don't really matter in the grand scheme of things. In the tiny scheme of things, grand scheme of things, I don't really matter. Your hair, when hair stand out, it can change its appearance. Yeah, exactly. Eid Mubarak to everybody, by the way. Shouts out to all my Muslims. Hope you guys are having a wonderful day today. The end of the Ramadan month. And yeah. Speaking of the end of the Ramadan, we are going to be ending with some spuds. Anyway, we'll do all of that. I'll talk about that in a second. But yeah, I did Jeff FM. It's very funny. Go support it, obviously, when it comes out, as always. And we'll watch some bits and pieces of it too. As you guys recall, last time I went on there, he cooked me with his mom. He had his mom on. He had his... God damn it. Here, this is... Hasan Piker thinks Mr. Beast is the devil 2 years ago. Hasan Piker confronted by 9/11 survivor.
I'm gonna be honest.
Dude, I looked crazy here.
With you, I'm gonna be honest with you, Jeff. This is not the gotcha podcast. I thought it like I was like, there's some podcasts I avoid. This is not the one I thought was gonna.
Drugs. Got himself a barber's chair and gave awesome cuts. Now.
Yeah. If you guys remember, this is when he cooked me 2 years ago, and he asked me to go back on, and I did it. Apparently, this is one of his like top performing pods, so he was like, "We got to do it again." But, bro, you are in a different art style. What does that even mean? You look better, respectfully. I think so too. I was so scruffy. Like, hair is crazy, beard is crazy. It's too much. It's too much. And now I'm in like, Hasan was in his Castro phase. Yeah, now I'm in my like clean cut, take me home, show me off to your family. I'm a nice boy. That type of shit. That's the vibes I'm on right now. You know what I mean? Look. Kind of like that. Like, I still got to scruff, a little element of danger, but also at the same time, it's like, nice boy. Like that. But you look like an Old Navy ad. You beefing with Grumps while knowing the scope is such holding back, I can imagine. Oh, yeah, I knew about Grumps' shit while I was beefing with him, but I didn't want to scoop anybody because they leaked it to me. I think it's not appropriate. It's someone else's scoop, so I'm not going to... I have tremendous respect for people who do journalism, whether they are journalists or not. If someone is doing investigative work, I'm not going to just leak that shit. We'll talk about the Grum stuff. It's just more so embarrassing. It's not criminal, But we'll do it. We'll do it in a little bit. So where was I? Oh, personal news wise. Yeah, I did Jeff's show. I hung out with them after the show too, because I really like those guys. They're really fun. And Jeff has a new puppy. He has a new puppy. His name is Goose. He is posting attacking you over the Hamas protests again. What? I don't care, dude. When is he not? For this man, it's just like, I'm Hamas. You know what I mean? I think Ethan Klein dislikes me more than Hamas, I think. like like I'm gonna level above. Like, Hamas is bad. Hamas is the worst thing on the planet. But then the one thing that's worse than Hamas is Hasan. From the way he talks about me every day, it's like, yeah. it is what it is. What are you gonna do? Another story has hit the timeline. I guess the day changed, you know. This is another 24 hours has passed, so of course another story, an Instagram story, is hit the timeline, I think. Yeah. In any case, where was I? So yeah, I did that. I came home, hung out with my mom, and played a little bit of Kingdom Come, as always. Kingdom Come Deliverance. I got a little scared because, like, while I was playing it, it seemed as though the Henry love, the Henry, like, romance option was like almost about to happen, and I got scared because I was like, oh no, I want to do this on stream, and I don't exactly know when it happens, but you know, I don't want to miss that. I don't want to, because like that's the reason why I started playing the freaking game to begin with, and then I really liked it, and I've just been playing it offline. But yeah, I woke up early this morning. Unfortunately, I get very excited. Are you in the siege? Wait, maybe after, or I don't know. I'll tell you in a second. But here's the thing. What was I gonna say? Oh, I get really stoked when I'm about to play basketball the next morning. I'm like excited. I feel it in my heart. Okay, I feel a sense of excitement in my heart because I'm like, oh, I'm about to play basketball, you know. And the unfortunate reality is that when it rains, it pours, and when it pours, nobody plays basketball because all the courts are outdoors. So I wasn't even able to play basketball this morning. But having said that, I did take the dogs out, and they had a fantastic time at the park. It's you know, Fiona and it was Fiona and Kaya Park time, you know. Also here, this is Goose. Incredible dog. He was on my lap the entire time throughout the podcast, by the way. I highly recommend you guys check that out. Anyway, here it is. Here it is. The ladies. They're the baddies. You're rich, build a covered court. Bro. Dog, there's rich, and then there's rich, okay? Having an indoor basketball court that's readily available is outside of my level of wealth and prominence. I think you're thinking I'm Drake rich, okay? That's in Los Angeles, mind you, too. Like that's crazy. Yeah, if I lived in like Arkansas or something, if I lived in Arkansas, I could have a house that is cheaper than this one with an actual basketball court in it, you know, NBA regulation if I want to. But doing that in LA would require me to be Jeff Bezos, and I am not Jeff Bezos. How is your leftist audience telling you to build your indoor court? No, but I have like, I don't know. Here's the other thing. Like, I don't know how to do rich guy shit, you know, where I feel like there are mechanisms, there are methods. Like, I want to, like, I'm sure that there's a way to because there are indoor courts all around here. There's like probably ways to like rent it out. I just haven't been able to figure out how to do it. You know what I mean? because I feel like the ways in which you can like help the public parks, like I think about that all the time. Like I wanna help out the the public parks anyway, because I love public parks. I'm a massive fan of public parks, as you guys know. So I want to do something
Can
about
I talk about
that.
Girly Pop Nation and Fearin? I will say you're not fickle bitches. You are very loyal bitches. It started off as
What is this? What is this? Cutie revisionist history? Okay, we'll watch this in a second. I know it's too expensive, but having your own core would be sick. Imagine the content. Yeah, it's impossible to do. Let's be real. That's not going to happen. Your speed clip got 1 mil on Bilibili. Oh my God, let's go. Let's go. I feel like you could afford it though. Not like a stadium, but just a small basketball court with a roof, no walls. I've seen it before. I can't help but notice that your lifting form is kind of off from what I've seen in your Insta stories. Could it be because you have long limbs or something? Sorry, not trying to be rude. Whatever you're doing is clearly working out for you. So no, my lifting form is not off. But yeah. We did the park, and then it's. It feels like we're in England, bruv. What is going on then? It's fucking weather. Oi, mate. Feels like it's a good day to get a spud. Yeah, it's spud day. It's Sunday spud day. That's right. It's Sunday spud day. Quitter talk. If you ignore zoning laws, building code, and city ordinances, anything is possible. Annex your neighbor's backyard. Yeah, I'm going to pull it Israel. Okay? That's right. Chat, I've decided. I'm Israel now. My neighbor's backyard is mine now, okay? Sorry. I had valid security concerns. Listen, you don't understand. Yeah. I am Israel high. I had valid security concerns. Oh shit, so many different camera angles. I had valid security concerns. That's what it was. Okay? And one might even think that, my ancestors technically were I got it. Are you ready for this? What do I always say? Native Americans are Turks. Technically, they crossed over the Arctic plain or whatever when all the continents were together. So technically, Native Americans are Turks. Indigenous populations are Turks. Who else is Turkish? Me. Technically, not even 3,000 years ago. Technically, 10,000 years ago, my ancestors were in my neighbor's yard, playing basketball. Yeah. So, transitive property, technically it's mine. Are there any more secrets you want to share? Continents were not together, water just froze, whatever. I'm not a scientist. Also, I don't believe in any of that. I believe the earth is 2,000 years old. 2,025 years old to be exact. Yeah. All jokes aside. So I took him to the park. I didn't get to play any basketball, unfortunately, but that's fine, I guess. It is what it is. We'll live. We'll survive. We'll live and we'll learn and we'll stay alive. What brand are those glasses, my man? Oh my God. They're Gentle Monster. They're Gentle Monster. I constantly find myself repeating the stuff that I'm wearing all the time on this broadcast. I don't know what's going on. I'm a goddamn fashion influencer, dude. But yeah, let's watch this Cutie Cinderella video.
like, shut up, men. Cutie deserves her PTO. And then it turned into, okay, she is on sabbatical. Give her a mental health break sabbatical. And now it has turned into, can you come back already?
Yeah, okay, first of all, This is not revisionist history. This is literally what it is. She just fucked off and never to return. Okay. What the hell is going on? This is revisionism of the highest order. I mean, she's been gone for months. And that's insane. It's insane. Remember how lying is OP? Just tell Cutie Roan is going to be on in a few days. Oh, true. We're going to have Chapel Roan on.
It has turned into, what the fuck? Where are you? Guys, I'm still on sabbatical. What happened to that energy? Where did it go? April 10th, we will go back to recording on Thursdays.
Oh my God. She really said 2 weeks. Now is April. Yeah, I feel like, listen, I've never had this in my life before. Like I'm very fortunate. Like my family's amazing. I never experienced the whole like dad went out to get a carton of cigarettes and never returned shit. And honestly, like that's literally what's going on here. You know, that is what, like, if I had any sort of like trauma from my childhood, I would have Brian Kilmeade, you know? Bro, you're privileged as fuck. Yeah, what do you want me to do, man? You want me to go fuck up my parents? Like, what do you want? Yes. Like, check your privilege. Shut up, bitch. That's why I'm a good father figure to all of you, okay? Jesus Christ. I try to use that privilege for good. Yeah, Cutie went out to get the Book of Mormon, never to return, dude. I feel like there's something about Utah for freaking Mormons. Like, she has no association with this goddamn place. All of a sudden, she gets a freaking Airbnb and then she's just settled. What the hell is going on? It's supposed to be short term. I'm going to find out, dude. I'm going to find out and hit up the person and be like, hey, can you kick her out? Can you please kick her out of the property? I've heard that this is a harlot. Cutie went to Utah for the what? Sundance Festival? You need to get a real ex-Mormon on stream. Cutie is fake ex-Mo, never wore garments. She's not fake ex-Mo. She's still Mo at this point. You can't be ex-Mo and then fucking be in Salt Lake City for this long and be this happy all the time. She's doing her Hajj. No, she went from ex-Mo to Mo again. She Momo. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. All right, Sunday, Spud Day, Fun Day, drama, news. We got it all. Get in it now. FINNEAS on the broadcast later. All right, do we have a blast off me? Oh, we do have one actually. I downloaded it earlier. Let's freaking go, fam. Let's freaking go. Stun locked. Sunday, Spud Day, Fun Day, drama, news. We got to all get in now. FINNEAS on the broadcast later. FINNEAS on the broadcast later. Fucking hell. She's doing a reverse Rumspringer. Yeah. Damn, Cutie's gonna miss FINNEAS again? Yes. I'm gonna hang out with FINNEAS every damn day until Cutie gets back, and then never again. And then we're just gonna have a falling out. What is Am Israel High? Dude, so funny. It's a like a, I think it's a statement from the Torah, but a lot of people who love Israel, like people who believe that Israel religiously belongs to Jews, will say it. Am Israel Chai. I like saying it in like a funny Southern accent when I'm making fun of Lindsey Graham, because it's not supposed to be about it's anyway, whatever. Did you inform Maya he's going to be there? No, I didn't. Are there any time for Grum's drama? Yes, chatters. We will look into the juicy Grum's drama as well. Also, shouts out to Pedro Pascal, who posted the support of Rachel Zegler. Pedro shared the story on his Instagram page. Says, at Rachel Zegler, #icon. I like that there are still people in Hollywood that are unafraid of being... what do you call it? They're unafraid of just like being political. Like Pedro Pascal is obviously one of these people. He has a trans sister who he loves very much. So he's very pro-trans. He's obviously has a socialist family, like a historical socialism in his background, in his lineage. I saw a tweet about Pedro the other day that I thought was pretty funny. They were like, there's a real old Hollywood vibe to Pedro Pascal where they keep talking about him like, oh, which lady will finally lock him down? Like as though, you know, he's not, you know, he's I'm not going to say nothing. Missed the blast off opportunity, Spudnik. Are you getting him on stream? Oh, dude, that would be amazing. It would be amazing to get Pedro on stream. It's wild to me that the media is going to run with this anti-genocide girl that ruined the box office for the new Snow White, not the shit script and the Gal Gadot boycott. Yeah, I don't think anybody cares. Like, that's the other side of this is that, like, I think most people just didn't care about the Snow White thing. It felt like they dumped the project fairly early on because there was no wait, hold on. There's no marketing for it. Like when a movie that is this big budget doesn't get like a lot of marketing attached to it, you can kind of tell that they don't care. They're burning it. Yeah. Vanity Fair wrote about it. I like that there are like warring factions within Hollywood press right now. It's very cool. They're warring. We'll talk about Gal Gadot too, actually, because there's a new meta on TikTok that the kids at the gym I go to were making fun of. Like everyone loves making fun of Gal Gadot's horrible acting, but it's interesting that like there are certain industry papers that you can tell, like Variety is they're attack dogs. Okay, Variety is the type of and there are good writers there as well. There's good publishers, there's good journalists at Variety as well as there are in every outlet. There's good reporters at the New York Times, right? But their output overall basically is like, this Jewish Holocaust survivor director did the most anti-Semitic thing possible by saying Israel's doing a genocide. We should kill him. like they'll be like, the stars are all out tonight. All of Hollywood's most famous actors and directors have signed a petition. And then you look at the petition and it's like a fucking Google Doc being like, you know, we should arrest the guy who made Zone of Interest. And it's just like an editable link of a Google Doc. It's like, that's not a real petition. And the Hollywood stars that signed on to it are like Michael Rappaport. That's not, you know what I mean? None of those people are Hollywood stars. Get out of here. So in any case, I like that Vanity Fair at least is reporting on this and being like, yeah, this is not working actually. But my speculation is they just basically dumped it like they dump the project. It's something that they do. It's something that studios do in general, where they'll turn around and be like, okay, we're not going to be able to farm this. We'll just use this as like a tax. Like we'll use this as a major loss and then, and you know, lower our tax burden, right? Or they sometimes will do it to extend IP, things of that nature. But the reason why I say that like this wasn't a project that they were really invested in beyond the $200+ million that they dumped into it was because of the lack of marketing, right? And this is stuff that they do all the time, like especially in the age of streamers where they just don't market this stuff. They just kind of like let it sit out there in and of itself with seemingly no, for seemingly no reason, right? But ultimately, they came after Rachel Zegler because she's outspoken. She's an outspoken actress who is both quote unquote political because she's a brown woman and young, but also because she is actually kind of outspoken, right? And, you know, she has that like 2016 era liberal, maybe even leftist vibes to her in a way that in a package that is also rubbing people the wrong way because she's also like a brown woman, right? That's it. She's half Polish. It don't matter, dog. That's not what people are looking at, okay? No one is busting out the calipers. They're like, no, she's a brown woman. This is the way they approach it. So kindly, she's not brown. Oh my God. Why are all the wokes in the chat are like, excuse me, I traced her ethnic heritage and I found that she is not indigenous enough to be considered a brown. Like, shut up. Okay. We're not talking about people's skin color here. Okay. We're talking about why right-wingers hate her. You don't have to do freaking phrenology in the woke way right now, okay? You're not brown, please shut the fuck up. Wait, what? I'm not. I didn't say I was. What does this have to do with me? Oh my God, this guy. I'm gonna fucking time you out for an hour. I can tell this is Cal is on one today. Okay? You're getting an hour time off for your own good, okay? For your own good, because you're being incredibly annoying this morning. Anyway, so yeah, she's outspoken. She says some shit. She says some shit about Snow White. She did like the classic, like, oh, it's not gonna be the old school Snow White, movie. It's gonna be something different, whatever. But what the studio wanted to basically. This project that they were already invested in dumping, right? They wanted to say there's a reason for this flop. And basically they pointed all those fingers at Rachel Zegler, partially because she's outspoken and partially because she said free Palestine. And we covered this story already, but it's cool that all these like big bad industry papers turned around and wrote articles about how she actually is the reason why the Snow White movie is failing, and not because of like Gal Gadot or not because of any other reason, not because it got a 1.8 on IMDb. Like, these are not, she is not the only reason why this project kind of fell apart. Okay. That's ridiculous. Yeah. She said free Palestine at the tail end on the, when they were out promoting the movie. That's the reason why the movie sucks. But, you know, that's neither here nor there. Review bombing by chuds who never saw the movie and show. So the other side of this that I also can't stand is that, like, it's just not for me. Like, this movie was not made for me. Okay? Like, I understand that. It's Snow White. I don't give a shit about Snow White. I'm sorry. You know? Maybe if I had some daughters or something, like that would make sense. I would have to go and like begrudgingly watch it, but like, why are so many 40-year-old men, except for Benny Johnson, who is gay? Okay, so that's different. But why are so many like 48-year-old straight men, divorced dads, or just like people that don't even have daughters, right? Why are they chirping about Snow White not being like hot enough or whatever? It's such a strange thing. It does not make any sense. Like this guy, Snow White, it's even worse than I expected. 4.3 million views 8 days ago. These guys they were never supposed to watch this movie. They don't want to watch the movie. They just want to shit about this movie. But the movie's not for you. It's like me freaking out about fucking Bluey, you know? That's what it feels like to me. Am I crazy? I don't know. Maybe I am crazy. Or maybe everyone else has become increasingly more insane. Where these guys just like lose their shit at everything. And it's supposed to be the most masculine thing you can do. The most masculine thing you can do is get mad at a Disney production made for children. What are you doing? Like, what are you doing? It's for girls. It's for children. It's for like babies and maybe some gay men, you know? Like what? It's not everything is supposed to serve you. Has Snow White ever, was the intention for Snow White to serve you well into your adulthood? Like, I don't understand. The movie was bad though. Rachel was good, but the movie is bad. I know. But even if the movie was good, I would still say it's not for me. I don't give a shit. And I think there's a level of freedom and a level of honesty in saying, I don't care about this. Okay? These guys, on the other hand, cannot do that because they cannot do that. They have to make it. They have to complain. Why do we care it though? I don't care about the movie at all. I care about this shit. I care about these fucking losers like losing their goddamn minds over it. I care about the culture surrounding rage bait outrage merchants, okay? This is what they do. This is what they sell. They sell outrage. Was the original Snow White Asmongold's favorite movie? That's what I that's the thing. Like, I don't know. I don't know if we can just like get people to snap out of it like this either. I try to. I try my best. I'm like, hey, I don't think you care about this. Like, why do you care about this so much? Like, are you okay? You know, is everything all right? Like in the real world, if a friend of mine that is around my age, if like a 30-plus-year-old guy friend of mine was like, bro, you seen this Snow White shit? I'd be like, what are you saying? No, I haven't. Why has this thought ever crossed your mind? You don't care about this. You watched a podcast that told you should care about this. The fuck's wrong with you? Be your own goddamn man. Be a man. Be a man. Be a man. Okay? Be a man. You're a bot. It doesn't make sense. Ask Cutie, she's a Disney adult though. Well, that's the other side of the story, is that the film is not also good in and of itself. So I don't even think the Disney adults are on board with this regardless. There's just nothing. I mean, there's no better situation for these Gamergate losers than to like, this is a perfect storm. Because it's also a dog shit product. Because when big budget production gets the crosshairs from the outrage merchants, right? But it actually does solid sales, or it actually reaches like critical acclaim or whatever, then they kind of have to throw it out. They just kind of have to move on to the next thing. But when something that they had the crosshairs on actually fails at the box office, then they never let it go. Like with Baldur's Gate 3. Baldur's Gate 3 was a video game that every gamer was demanding for decades at this point. They were very excited when it came out, so they couldn't talk about how gay it was. You know, all these outrage merchants, they wanted to farm it, but they couldn't farm how gay Baldur's Gate 3 was because it was awesome, and it got critical acclaim very quickly. Buzz Lightyear movie did horrible, Hasan. What are you talking about? What is Buzz Lightyear movie? What? See, this is what I mean. I don't know what this is. I don't know what the, like, I don't even know what this is. You know what I mean? I don't care. I don't care. I don't know. Like, I am way more interested in like trying to understand why supposedly straight adults that are over the age of 30 are fucking losing their shit over freaking Snow White, dude. Do you have a baby brain? It's so incredibly soy. It's so goddamn soy. You're a baby. You're a child. Like, what are you doing? And it seems that there's a lot of children out there. So, like, you know, this kind of stuff does get a lot of motion. Is it not the same with anime? Yeah, you could say that. I like baby adjacent content in that regard. I mean, I watch shonen for sure. But to be fair, shonen is the target market for shonen isn't just for children. Like, it definitely is from children all the way to adults. Anyway, here's the blast off. Snow White exposed the soy, right? Yeah, I just don't get it when these guys fucking complain about, like, when they complain about, you know, video games not being good, or specifically target video games that are not for them, right? That were never made for them. You know? It just doesn't make any sense. Avatar The Last Airbender is for everyone, not just kids. Yeah, oh my God. Speaking of Avatar The Last Airbender, I had a moment this morning where I almost teared up a little bit. I was on TikTok, and this dude was like, this dude had an instrument and played this like song from Avatar The Last Airbender with this like random, this weird instrument. And I got like emotional. It wasn't Leaves from the Vine. It was the other one. Dun, 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 dun. Leaves from the Vine always gets me though. That one always gets me. Oh man, Uncle Iroh. War criminal on his redemption arc. I can't believe that Barbie Girl Time Adventure is woke is unplayable to the 50-year-old man. That's what I'm saying. It's just like, if you find yourself complaining about this shit, that means like your life is too good, man. You're looking for shit to complain about. And it's like, it's loser shit. Complaining about this stuff is loser shit. You're a fucking loser. You're a whole ass loser, bro. Anyway, let's get to some light news, all right? Before we go out and add out with a fucking spud. It's a kalimba. I love Avatar Love, the song name. Yeah, kalimba. Yeah, this. Oh. It's beautiful. Classic. They don't make it like this anymore. Yeah, I mean, the reason why I'm talking about this, though, is because, like, there is some truth to the anger and resentment that these fucking stupid-ass, dumbass, old-ass gamers feel, in the sense that, like, yes, the formative experiences that you develop as a child and the feelings that you have as a child are powerful, okay? They're important for your development. They're important for who you are as an adult. And this is an example of that. Why did this make me feel emotional? It's because it reminds me of the first time I encountered this song. You know what I mean? It brings back memories and the overall feeling that I had back then. The ambition, the dreams that I had, things of that nature. Now, of course, because I'm a healthy adult who's relatively successful at the age of 33, that doesn't also follow up with like those feelings, that emotion doesn't fucking all of a sudden invoke anger inside of me because I did not match the expectations of child Hasan. Okay? But for many of these guys, I think they are constantly seeking out that nostalgia and the feelings that they had because their current experiences do not match up to the dreams that they had when they were young. That's it. And that's why there's a deep sense of anger and resentment and a sense of entitlement that they also have that makes their reaction to all of this like new media incredibly toxic. But we all have the power within ourselves to change our destinies. We all have the power within ourselves to just not be a fucking douchebag. It's pretty simple. So that's usually my modus operandi. That's what I try to advocate for, you know? There are things that are within your control that you can change. And I think a good starting point would be, don't be a fucking asshole. Don't be a whiny little baby. I think these are important fundamentals that you can apply to your life and try to constantly check yourself with a healthy dose of self-crit. Anyway, speaking of people who are reaching new levels that their childhood self probably never thought they would, Donald Trump. Let's take a look at what Donald Trump is up to. Because it turns out Trump had a phone call with NBC News, and he said he's angry, he's pissed off at Vladimir Putin. You hate to see besties fall out like this. Drama the girls are fighting.
Sunday morning, President Trump is standing by his national security team as the fallout intensifies after top officials mistakenly shared attack plans for U.S. military strikes in Yemen on the Signal messaging app with a journalist. In an exclusive phone interview on Saturday, the president told me, quote, "I don't fire people because of fake news and because of witch hunts." Mr. Trump said he still has confidence in Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth and National Security Advisor Mike Waltz. Just hours ago, President...
Someone said that's why you never see two pretty best friends. Yeah. You never see two hotties like this that are besties. Like, there's always going to be some friction. You know what I mean? They're going to be into the same guy. It's just going to cause some issues, right?
And Trump called me to tell me he is, quote, pissed off with Russia's President Putin and threatened to impose secondary tariffs on Russia's oil.
It's crazy how orange he looks next to Vladimir Putin. It's crazy.
Quote, "If Russia and I are unable to make a deal on stopping the bloodshed in Ukraine, and if I think it was Russia's fault, which it might not be, but if I think it was Russia's fault, I am going to put secondary tariffs on all oil coming out of Russia." Mr. Trump said 25% tariffs on Russian oil could happen any moment and told me he plans to speak with President Putin this week. The president told me, quote, "I was very angry, pissed off when Putin started getting into Zelensky's credibility and started talking about new leadership in Ukraine." On Iran, the president said he's also considering secondary tariffs if Iran doesn't agree to a nuclear deal. Quote, if they don't make a deal, there will be bombing, and it will be bombing the likes of which they have never seen before. After markets tumbled on Friday and with consumer confidence falling, the president also told me he's not backing down on his tariff plans.
What we're going to be doing is a 25% tariff on all cars that are not made in the United States. If they're made in the United States, there's absolutely no tariff.
And the president telling me tariffs are, quote, absolutely permanent. And on fears of foreign automakers raising prices, quote, I couldn't care less if they raise prices because people are going to start buying American-made cars. And on his vow to annex Greenland, the president saying, quote, I never take military force off the table, but I think there's a good possibility.
I like that he called NBC News and said all of the bad things. He was like, I'm going to go on a tear and I'm going to give you the worst possible answer for everything that you asked me. And maybe some extra stuff too. Fantastic. Every time this dude opens his mouth, I'm like, oh my God, here we go. What else? What else should we be looking forward to in the upcoming months? You know, fantastic, amazing, wonderful. Calling up fake news media like this is interesting, though. I think it means that he's recognizing that his motion is on shaky ground. You know, he's losing his motion a little bit. Because before he was riding high, okay? There was no calls to NBC News whatsoever. It was all Fox News. He was going up, talking to brown nosers like Sean Hannity, and I think he recognizes that his approval ratings are kind of falling apart, especially because the economy is not doing so hot right now. And that's seemingly the only thing that selfish, entitled, self-centered Americans who can't see anything but like what's right in front of them care about. And it's a big thing to care about, for the record, of course. Make no mistake. But it's wild that like he's fucking that up, the thing that he like won the election over, while simultaneously also eroding constitutional protections that are in. Hasan is so negative, man. What an L way to live. Trump is king, baby. I like the overall vibes from people who are just like, yeah, I really just want you to say nice things about Trump. Like, I want you to just like have fun with it, you know? Okay, dude. They're black bagging people off the streets. You know what I mean? It's pretty fucked up. What do you want me to do? Lie? Yeah, based. Okay, there you go. Yeah, he's the king. Nice about anything, man. Yeah. Yeah, based. This is the reason why he's threatening to bomb Iran now. They rejected his little letter. Oh, yeah. Great. Breaking. Iran's president has rejected direct negotiations with the U.S. in response to Trump's letter. Great. Fantastic. Amazing.
That we could do it without military force. The White House is still on defense this weekend after the Atlantic editor-in-chief Jeffrey Goldberg says he was added to that signal conversation by Mr.
Like, Trump called in to NBC News and was like, I'm going to bomb a foreign nation. A foreign nation with a standing military, missile systems, one that could cripple the global economy in retaliation. And you're over here being like, why don't you say something nice about that? Well, I don't know. I don't think it's hard. It's hard to say something nice about it, you know? He's like, I'm going to militarily invade Greenland. Okay, how do I find something nice about that? How am I supposed to look at that and go, yeah, that's awesome. Thank you, sir. Yeah, we should invade more countries. That's what I wanted. I wanted more invasions, not less, of course. That's why I voted for the Peaceful Dove, by the way. Remember? Everybody was like, oh yeah, Mr. Peaceful Dove. That's what he does. He does peace deals. He's Art of the deal, art of the steal, baby, you know? He's such a good deal maker that he spent the first 2 months undermining our proxy in the Ukraine situation while simultaneously glazing Vladimir Putin. And now Vladimir Putin predictably is not even playing ball with him. So now he's upset at him. What happened to that deal? He said day one he was going to fix it. He said, no more forever wars. Day one, I'm coming and I'm fixing Ukraine. Ukraine would have never happened under my watch. Okay. So what happened? It's no longer day two. We're entering the third month of the admin. What the hell?
Trump's national security advisor, Mike Waltz, where details of the plans for an attack on the Houthis in Yemen were shared with him in real time. The chat included the vice president, the defense secretary, the secretary of state, the CIA director, and the director of national intelligence. The explanations for what happened and how serious of a security breach it was have been evolving.
I'm sure everybody out there has had a contact where it was said one person and then a different phone number.
But you've never talked to him before, so how's the number on your phone? I mean, I'm not an expert in any of this, but it's just curious. How's the number on your phone?
Well, if you have somebody else's contact and then then somehow it gets
someone
sucked
sent
in,
you that
it gets
contact.
sucked in.
Nobody was texting.
It gets sucked in. That's just how it gets sucked in. Don't you hate it when it gets sucked in, dude? Yeah. Hasan, you're such a hater. Why don't you understand? It gets sucked in. You know, hey, this guy, let me say something positive about him. He likes the party. That's cool. I like that the Defense Department is led by a guy who likes the party. I actually don't care about incompetence at this level, for the record. I do care about like the hatred that these people have in their hearts, but I don't really mind if the Defense Department is just weak. I don't mind that they're incompetent when they're making these sorts of decisions on Signal group chats or whatever. I do mind that our coverage over their ridiculous actions, like consistently bombing Yemen, for example, are not about why we're bombing Yemen at all, or bombing Yemen without congressional approval, or killing a bunch of civilians in the process and admitting it in Signal group chats. But instead, it's all about, like, why are they doing this in Signal group chats? They should have better operational security. It's like, no, I don't really care. It's fine if they don't have good OPSEC. I'm happy with that, actually. Oh no, will it thwart America's evil plans? Oops, I guess. You know?
War plans, and that's all I have to say about that.
Intelligence officials defended the sensitive nature of the content, denying it was classified.
My communications, to be clear, in a Signal message group were entirely permissible and lawful and did not include classified information.
There was no classified material that was shared.
Was there any mention of a target in Yemen?
I don't remember mention of specific targets.
Was there any mention, Ms. Gabbard, of a weapon or weapons system?
I don't recall specific weapons systems being named.
How about anything about timing?
I don't recall specific timing.
Any mention of any military unit whatsoever? Mr. Ratcliffe?
Not that I recall.
Ms. Gabbard?
Not that I recall.
After
they know we can see the text messages, right? It's interesting.
the administration insisted there was no classified information on the text chain, Goldberg released the messages that included Defense Secretary Hegseth sharing specific details about when bombs would drop and when U.S. jets would take.
This was the day before they released text messages. No, I know, but they knew what the text messages were. They knew what the text messages were. Yeah, they I guess functionally declassified it by saying, "Oh, there's nothing in there that's serious. It's fine." And then Jeffrey turned around and was like, yeah, here it is then. You got a guy who is a State Department stooge to literally release these messages because you said, you know, it's clean, it's fine.
Off just 30 minutes before they launched the attack. National Security Advisor Mike Waltz texted that a key target of the attack had been seen walking into his girlfriend's building that had collapsed. President Trump is privately angry with Waltz, 2 Republican sources tell NBC News. The Senate Armed Services Committee has requested a formal investigation from the Pentagon's Inspector General, but the FBI and the DOJ seem unlikely to investigate the matter, even as pressure mounts for more accountability.
There was a crime here, and there should be accountability.
Just click the damn video, bro. It's so funny. You were so close.
I was searching around the internet.
Okay, dude. Okay, boomer.
White House lies. It's hypocritical. It's corrupt. So no, I don't trust the Fox to investigate the hen house.
I'm also puzzled by some of the answers that were given by the DNI at the intelligence hearing.
I think everybody has acknowledged, including the White House, that, yeah, mistakes were made. And what we want to do is make sure that something like that doesn't happen again.
And voter anger is growing over the issue, on display at this town hall in Indiana.
Will you demand the immediate resignation of Pete Hegseth? No, I will not demand their resignation.
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about breaking news.
We begin with what's expected to be tariff week and the impact on an already somewhat jittery economy, which could be significant. Retaliatory tariffs on countries who have imposed their own tariffs on U.S. goods are planned for Wednesday. And on Thursday, the president says he will impose a 25% tariff on all foreign-made vehicles coming.
Trump tells NBC, no, I'm not joking. I'm not joking about seeking a third term. When asked whether he wanted another term, Trump responded, I like working. I'm not joking, Trump said, when asked to clarify, but I'm not. It is far too early to think about it. There are methods which you could do it. Remember when another I told you so moment, okay? A lot of other people also said that this was most likely going to happen, but I'm telling you, dude, I 100p, dude. I told you. Wait, hold on. Wait, hold on. One second. He want JD Vance to run with Trump being VP and give up the presidency to Trump law. I think last minute fucks everything up so that he could say we're in the same moment FDR got to serve 3. Dude, what will the Democrats do now? What will the Democrats do now? And I don't like the counter from a lot of people that are like, well, Obama will get to do a third term then. It's like, okay, dude, sure. Yeah, that'll solve the problem for sure. Trump goes a third term, there's no more Obama. Trump goes a third term, there's no more elections. You feel me? You feel me? When his third term comes, there will be an election like Putin's Russia. I don't know. I don't know what kind of authoritarian version will exist at that point. I don't know. But it won't be even the theoretical liberal democracy that we've come to love and enjoy. Let me tell you. Martial law with Supreme Court. All the cards are stacked in his favor. Who knows? Also, in the process, Democrats carrying water for this admin will become so weak that I don't believe. I don't know what he's going to do, man. I don't know. There's so much. There's so much happening. And not in a good direction. That who knows how this man will continue undermining this country, destroying this country. The resistance. Only 34 Democrats sign letter on ICE making students disappear. Immigration officials are snatching international students off the street, and most Democrats don't seem to care. Oh my God. He's old. Maybe he's going to die soon. Oh God, the Turkification of America is so funny to me. Dude, this fantasy right here is one that every Russian has fantasized about with respect to Vladimir Putin, and every Turk has fantasized about with respect to Erdogan. It doesn't happen, okay? Evil does not die. You're so... Americans are moving in a very funny... They're moving... Yeah, kötüye bir şey olmaz, okay? Nothing happens to bad people. This is so funny. Americans are experiencing the things that oftentimes due to American interference, as a matter of fact, or Western interference, as a matter of fact, has like fucked over other countries and like planted authoritarian regimes in other nations. And all you can do is just sit around and go, what am I going to do? I hope he dies one day, you know? Fantastic. I like that is the only thing that remains here in America as well. Like we've given up. We've given up entirely on the Democrats doing anything in terms of resistance, like the courts, all the institutions are going to serve his interests. So that's the last option. When you're at that stage, the last option is like, okay, maybe he'll die because he's old. You know? He's going to get us into a direct war somewhere, then declare that we can't hold elections because we're at war. And if anyone complains, he's going to say you're okay with Zelensky doing it while completely ignoring it's not Zelensky's choice to be at war. Have you read about the Swedish journalist that got detained in Turkey, got arrested on terrorism charges? No, I hadn't seen it, but that's not surprising to me at all. Bro, you guys are so crazy. Trump almost got assassinated and he survived, dude. He's got the heavens mandate, okay? The golden hand. That's it. Oh, God. Shit is so fucked up. Kamala and Biden more than doubled the amount of people abducted by ICE after taking over from Trump. Liberals just stopped caring for 4 years. Welcome back. Yeah, there is... I don't even want to get into this, but... What do you think of Ezra Klein's new abundance book? What do you think of him in general? Is he a Zio Lamau? Ezra Klein is definitely more critical of Israel than the average liberal Zionist is. But that has nothing to do with the abundance stuff anyway. The abundance stuff is just like repackaged. It seems like it's like repackaged neoliberalism, but I haven't read the book, so I can't. I mean, he talked to Ta-Nehisi Coates. He has a major platform, and he offered like a non-contentious and pretty positive interview to Ta-Nehisi Coates. So I think that he's not, I think he's wrong, but maybe not intellectually dishonest, if that makes sense. Like, I think his worldview is incorrect. He's just a liberal, man. That's it. He's a liberal who is, I guess, more open-minded than than the average liberal. Yeah, I listened to Matt Brunig talk about the book. He read it on Chapo, and it just seems exactly what I thought it was. But then again, like I said, I didn't read it. I can only speak on the way that people are talking about it, the way that they have presented the book, and the way that people are defending the book, and the ways in which people have criticized the book, those who have read it. And you know, the problems are obvious, and I think that they recognize it as well, except their solutions are more deregulation, it seems, and I don't know.
Into the U.S.
Anyway, let's watch. Americans want focus on prices, not tariffs.
These and other tariffs are in addition to those already imposed on some of our closest allies, like Canada and Mexico. Of course, there are tariffs on China as well. Our new CBS News poll reflects some of that underlying economic anxiety. So we bring in our Executive Director of Elections and Surveys, Anthony Salvanto. Anthony, I'm going to be very scientific here. On the economy, what gives?
Well, we know, good morning, Major. We know that people still say the economy is bad. We know that prices and inflation are the top reason they give for why. So in this poll, we find that the president's approval for specifically handling the economy and inflation are both ticked down. Now, let's talk about these.
I'm tired of defending you in the comments of Lex Loser Boss, lol. What? What is Lex Loser Boss? Hold on. Lex Loser, that TikTok guy? Who's Lex Loser, the TikTok guy? Bro, I have no idea what you're talking about.
Tariffs, because look, it's early in the administration, so I think the key gauge is what do people think he's trying to do? And here we see a mismatch. They think he's...
No, don't tell him. Don't tell that chatter to stop fighting these battles. It's good. Keep fighting those battles, brave soldier.
Putting too much focus on trying to put in tariffs and not enough focus on trying to lower prices. Now, the mismatch there is the administration argues, well, that'll have positive impact, right? So I asked, what do you think will happen when tariffs go into effect? People think in the short term that it'll raise prices, but also in the long term, there's a lot of people who think tariffs will raise prices. So the administration hasn't quite connected the dots on that argument yet. Now, what happens next is you get people think with uncertainty in the stock market that his policies are having a negative effect there. I should add this. He does not entirely own this economy yet. Speaking of it,
why did you skip that Kamala Biden deportation article? Is it true? Is it untrue? Or does it negate the need to demand answers from Trump's administration for deportations? No, I didn't skip it. It wasn't an article. It was first of all, it was one graph. Secondly, it's not untrue. And the reason why I quote unquote skipped it is because I don't want to fucking talk about deportations again. I've talked about it every single goddamn day. It's like breaking my fucking brain. And it's also things that I've already brought up before. In terms of, now you're getting me to talk about it again. Oh my God. Just let me fucking live, dude. Let me live. Let me cover the stories that I want to cover, okay? Please. Oh my God. Oh my fucking God.
Being early, right? Asked who's to blame for inflation, right? And that he shares with Joe Biden still. But one of the things to watch going forward is expectations. Coming into the administration, before he took office, a lot of people thought that Trump's policies would make them financially better off. You ask that question today, and far fewer Americans think that. Even far fewer Republicans think that, and that expectations game is key.
In the data, there's still some buoyancy for the president. He's not collapsing by any stretch of the imagination. And it appears one of the reasons is satisfaction with aggressiveness on immigration.
Absolutely right. This is a story about balance. And the things that are going well in the public mind for him is his handling of immigration, which is still net positive.
Yeah. The Democrats not contesting the immigration stuff that he's doing, unironically, is part of the reason why people just don't care about the immigration shit. That's it. And I don't know if it's because they like what the Republicans are doing. I don't know if that's the case. Or if it's because, and that could be the case, or it's because they're cowardly. But, you know, they're too afraid to put up a fight. They're too afraid to have a position that people might react negatively to. But, yeah.
And his deportation program is still net positive and popular. People say, well, they don't think it'd be okay if there are legal residents who were mistakenly detained in this program, although there are some in his base who do. But you look at other aspects of this, like cuts to the federal workforce. That continues to be split. But you then also see a majority of people saying, well, that might impact programs that they care about. Even over a third of Republicans think that may happen.
My point is, if there's they just showed 58% approval for deportations. Yes. The reason why people have this attitude still, the reason why people have this attitude, which is the first time in American history, in perhaps the entire history of the United States of America, where Americans are on board with mass deportations. This is unique. And it happened because of the last 4 years before Donald Trump, where the Democrats allowed the Republicans to keep hammering that point over and over again without any sort of counter messaging whatsoever. And it got to such a degree where, like, this was over. It was always a button that the Republicans used to hit nonstop. But even under the first Trump administration, if you recall, a lot of the actions that Trump took were draconian, awful, but there was a shit ton of resistance against it. Okay? Chinese Exclusion Act, there were definitely times before. I have no idea what kind of approval ratings they had for the Chinese Exclusion Act back then. I'm not saying America's not done mass deportation programs before. I'm simply talking about people's opinions on mass deportations. Because, like, we had the Bracero program as well, and that was unironically not exactly a popular program. You had back then Texas ranchers gunning down people that were trying to grab Mexicans or people that they thought were Mexicans. So it's not necessarily something that was something that the public was positive about. I didn't say we've never had white nativist deportation protocols. Of course we have in our history. But yeah, I mean, in the aftermath of the Bracero program, when they were trying to round up and successfully rounded up and mass deported 1 million plus, I think almost like 2 million people of Mexican descent, even like American citizens too. Ranchers in Texas were so disapproving of the measure that they would gun down marshals that were trying to round up Bracero program workers. Like, that's the level of unpopularity it reached for Americans. Yes, Operation W Back is the name of the operation. I just don't say it because I don't want to get clipped and then have people yell at me for saying a slur, but that's what they called it. My point is, Democrats dropped the ball spectacularly from 2021 onward on this issue. They never did counter messaging on the immigration stuff. They never showed a positive way in which migrants, undocumented and documented alike, are actually positive to this nation's economy, to the United States of America in general. And and here we are. This is where we're at. I think that I would say that Americans are very malleable, and ultimately they're persuadable. They see what they see on television. They can make up their own minds, but usually you can lead them in the appropriate direction. And without Democratic leadership, the media is not going to do that on their own. And if the Democratic leadership is not interested in counter messaging against this and putting up a fight against this, as they have not, as even on this front, they have not done anything about it. If they capitulate and they cave, then yeah, the public is going to think, no, this is good. This is why we voted for Trump, and I'm glad it's happening. They're not going to be able to tie together why these mass deportations, which are not even, like, they're not even mass deportations because logistically it's impossible for them to do so. But the no due process deportations that are taking place already, which is supposed to like open up the precedent for mass deportations as it stands. If the Democrats are not going to push back against it, then people are gonna think, no, it's fine. And they're not going to realize why the economy is not getting fixed. The Republicans lied about tying mass deportations to the economy. The economy is not getting fixed. Deportations are happening. So if the Democrats don't actually recenter and refocus the message back to the economy and talk about how these kidnappings are completely unjustifiable and eroding what remains of the Constitution, then people are going to think, oh, I guess we just haven't deported enough Mexicans. That's it. What's happening right now is the same exact liberal capitulation that took place in Nazi Germany. That's it. It's identical. It's almost 1-to-1. It's crazy how similar it is. It blows my mind.
Popular. People say, well, they don't think it'd be okay if there are legal residents who were mistakenly detained in this program, although there are some in his base who do. But you look at other aspects of this, like cuts to the federal workforce. That continues to be split. But you then also see a majority of people saying, well, that might impact programs that they care about. Even over a third of Republicans think that may happen. Again, a key measure to watch. And look, in terms of how this ties back then to that uncertainty in the economy, that could have an impact worth watching too.
One of the conversations certainly that has become more intense in the last couple of weeks here in Washington is the clash of the administration. Sometimes it looks intentionally with Congress on executive powers and with the courts on executive powers. Do we have any data that talks about where the country is?
Like half of the stuff that the liberals are doing right now is reminiscent of just like full-blown capitulation, the Enabling Act. You know what I mean? It's just, there's got to be there's probably, has Bestie Marks made a video on this? I feel like I've watched something on this broadcast before that is reminiscent of how liberals are operating right now and enabling the Trump authoritarian regime to be as violent as it wants to. New here, but saw the absolute bitch slap he gave Elon on his own platform and had this up. Congrats on your success as a fraud. Yeah. Hey, I'm the guy who said he might die line. It's funny you mentioned Putin and Erdogan. I'm from Hungary, so I know exactly that feeling of being under authoritarian leadership for a long fucking time. Exactly. Americans are now getting into the bargaining stage of like living under this kind of rulership, you know? It's fantastic. Oh, hold on. I got to do something real quick.
About what looks like something that is really getting to be confrontational.
In terms of judicial review, like you mentioned, the majority of people say, yeah, judges should have the ability to review a president's actions, but there is some talk on the right as well, should they try to impeach judges who rule against the president? And while most people don't say so, there is a bulk of Republicans who would favor such efforts. And that's, again, part of this larger push, especially from his base on items like this. Look, other things, you know, DEI, ending DEI programs, marginally popular, but not cutting off funding to organizations that still go ahead and practice it.
One of the interesting factors in all of these is where independents are. And independents are a little bit more troubled about the confrontation executive powers than Republicans.
They are. And again, this speaks to a current politics, which is, are you pushing for things that the base wants? One of the things about the Republican base right now is that they say that those immigration efforts are just important in their evaluations as the economy is. And that sets up one of the key differences.
Anthony Salvanto, always a pleasure. Thank you.
Thanks, Major.
To the protests against billionaire Tesla founder Elon Musk over his role in those massive federal job cuts. More demonstrations expected today at Tesla facilities across the country. ABC's Morgan Norwood is here with more. Morgan, good morning.
Good morning to you, Whit. And while most of yesterday's demonstrations were peaceful, overnight police in Idaho say one protest turned violent during a...
Hold on. You think the U.S. will actually use force to take Greenland? I don't know. 1 second. I'm calling it Uber for my dad. America's Coming Weimar Moment by Three Arrows. This was 2 years ago, but this is not what I'm looking for. This is not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for simply a YouTube video that at least has like some visuals and stuff, because no disrespect to Three Arrows, who he's amazing, you know, friend of the show. But I'm looking for a video that exclusively talks about like liberal capitulation in the buildup to Nazi Germany from a socialist perspective.
This channel.
The Betrayal of the German Revolution Part 1. Oh, we watched this before, but that's not exactly what I was looking for either. There's a new Overzealous, but it's not about...
We got a lot of work to...
It's not about Nazi Germany. Okay, we can watch this as well. The liberalism, the fascism.
We got a lot of work
the liberalism, the fascism pipeline. Okay, we'll start off here. This might be good.
To do. Americans are being squeezed out of the labor force and their jobs are taken. But all over the world, they're coming into our country from Africa, from Asia. And you know who's being hurt the most by millions of people pouring into our country? The black population and the Hispanic population. The crime is going to be tremendous. The unions are suffering because of it. They're poisoning the blood of our country. That's what they've done.
You would think that at a time when economic stratification and marginalization are running rampant, a time where the rich grow richer at the expense of everyone else, politicians would tailor their rhetoric to tackle the real issues at hand and not just stir division amongst races, genders, creeds, and religions. But no. Why do figures like Donald Trump point the finger at immigrants as though they are the reason for economic instability and not oligarchs? Will he ever mention the fact that in 2022 alone, undocumented migrants paid nearly $100 billion in tax revenue, while being shut out of the very programs they helped fund? Why is the blame for a failing economic model rarely placed on the model itself, but instead transferred to groups who are already having a hard enough time? Why does this economic instability lead to divisive in-group, out-group rhetoric?
Link the vid of him, or I'm making a call-out video about you on TikTok. What? Take a day off. Oh, CCP Philosophy might have done one? Okay, that might be the video that I was thinking of. Friend of the show, Overzealous' video, Liberalism, the Fascism Pipeline. Neoliberalism Explained. It wasn't CCP Philosophy, it was a cuck philosophy, right? Or is it cuck philosophy?
And not toward a productive discussion about the innate instability of the economic model we live under? I hope I can answer that question by the end of this video. But first, we have to go back in time just a bit.
CCK philosophy.
In the aftermath of the Second World War, Western governments and economists alike were scratching their heads trying to come up with economic reforms that would prevent a calamity like the war they just endured from ever occurring again. The Great Depression still lingered in the minds of many, with unregulated capitalism widely seen as its cause and an unstable economic model. Western governments didn't want to scrap capitalism altogether, but they believed that by guaranteeing their populations basic dignities and social safety nets, it would prevent them from entertaining alternative economic and political ideas. Keep in mind, it was the disillusionment and suffering of the German citizenry post-World War I that allowed for Hitler's rhetoric and ideas to flourish. By preventing that level of economic instability from occurring again, Western governments believed that they could prevent fascism from gaining traction in the future. They also wished to prevent socialist or communist sentiment from strengthening. It's important to note that post-World War II, the socialist bloc was guaranteeing employment, healthcare, and housing to its citizens. If the capitalist West didn't try to appease its populations in a similar way, it feared that revolutionary leftist movements would flourish, and in the eyes of many liberals, fascism and socialism are totally the same level of evil. One for one. And that brings us to this dude, John Maynard Keynes. Keynes was an economist who stressed the demand side. To put it very simply, he believed that when people have more money to spend, especially workers who make up most consumers, it drives demand, keeps businesses running, and helps the economy stay healthy. And when that doesn't happen naturally, he argued, the government should step in to boost spending and keep things moving. Think of it as a kinder form of capitalism that Keynes was advocating for, one designed to prevent catastrophes like the Great Depression and keep the economically downtrodden from revolting against their governments. After the Second World War, in the 40s and 50s, Keynesian economics began to rise to prominence. Western governments embraced Keynes's ideas and enacted policies that built the foundation for what we now call social democracies. They were done with unfettered capitalism and knew that a mixed social democratic type model was the way to not only keep their populations happier, but keep both fascism and socialism at bay. Because again, those two things are totally morally equivalent. One for one. Now, I have my issues with social democracy. We'll get into that later in this video, but one thing that's for certain is that the social democratic model was an improvement to the unregulated capitalist hellscape that preceded it. As the Western world continued to embrace Keynesian economics and shift toward social democracies, there was a very notable man who was just not fucking with it. This guy, Friedrich Hayek. Hayek was an Austrian economist who believed that an overemphasis on collectivism would fast-track a society to totalitarianism. He believed that social democracy and expansive welfare states would erode the individual and eventually morph into authoritarianism. In 1944, Hayek published a book called The Road to Serfdom, in which he made his argument, and it did not take long before this book of his was picked up by business communities and wealthy, powerful people who saw his ideas as a way to champion a reversal of the Keynesian era. While Keynesian economics improved financial stability for the average person, the ultra-rich resented it because it limited their ability to maximize profits. The business communities and the ultra-rich saw in Hayek's ideas a chance to reverse labor protections, taxes, regulations, and usher the world back into an era where unfettered capitalism ruled supreme. An era where they could grow their wealth exponentially without having to worry about who or what they exploited. But convincing the world of an ideology that is objectively dog shit just because it would be friendly to the rich and powerful wasn't easy. This was going to take a lot of money and resources, so rich, moneyed interests immediately got to work promoting Hayek's book. DeWitt Wallace, the anti-communist editor and founder of Reader's Digest, published a condensed version of Hayek's book in an attempt to make his ideas more digestible for casual readers. 1 million reprints were ordered, many of which were at the requests of companies trying to indoctrinate their workers. Look magazine adapted Hayek's book into a cartoon which was distributed by General Motors to its workers, and Hayek was being booked for well-paying speaking gigs in America, so his
Thanks for watching, Hasan. Hell yeah, overzealous, another banger.
Ideas could be propagated further. In 1947, Hayek went on to found the Mont Pelerin Society, which was an organization where he and other like-minded individuals went on to promote his theories of free market, deregulated capitalism. The ideas propagated by Hayek and his organization have come to be referred to as neoliberalism, and this doctrine of his was financially backed by some of the richest, most powerful interests on Earth. Forces such as the Koch brothers, William Volcker & Co., General Electric, DuPont, and many, many more.
What was the second thought one on Nazi Germany? If there's a second thought one, then is the second thought video this one? Were the Nazis socialist? I think this is the one that I was thinking of, right?
Saw in Hayek's neoliberalism a way to liberate themselves from the regulations and responsibilities that Keynesianism imposed on.
For the record, ironically enough, this kind of neoliberal attitude only works because it's just more in line with the pre-established capitalist hierarchy. Okay, it's ironically what the Nazis claimed the Frankfurt School was doing in the socialist direction, but it doesn't work in that way if there isn't enough material instability that is ripe for revolutionary sentiment. It doesn't. You can't just like educate people in the direction of socialism under a well-established capitalist organization of the economy. Like right now, in this time and place, in a place like the United States of America, it is virtually impossible to just like make enough movies or make enough art or movies or educate people in the direction of socialism. You can do that to instill revolutionary consciousness, instill class consciousness. Having said that, you can't just like undermine and destroy the pre-existing hierarchy just from, movies and art and cinema and culture and education. You can, however, do this with think tanks and with education. You can move it in the direction of more capitalism, I guess, not less capitalism. That was the opposite of what the Frankfurt School was doing. Well, that was the opposite of what the Frankfurt School was doing. Okay, for the record, the Frankfurt School's intentions or what they were doing in general is only appropriate for the time frame that it existed under, when there was enough material instability and a shit ton of organizing in the direction of socialism, communism, when trade unions were significantly more powerful. And the reasons as to why they were significantly more powerful are both because of the assembly line and because of the way that commodities were being created. Like commodity production. Adorno and Hork were shitting on leftists who thought revolution was going to come from music. Yeah, my point is that even if there was any kind of class consciousness that you could instill upon the public through education and through art or through culture or whatever, that would only work in a situation where people are working side by side in assembly lines and the commodity production is not so globalized in the way that it is now. That's why I always say that in the United States of America, for example, it's very difficult to organize, and it's very difficult because like the capitalist structures that we exist under are so calcified at this point. People take it for granted. People are like, this is the only way. That's why Fisher famously said, it's easier to imagine the end of the world than to imagine the end of capitalism, because absolutely zero people can even, like zero normies can envision a future where capitalism is no longer the existing hierarchy. All of capitalism's enemies have been killed. The anti-capitalist sentiment has been effectively squashed, and successful methods of organizing have been destroyed as well. So for that reason, there isn't even for that reason, and because we don't have for those reasons that I mentioned, and because we don't have a old school way of developing commodities, an old school way of producing commodities like they used to back then, when everyone was side by side and the material conditions were significantly worse for the average person. There's no effective way of just like creating effective methods of organizing. That's why I do what I do right now to the best of my ability, which is to try to get people to become more aware of their class position. Because Americans are, at the end of the day, far too comfortable. And beyond that, there's no alternative that is presented to them at all. They don't even think about it. Like it's just outside of the question.
When it comes to
Frankfurt School scholar here, PhD, agree with your assessment on the ground conditions, but the school was also creating new language for all the humanities, creating intellectual conditions for a future movement that could deliver on the promise of socialism. Yeah. My point is, intellectual thought could only unlock the revolutionary potential of the working class. But without organizing and without mechanisms of pushback, without labor militancy, you cannot achieve that on its own. Like, capitalism has evolved throughout the years. It's gotten lifelines over and over again through the welfare state, through both suppression of dissent, but also through, I think more importantly, the expansive bounties that the labor aristocracy gets, that they take for granted, that they don't even question how they get it. That's the issue with even social democracies to begin with, because the Western world and liberal social democracies could not exist without hyper exploitation of the global South. It just would not exist in the way that it does. So, yes, atomization of labor is huge and understated too. That's what I was trying to say. But you put it into better words than myself. Like, we are so hyper connected online and yet so far away from the people that we work alongside at every aspect of production. There's no, like, think about it. I'm technically a wage. I'm technically a 1099 wage employee for Twitch, right? This entire structure is built on top of. This entire structure is built on top of a completely globalized and completely financialized economy, where the computer that I'm using gets its different parts from different parts of the world, with laborers that I will never encounter, laborers that I will never see, the minerals necessary to build some of these things that are inside of the computer is mined in horrifying conditions of hyper exploitation, with, again, faceless figures that I will never encounter. And then when you think about Amazon in and of itself as a ginormous corporation, and even the workers that work within Twitch or the AWS structure, I don't know where they live around the planet. I don't know how they work. I don't know what their working conditions look like. And all of that system is what allows me to do what I'm doing right now. Whereas back in the day, I think like commodity production was much simpler. Sure, there was still resource extraction happening in other parts of the world, but you know, you worked at a factory where you went in every single day to that factory and you were standing next to other people on the assembly line. It was much easier to organize in a process like that. One, because they did not have the Amazon methods of disrupting labor organizing, right? In the way that like Amazon distribution facilities, which would be the closest to that assembly line structure, but you know, Amazon does a lot of turnover deliberately in an effort to make sure that no one is there for more than 2 years. Because if you know your comrades really well, inevitably you're going to start recognizing that they have the same pains that you do. Every day that you spend in those conditions is another day where you recognize that your managers are actually antagonistic towards you. That creates class consciousness. So this entire system is designed in a way where we are so far away from other laborers that have similar perspectives, similar needs, similar wants. It's also partially why right-wing reactionary sentiment that is inherently divisive is so successful. Oh, shit. Wait, did he? Okay, he did. All right, good. I'm trying to also figure out my dad's Uber situation at LAX. Sorry.
On them. Now, neoliberalism as a term in the modern day tends to be used mostly as a pejorative by people critical of the ideology, but it absolutely still is a real and pervasive parasitic force. To define it can be tricky, but here are a few attempts that I think do a good job. Historian David Harvey says, neoliberalism is a theory of political economic practices that proposes that human well-being can best be advanced by liberating individual entrepreneurial freedoms and skills within an institutional framework characterized by strong private property rights, free markets, and free trade. The role of the state is to create and preserve an institutional framework appropriate to such practices. The state has to guarantee, by force if need be, the proper functioning of markets. If markets do not exist in areas such as land, water, education, healthcare, social security, or environmental pollution, then they must be created by state action if necessary. But beyond these tasks, the state should not venture. Deregulation, privatization, and withdrawal of the state from many areas of social provision have been all too common. George Monbiot and Peter Hutchison define neoliberalism as an ideology whose central belief is that competition is the defining feature of humankind. It tells us that we are greedy and selfish, but that greed and selfishness light the path to social improvement, generating the wealth that will eventually enrich us all. It casts us as consumers rather than citizens. It seeks to persuade us that our well-being is best realized not through political choice, but through economic choice, specifically buying and selling. It promises us that by buying and selling, we can discover a natural meritocratic hierarchy of winners and losers. The market, it contends, will, if left to its own devices, determine who deserves to succeed and who does not. The talented and hardworking will prevail, whereas the feckless, weak, and incompetent will fail. The wealth the winners generate will trickle down to enrich the rest. Neoliberals argue that an active state seeking to change social outcomes through public spending and social programs rewards failure, fuels dependency, and subsidizes the losers. The role of governments, neoliberals claim, should be to eliminate the obstacles that prevent the discovery of the natural hierarchy. Put very simply, neoliberalism is the ideology that clears the way for unfettered capitalism to rule supreme. As you can probably tell, this is the perfect ideology for the ultra-rich to get behind because not only does it frame financial success as purely meritocratic, but it also paints monetary gain as some sort of moral accomplishment that the state should by no means interfere with, even if that gain is achieved through exploitation or injustice. It treats the market as a wholly infallible force that rewards the strong and worthy, while ignoring the fact that markets are indifferent to human suffering. Since this market fundamental
The one note that I'll put on this is that neoliberalism does not care about market interference at all, as long as it is done at the behest of private enterprise, the unleashing of the markets, if you will. So technically, it's not just like laissez-faire across the board. Neoliberals will often interfere in markets, but they will interfere in markets to open up the floodgates of free enterprise to private enterprise. Neoliberalism also says you can have an authoritarian dictatorship. Pinochet is a great example of this, where it is much more preferable to have an authoritarian dictator manage the economy in a way that benefits the private sector. He might have said all of that right here, but I was pissing.
Capitalism is a key component of the ideology. Markets are often forced into sectors where they shouldn't be. This ideology, in an almost Calvinist sense, allows for the rich and powerful to reframe their opulence and greed as moral and just. It allows corporate interests to ignore those pesky market externalities, to forget about the pollution and exploitation their operations create, because if the free market rewards them with riches, then they must be on the right path. No wonder the ruling class
like Obama 2008. In the aftermath of the market crash, the numerous times where bailouts have been given to Boeing. These are fundamental aspects of neoliberal enterprise. They make it seem as though this is supposed to be corporatism. It's something different, but like, no, it's not. That is exactly how it's supposed to work. Yeah, Milton Friedman openly said he preferred a dictatorship with economic liberalism versus a democracy without that.
Jumped at the opportunity to push Hayek's ideas. But again, they were faced with the obstacle of democracy. Neoliberalism, to most normal people, is not a very enticing ideology, and they sure as shit wouldn't vote for it if they knew what it was.
Despite the millions of dollars that went into promoting the ideas of Hayek and his cohort,
Keynesian economics remained as the mainstream economic consensus, but that was soon to change. The neoliberals knew that it would be hard to implement their policies domestically without first testing them out abroad, and the country that they set their sights on was Chile. Throughout the Cold War, the US government was very involved in Chile. They did not want it to turn communist, and they did everything they could to exert economic and political influence over it. The US even brought Chilean university students to America to study economics at the University of Chicago because it had a reputation for being anti-left. This operation came to be known as the Chile Project, and as author Naomi Klein put it, the goal of the Chile Project was to produce ideological warriors who would win the battle of ideas against Latin America's pink economists. As this battle was taking place,
there's never been a moment where this kind of stuff has not been enforced without violence, by the way. There's no peaceful pathway towards like getting Chile to recognize the entrepreneurial spirit. It might seem like it now in the aftermath of many, many decades, if not half a century of direct violence, and then the additional subsequent violence that comes after you place your dictator in a position of power, where you slowly but surely erode civil liberties and erode even the alternative pathways to a successful socialist revolution. At a point where it basically becomes like a self-sustaining mechanism, in the same ways where in the United States of America, for example, you see a lot of backlash organically develop against socialist thought and any sort of anti-capitalist sentiment. Or if you're wondering how people become so stupid, how people are so resentful and so angry towards a different organization of the economy that they've never actually encountered, one that actually, in theory, at the very least, directly benefits their living conditions, this is how it happens. That's why I said it's calcified. It becomes natural. and therefore it turns into something that is self-sustaining, where the government doesn't have to actively interfere in these events, especially if they've completely eroded any sort of mechanism of pushback in the form of destroying labor unions, for example.
Place on the ideological front, Chile in 1970 had elected a socialist leader, which was not gonna fly with the Americans. The US spent millions of dollars and used every available resource to destabilize Chile and create the conditions for a coup. They wanted that pesky leftist out so they could replace him with someone else and test out neoliberalism. In 1973, that wish came true. Chile's Marxist president was overthrown and replaced by a military junta, which eventually consolidated under the rule of Augusto Pinochet. Pinochet was a brutal dictator whose fascistic regime was marked by mass murder, torture, sexual violence, kidnappings, and the persecution of leftists. He rid the country of any socialist or Marxist influence, and in the eyes of the Americans, he was the perfect man to implement neoliberalism in Chile. Those same students who studied economics at the University of Chicago were now fully equipped to return home and put their lessons of mass privatization, deregulation, and market fundamentalism into practice. University of Chicago professor Milton Friedman played a key role in indoctrinating these young men, and he was also a prominent member of Hayek's Mont Pelerin Society. Remember that? As the years passed under Pinochet's brutal dictatorship, Chile's wealthy elite thrived, along with American corporations which were free to exploit Chilean resources without the threat of nationalization or government regulation. Pinochet allowed them to operate without restrictions, and if the Chilean population had a problem with that, he would kill or torture them into compliance. Nothing was to get in the way of the almighty invisible hand of the free market. Friedrich Hayek even had this to say about Pinochet's Chile: "My personal preference leans toward a liberal dictatorship rather than toward a democratic government devoid of liberalism." Need I remind you, this fucking guy built his entire career by fear-mongering about how welfare programs were a slippery slope to tyranny. But as soon as he was faced with a tyrannical despot who just so happened to promote his economics, suddenly all that talk about freedom and liberty wasn't so convenient, and he didn't mind a dictatorship all too much, as long as it was, quote, a liberal one. Unlike the corporatist blend of state and business seen in fascist regimes of old, such as Mussolini's Italy, Pinochet's regime maintained the hyper-militaristic, ultra-nationalist authoritarianism intrinsic to fascism, but repurposed the state to clear the way for corporate dominance. This model has laid the groundwork for what some have referred to as neoliberal fascism. Which brings me to one of the main points of this video. Free market economics and fascistic regimes are not mutually exclusive.
They go hand in hand throughout history.
As we can see, fascistic despots like Pinochet were propped up solely to protect capital, exploit labor, and enforce what Hayek would call liberalism. By that point, Hayek had distanced himself from the term neoliberalism due to its...
That was an example of like obvious foreign interference, which was a necessity in the minds of capitalists for a place like Chile at the time, because the people were demanding change in the socialist direction. But this also happens without foreign interference in countries that are somewhat sovereign, right? Nation states that are sovereign, or at least like what you would understand as a sovereign established nation state. The reason why I'm making that distinction is because I'm thinking of Germany and I'm comparing it to an established nation state like the United States of America, with no outside interference that can technically disrupt it or destroy it or push it in the same way that this like large, powerful country like the United States of America could do to Chile. So in the absence of that foreign enemy and foreign interference, you arrive at economic instability, economic volatility, and how that creates, or even like the unfettered greed in the United States of America that has caused so much wealth inequality and so much economic instability that there needs to be some kind of control, some kind of enforcement to not necessarily breathe life back into capitalism, but to ensure that the capitalist order remains. And that is precisely where we're at in the United States of America, where when contradictions heighten, under a capitalist organization of the economy, and these contradictions are baked into the system, and welfare expansion or some additional benefits programs and whatnot are not enough, or there's no appetite to do so. There's no appetite to even deliver those projects. It inevitably erodes into barbarism, fascism. Fascism is the tool to make sure that the natural disruption that comes from the contradictions within capitalism are maintained, are destroyed, are squashed by force. It is a way to maintain the status quo of capitalism.
Its negative connotations and just went with liberalism or classical liberalism. So now that the Chile project was complete and neoliberalism was proven to treat the ruling class quite well, it was time to bring it home to the West in the forms of Reaganism in the US and Thatcherism in the UK. I should note that neoliberal policies did technically start up under Carter, which is why some people say Reaganism came before Reagan, but it wasn't until Ronald came around that the full ferocity of neoliberalism would be unleashed in the US. I think we all know what Reaganism is: the heavy emphasis on supply-side economics, mass privatizations, deregulations, attacks on labor protections, and the whole neoliberal 9 yards. A similar set of policies was enacted in Britain under Thatcher when she privatized the railways and other public utilities, implemented the poll tax, sold off public housing to private interests, privatized the prison system, and so on. These economic reforms, by prioritizing the business communities and the rich, we were told, would deliver a tide that would lift all boats. But in reality, to quote David Harvey, neither Britain nor the US achieved high levels of economic performance in the 80s, suggesting that neoliberalism was not the answer to the capitalists' prayers. To be sure, inflation was brought down and interest rates fell, but this was all purchased at the expense of high rates of unemployment.
You said, how are they disorganized? This is why people believe in the Illuminati. That's ironic, because this is why anti-Semitism is the socialism of fools. The Illuminati is usually a substitute for the other, right? And it's usually, depending on how far down the rabbit hole you've fallen, they just mean Jews, right? The permanent other. Now, ironically enough, all of this stuff is above board. It's not happening in dark, shadowy rooms. It's happening at the Davos summit. It's happening at G10. It's not happening secretly. It's not happening in under the shroud of secrecy. It's happening in broad daylight. And because a lot of this stuff is just purely motivated by class interest, and billionaires, millionaires, and the capitalist class is very well aware of their class position, okay, in ways that the working class certainly is not. They organize. They have all the power. They have all the money, and they have for generations designed society in a way that there are brave little warriors that will do their bidding amongst the working class. People who are ideologically invested in the continuation of capitalism, even if their class position means that they will suffer under capitalism. That's how it works. That's why you see so many people do this shit for free in this chat all the time. That's why I always ask, like, show me the pay stubs. Where's your factory? You claim to be a capitalist, and yet you are devoid of capital. Where is the deed to your factory that you're defending so fucking hard? You don't. People say, Hasan, you claim to be a socialist, and yet you are rich. And it's like, okay, well, you claim to be a capitalist, but you're broke as fuck. Fuck you mean? Why are you broke and defending capitalism while yelling at me for not doing so? Even when you also recognize it's beneficial for me, dumbass. So the demand always feels like just say things that are beneficial for you, please, sir. Please, master. Please, master. Why do you not defend just like the other ones? My other lords defend it. Why don't you defend it? It makes no sense.
Averaging 7.5% in the US during the Reagan years, and more than 10% in Thatcher's Britain. Cutbacks in state welfare and infrastructural expenditures diminished the quality of life for many. The overall result was an awkward mix of low growth and increasing income inequality. But none of that actually mattered because the real goal in both instances was to facilitate the transfer of wealth from the bottom to the top. The relentless privatizations and the creation of markets any and everywhere did the trick. One aspect of this neoliberal transformation that often gets ignored is the think tanks funded by dark money that actually come up with these policies that then get handed to governments. To quote Monbiot and Hutchison, we've discovered that the Koch brothers, two of the richest people in human history, developed an entire network of think tanks to lobby for extreme neoliberalism.
They also invented the Tea Party, okay? Whole cloth, like the Tea Party movement. Not bad. Bottom in lawn. Bubble Gum Bunny Girl, thank you for the 100 gifties. Goddamn.
In Reagan's case, the Mandate for Leadership was a 3,000-page document written by the Heritage Foundation, the same force behind today's Project 2025, that was given to Reagan and entailed thousands of policy prescriptions that ranged from mass privatizations, the scaling back of welfare programs, massive tax cuts for the rich, and so on. We begin to see how this ideology, heavily funded by the ultra-rich, serves the ultra-rich without any concern for democracy. The more governments deregulate, privatize, and implement neoliberal policies, the richer the ruling class becomes, and the more they can exert their influence over politicians and governments. In capitalist democracies, money serves as voting power. The more of it you have, the more of the vote share you effectively control. Neoliberalism seeks to break the chains that restrict unfettered capitalism, and as a result, it breeds plutocrats and oligarchs, not democracy. It's very easy to point the finger at Reagan and Thatcher, but the idea that it started and stopped with them distracts us from the fact that the same plutocratic forces behind their administrations are still around today, and they don't just back conservatives or Republicans. Everyone is a neoliberal now. Some of the most grotesque displays of neoliberalism often come from Democrats, Canadian Liberals, UK Labour, and similar parties. From Bill Clinton's repeal of FDR's Glass-Steagall Act, legislation designed to regulate the financial sector, the revocation of which played a role in the 2008 financial crash.
Glass-Steagall. Hype Train Level 5, Salicon, thank you for the 25 big ones after Bubblegum Bunny Girl's 100 big ones. Goddamn. We are all neoliberals now. Yes, neoliberalism is the hegemonic force of existence. It is the culture. It is everything. It is all of our politics. This is it. Post-Carter, every president has continued along with this agenda. That's why I always say everyone's a liberal.
To Tony Blair taking a neoliberal hatchet to the UK's beloved National Health Service, these displays of neoliberalism should not go unmentioned. And this brings me back to the question I asked at the start of this video. Why is it that instead of blaming the neoliberals running our failing economic system, the blame always gets dumped on marginalized groups? And the answer is simple. Because when we're conditioned to believe that hard work guarantees success, that the so-called winners and
the lie of meritocracy, another key plank of pro-capitalist propaganda, capitalism propaganda, the myth of meritocracy, the notion that if you work hard and you work smart, that you will get yours. Okay? You cannot overcome probability. I'm sorry. And the very few that do, I mean, there's no one that overcomes probability. That's not a real thing. Like, that's not. Anyone and everyone that has actually reached the point of success that they've reached under this current organization of the economy have reached that point due to luck. Did they work hard? Absolutely. Did they work smart? Absolutely. But they got a genuine, large amount of fucking luck, myself included. If meritocracy was real, then Elon Musk wouldn't exist. Like Elon Musk, who spends every waking moment tweeting and not really doing anything other than just be a rich guy who sits on top of multiple businesses at this point, why the fuck's he the wealthiest guy on the planet? Did he work harder and smarter than everybody else? No, of course not. It's mathematically impossible for him to work harder and smarter than every single person. There's not enough hours in the day. There's not enough brain advantage for someone like Elon Musk to acquire that level of wealth. It's just literally impossible. Okay? It is physically impossible. It's not a thing that you can do.
Overachievers will naturally rise and reap the rewards. It's a lot easier to scapegoat and outgroup when that promise falls apart than to question the system itself. It's reassuring to believe...
Yeah, if meritocracy was real, my father would be on the board of Ford, but he's still paycheck to paycheck after 4.5 decades of working for them. Exactly.
That all we need to do to live a fruitful life is work hard. But those who were told to work hard did work hard, and oftentimes found the results underwhelming. This creates an opening for fascistic, divisive rhetoric and strongmen to rise to power. We saw this with Trump, who blamed everything on immigrants and the swamp, but once he was in office, he did nothing but serve the same corporate interests. He slashed taxes for the wealthy, he boasts a horrendous anti-labor record, and on his last day of his first presidential term, he rescinded Executive Order 13770, lifting restrictions that had made it more difficult for government officials to transition between public office and the private sector, particularly in terms of lobbying. After all that talk about draining the swamp, we were left with an even more corrupt corporate shill who used populist rhetoric to stoke hatred and distract us from the real enemy. Do
neolibs actually believe this shit, or do they just pretend? Yes, of course they believe it. What do you mean? It is infinitely easier for someone like myself who has achieved a real amount of success under this current organization, the economy, to say, yeah, I got here because I fucking worked hard, baby. Because I'm brilliant. Because I worked smart and I worked hard. The fuck? No, people in positions of power truly believe that they earned it. They earned it through blood, sweat, and tears. They earned it through their work. They worked hard. They worked smart. And the saddest part about it is that people who are not in those positions, people who do not actually have any capital whatsoever, also believe that those guys earned it. That's why I always compare like capitalism to the exact same motivating principles under that maintained theocratic monarchies. That's why I always joke about the peasant brain. Right? When I say like these guys have serf brains, this is what I'm talking about. Why is the king the king? Because God told all of us. God controls every aspect of our lives, and God said he's supposed to be the chosen one. He's supposed to lead. That's it. And every facet of society was regurgitating that propaganda at the time, and every institution that had any semblance of power had that power because they worked not to overthrow the existing hierarchy, but to defend it. All the lords were also chosen by the king that was chosen by God. Meritocracy is that same lie. Now, in the absence of this association with God, we have to think about meritocracy. Meritocracy is that lie that holds everything together. It's the glue that holds everything together.
liberalism. If you think this video is going to end with me calling for a return to Keynesian economics or a push towards social democracy, then you would be mistaken. Social democracy would undoubtedly improve the lives of many people living within it, but it does not adequately address the underlying issue. It's still capitalism, and therefore it is still animated by the profit motive and not human well-being. If we look back at the era where Keynesian economics ruled supreme, say in the US for instance, yes, the quality of life domestically was better. However, it's very easy to forget the fact that That way of life was paid for with the blood and sweat of the developing world. Capitalism, fundamentally, is a system founded on colonial looting and the transformation of natural resources into private property. As President Eisenhower was blessing his population with a 91% top marginal tax rate and a 52% corporate tax rate, his administration was overthrowing democratically elected leaders in Guatemala, Iran, and more, just to turn those countries into outposts where American interests could siphon away the wealth and exploit the labor and resources. So yes.
This is why, this is the extent of social democracy, where social democracy offers a lifeline to capitalist exploitation and capitalists in general. But we don't even need to dream about that future in America, because obviously unfettered greed has created an environment where these guys don't even want to do that anymore. Like old libertarians used to call welfare riot tax, okay? Because they understand that if people's material conditions worsen to such a degree that they will fucking riot. They will violently overthrow their masters. Nowadays, as that riot tax erodes to make way for super profits, they're looking for an alternative vision now. They're looking at a different way of enforcing control, making sure that dissent is suppressed. But the conditions are terrible now. Why don't we riot? It's not bad enough. It's not bad enough yet. As long as you still have your treats at a relatively affordable manner, then you're not, you're not there yet.
Although he was taxing the rich domestically and funding social programs, we often forget about all the exploitation abroad that Keynesianism or social democracies not only fail to address, but oftentimes thrive off of. Social democracy is essentially a compromise. It occurs when a capitalist state, often through tripartite negotiations, brings labor and capital together to strike a deal while emphasizing social programs and safety nets. The issue with this is that capital is still the force with all the real political pull. If capitalists decide to claw back workers' gains because their margins are looking a little thin, the state will have to side with them or else risk things like capital strikes. In practice, social democracies are still beholden to private interests. We can see in some of the Nordic countries today this very phenomenon occurring. Sweden is clawing back a lot of its social democratic policies and spiking on the Gini coefficient, a measure of income inequality. So, although social democracies are preferable to neoliberalism, and although I consider social democrats friends of mine, I think we can do a little better. Social democracy, at the end of the day, is still capitalism. The plunder of the third world will be and has been at the heart of the capitalist mode of production.
Yeah, and as long as capitalism remains, imperialism will also remain as well. There's no way to continue capitalism without consistently enslaving the global south. Just not anything you can do. And that structure exists at the domestic level as well. That's how social democracies fall apart at the domestic level too, because capitalism is endless greed. So no matter how hard you try to regulate it, ultimately those with a tremendous amount of power are going to turn around and force deregulation down the line, force austerity down the line.
For centuries, all the neoliberal era did was bring some of that exploitation back home. When I talk about liberalism leading to fascism, it's not because I think all the ideas from liberal thinkers or the Enlightenment era are bad. I don't. Concepts like empiricism, anti-dogmatism, rationality, and freedom are great. However, the economic model that emerged from the Enlightenment era was capitalism, which I believe jeopardizes the very principles I just mentioned. Whether it takes the form of Keynesian liberalism, where the majority of the burden is placed on the developing world, or neoliberalism, where that suffering makes its way back home, the embrace of capitalism by liberals will lead to the demise of the very ideals of freedom and democracy they claim to uphold. We've seen this in Pinochet's Chile, where the interests of capital were protected by violence. We've seen it during the Reagan-Thatcher era, where the will of moneyed interests began to brazenly take priority over the will of the majority. It's not what a healthy democracy is supposed to look like.
It's a great video by Overzealots. Incredible channel. Anne, buradan istediğiniz bir şey var mı? Sor Murat'a, al. Buradan istediğiniz bir şey varsa oradan al, yoksa ben sipariş vereceğim. Ondan sonra siz ne istiyorsanız alın. Ama çabuk ne olur, acım. Oh my god. My whole family is here, so they're like it's all over the place. Okay.
Episode is brought to you by Audible. Start the timer. I've got like 20 minutes tops to cover socialism, communism, corporatism, fascism, Nazism, the Great Depression, German politics under the Weimar Republic.
This is Were the Nazis Socialist by Second Thought.
The Third Reich, and of course, Hitler. So we genuinely have no time to spare. This video won't cover every aspect of the Nazi regime, that'd be impossible, but rather make a pretty limited argument with as much evidence as I can fit in this video. That argument is that the Nazis were not socialists. Let's jump in. There's a good chance you've heard that the Nazis were socialists. They were not. But that hasn't stopped Crowder from saying it before, nor does it stop Shapiro. And D'Souza even got to say it on PragerU. And as much as that would make it seem like this take is limited to online dweebs, real-life dweebs are just as guilty. Somehow, this take has made its way to Congress,
National Socialist German Workers' Party,
and the EU.
It's so funny because it's like, I guess Night of the Long Knives was just leftist infighting. That's what was going on. Classic. Those classic socialists that openly, actively murdered socialists.
Parliament, where this happened.
The Nazis were national.
Let me tell you something, okay? If the Nazis were actually fucking socialists, liberals would not have capitulated to them, okay? Liberals would have fought them tooth and nail. As a matter of fact, that's precisely what they did with the actual socialists and the communists and the trade unionists, as a matter of fact. So that's how you know those motherfuckers were not socialists, okay? But there's also a lot of, a lot of things that the Nazis did that is anti-socialist in general, and we'll talk about that too.
National Socialists. It's a strain of socialism. So let's not pretend it's...
As you just heard in that clip, usually the argument for calling the Nazis socialists boils down to, well, it's in their name. Nazi is short for this, which in English translates to this. And because it says socialist right there, this is supposedly enough proof that the Nazis were socialists and that therefore socialism is evil. It's a take on par with running to a public bathroom and snacking on that little blue puck because it has cake in its name. But there's a lot wrong
Yummy. Tasty.
with this take, and it starts with the problem of definition. Conservative...
That's a good one too, bro. Poo in shampoo doesn't mean there's poo in it. Yeah, I mean, look, you can also ask liberals if they think the Democratic People's Republic of Korea is democratic. That's the one that they will, that's the one that immediately cause people to go, okay, maybe that's not the case, you know?
Don't know, or more likely, purposefully obscure what socialism is, since that allows them to use the term for anything they want. Usually, to equate it with the most destructive political regime the world has ever seen. So, let's actually define socialism. Socialism is a society in which the means of production are held in common. Lots of jargon there, so let's clear it up. Under capitalism, our current economic model, the means of production are held in private. Factories, businesses, and all the other industries that produce things and services of value for society are owned by individuals or a small handful of individuals. We call these people capitalists. Thanks to this ownership over the means of production, which from now on I'll just call private property, capitalists get a lot of privileges.
Which is different than personal property, for the record. That's the other common meta where people will be like, oh, the socialists want to come take your toothbrush. You can't even have a toothbrush. It's like, no. Private property is not the same as personal property. My house, for example, would be personal property. Okay? If I were to move out of this house, purchase another one, and then rent this one out as a landlord, it would be private property. Private property is property that you own with the express purpose of engaging in capital accumulation. Just so you guys understand. That's what that little note explained on the screen as well. I'm just describing it to you. Okay? This is the distinction. The idea that like no one should have ownership over anything is stupid. That is not the argument that socialists make. Maybe some people make that argument, but they're fucking insane. Okay?
Namely profit, and have a large degree of authority. They are not elected to their role or representative of society in any meaningful way. Capitalists just own stuff. And that means they can make any number of decisions concerning work.
What if you work out of your room like you're not meant to be a gotcha? What are you talking about? Oh my God. Okay. Chatter. I'm working out of this room. It is still my house that I live inside of. Okay? If you take fucking calls from, when you work for a company and you take calls from your home or you work from home, that doesn't turn into private property. The distinction is making money without actually working. Capital accumulation. Capital accumulation is when you make money without working. Okay? When you put your money in the stock market, that's capital accumulation. Why are you always so angry? Because it's like a super basic, it is a super basic designation. Renting out your space would be a form of private property, a form of capital accumulation. And there's also room for that as well. The difference, of course, is landlords over like regular real estate that people need to survive. This would be a great example of, this would be a perfect example of capital accumulation through private property. Chatter asks, what if there wasn't an accusation there? What if Chatter's feelings got hurt, big dog? Like you got to add so much extra info to that question too? What are you saying?
Privileged social status, and can heavily influence politics without much accountability. At the end of the day, the only
yeah, it is accumulating value regardless of being rented out or just say your fucking TV or gaming PC. Exactly. Your car is your personal property. Purchase a fleet of cars and rent them out to people. You're not working. It's just it's generating value for you. It turns into private property. But even then, it's not. Even then, it doesn't. I'm getting a headache. That's why I have a short fuse. I'm sorry.
The thing capitalists are accountable to is profit, and making more of it than their competitors. If capitalists so choose, they can make more profit by slashing wages, extending working hours, or worsening working conditions, and they're just allowed to. The people who work for them, basically everybody else on planet Earth, are usually only able to resist these decisions up to a point. If workers don't agree with the decisions their employers make, it's not like they can elect a new boss or make the decisions themselves. In the balance of power, capitalists are clearly on top. So if workers refuse to carry out their boss's decisions, they run the risk of getting fired, with all the horrible consequences that can bring. Ultimately then, the choice offered up by capitalism is either you agree with your boss, the unelected figure whose primary objective is getting more money, often at your expense, or you suffer the consequences. To pay for shelter, food, and healthcare, you need to agree to the terms set by at least one capitalist and sign a job contract. There is no other option. And wouldn't you know it, there's a whole channel dedicated to the various awful consequences of this economic model. Socialism radically opposes this fundamental characteristic of capitalism. Under socialism, individual ownership is substituted by collective ownership. In other words, workers own and operate the factories, businesses, and so on themselves. It's like a union on steroids. Decisions are not made by random individuals with capital trying to get more of it, but rather through democratic institutions guided by the concrete goals of improving people's lives, not simply making the number bigger and assuming the two things go together. In practice, collective ownership can take many forms, like a centrally planned economy, a network of freely associated communes, a system of co-ops, A mix of these things, or even a whole different set of things entirely? There's no one universally agreed upon answer to how this system should be organized, and it's one of the biggest things socialists talk about. One thing is very clear though, and it's that the economy should not be run with two separate classes of owners and workers. The class system should be abolished entirely, and the decisions society makes around work and production should not be guided by profit, but by democracy. Socialism is, at its very basic level, nothing more than this. Either the means of production are owned privately, and it's capitalism, or they are owned collectively, and it's socialism. Honestly, I just went really fast, so if you want a video dedicated to the definition of these terms, here's a good one I like to recommend. There, that wasn't so bad, right? With this definition, we now have a test. To figure out if the Nazis were socialists, we can examine their discourse and their actions, and determine if they supported socialist causes, resisted capitalism and sought to abolish private property, or on the contrary, if they supported capitalism. But first, the obvious stuff. One of the first things Nazis did when Hitler took office as German Chancellor was get rid of the socialists. Using as a pretext a fire in the German parliament, Hitler triggered a state of emergency and kicked into high gear his repressive politics against both Jewish people and communists. Members of the Communist Party,
which they also saw as like, you know, Jewish. That's the other thing, which was that, you know, communism was seen as like Jewish trickery.
were tracked down and imprisoned by Nazi police. The party itself was functionally outlawed, removed from parliament, and its members were pushed into either exile or prison. In fact, the sudden boom in prison populations from targeting the communists led to the creation of some of the first concentration camps, filled with socialists before becoming one of the
Judeo-Bolshevism, Jewish communism, Jewish socialism, Jewish Marxism, cultural Marxism. Interesting. Interesting. How did that? Wow. Language evolves, you know?
Major sites of the Jewish genocide. Soon enough, this repression of political opponents would go beyond the communists and extend further right to the Social Democratic Party. In the end, both parties that represented labor in the German parliament, whether revolutionary or reformist, were cut out of the political process entirely. All this was part of Hitler and the Nazis' plan against so-called Judeo-Bolshevism, the name of the conspiracy theory which claimed that socialism was nothing more than a Jewish plot to undermine so-called ethnic German society. To complete this effort, Hitler also cracked down on organized labor. Union leaders and prominent members were hunted down in much the same way the communist politicians were, and were beaten, killed, and imprisoned en masse by Nazi stormtroopers. All trade unions were first occupied,
Donald Trump working at McDonald's,
then banned, except for the German Labor Front, a union created and functionally controlled by the Nazi Party. Collective bargaining and strikes were gone, and all that was left of the labor movement was the puppet union the Nazi Party had set up, which failed even the most basic function of a labor union by bringing employees and employers under the same roof. The whole purpose of labor unions is to be a force of opposition to capitalist authority. Making the two share an institution effectively kills any leverage that workers have, and this was, of course, the point. On top of all this, the deaths and the destruction, the GLF's leader was appointed by the Nazi Party, not by union members, and therefore, the organization heavily tipped the scale towards capitalists. In just a few short months, the Nazis had destroyed labor militancy altogether. But that's not all. You might remember that the Nazis were famous.
Oh yeah, nowadays they don't say Judeo-Bolshevism, they say Islamo-leftism, right? Le wokisme. Islamo-leftism. That's the thing that, because European fascists, they need an enemy. They need an outsider enemy, you know what I mean? You gotta have one. L'islamo-gauchisme. That's what it is.
As for their book burnings. Unsurprisingly, these same anti-socialist politics were obvious there too. Many of the authors whose books were burned were central figures in socialist politics.
Wait, I thought they were My favorite political commentator said that they were burned because the books were written in Jewish. I don't know if I agree with what this guy is saying.
Like Karl Marx, Friedrich Engels, Vladimir Lenin, Rosa Luxemburg.
Wait, so these guys didn't write in Jewish?
Leon Trotsky, and many others. A conscious effort was made by the Nazi Party and their sympathizers to destroy socialist literature because, generally speaking, the Nazis were desperate to destroy just about every outlet for socialist politics. All told, these measures are why that famous poem starts with the line, "First they came for the communists." That is just what the Nazis did. They crushed the parties that championed socialist politics, the books that legitimized these politics analytically, and the labor movements that brought these politics into the world by giving workers power. But all these events have been brushed under the rug or presented by conservatives as nothing more than socialist infighting, based on evidence?
Heard left-wing brothers say shit like, if Muslims or brown people come here, that will turn Europe fascist, so I'm against them. Yeah, that's a liberal talking right there. Oh my God, a social fascist, if you will. Because that's the guy that says, look, I'm not racist, but other people are racist, and they'll be racist if more of the inferior race comes here. And then it will be impossible to combat these other races. Not me, I'm not. The idea that you shouldn't be actively combating that kind of rhetoric, but instead caving and capitulating to that kind of rhetoric and saying it is actually not the growing racist movement that is responsible for the racism, but instead people to be racist too, is ridiculous. Yeah, it's cultural Marxism in the U.S. and Islamo-Marxism in France specifically, and also with Persian Shah supporters.
Which it clearly wasn't. Socialists are usually not too keen on burning Marx's books or hunting down labor union leaders. And as a little bonus proof of this divide,
I hate libs, but don't use Stalinist terms for non-Stalinists, man. I don't care. If it's correct, it's correct. You know what I mean? What are you talking about? Like, I mean, he cooked on that one. He wasn't wrong on that one.
between socialists and Nazis, neither the Nazis nor the socialists ever considered themselves or each other to be part of the same political family, something they made very clear by their seats in the German parliament. But since this last point is only a little stronger than the "it's in their name" argument, let's go back to the more concrete stuff. The Nazis were both a tool of German capitalists and promoters of the capitalist economy. It's not simply that they crushed labor power and leftist politicians. They actively furthered the interest of capitalists at a time where capitalism was in a bit of a troubled spot, to put it mildly. The first thing we can look at to make these arguments is the institutional support from capitalists that the Nazis received. In short, quite a lot. German industrialists helped promote Hitler's rise to power in every way they could. Capitalists from some of Germany's largest economic sectors invested millions of Reichsmarks, upwards of $30 million today, to prevent the Nazi Party from succumbing to its financial difficulties and to help the party win elections. And to bolster their financial support with symbolic pressure, industry leaders also wrote and co-signed a letter sent to Hindenburg, then president of Germany, imploring him to appoint Hitler as chancellor to quell quote-unquote class antagonisms. In other words, large capitalists wanted Hitler's leadership to deal with the rise of socialism. Whether this support was decided.
This is why sometimes liberals will get really horny and will openly state that it was actually the growth of communist and revolutionary movements in Germany that created ample ground for the Nazi regime to take power, which is kind of like what your quote-unquote social fascist leftist friend was saying about the people becoming more racist because, you know, Muslims are coming into the country. We can't let Muslims come into the country because we can't have these people become more racist. Okay, so you agree with what their agenda is, which is to not let people come into the country. that they have declared inferior. You might not think that they're inferior, but it kind of feels like kind of feels like you do think that they might be a little inferior, What liberals are saying that? What do you mean? Oh, dude. Back in the day, I used to do a lot more history or theory-focused streams where liberals would actively say that. Like, I've duped it out with liberals. I'm shocked that there isn't actually a liberal in here right now still advocating for this, claiming that it was actually how scary the communists were that made liberals lean into the Nazi party.
Decisive in Hitler's victory is up for debate. But what is undeniable is that it proves the close relationship between the two camps. And this relationship served a purpose. The Great Depression, the economic burden of the Treaty of Versailles, and the various bourgeois governments that ruled Germany under the Weimar Republic prompted more and more Germans to look for an alternative to capitalism. Specifically, they turned to socialism. Between 1928 and 1932, for example, the Communist Party more than doubled its membership. People were turning to the left en masse and at an unprecedented pace. The Communist Party was still a parliamentary minority, to be sure, but industrialists feared that these trends would continue and that socialism would come to end their monopoly over the means of production. What's more, German workers had recently won the right to unionize and secured the 8-hour workday and unemployment insurance.
German Revolution succeeds. Business plot fails still. FDR becomes an overt socialist. They pack up Imperial Japan fairly quickly. And Italy is dealt with as well. Good timeline. The world has evolved beyond capitalism. Global communism. Global fully automated communism is implemented. Stalin helped Spain. I mean, that is such an alternative vision of history that, like, it's fucking impossible to imagine, because now you're thinking the USSR doesn't have 20 million dead. Like, the sky's the limit at that point. No longer as nowhere near as paranoid, and has significantly more power. China is completely controlled and instantly controlled by Maoists. Very different timeline.
No one knew how far these trends would go, and capitalists couldn't afford to find out. It is in this context that the Nazis and industrialists found common ground, with the industrialists hoping the more authoritarian character of the fascist platform would be used to quell labor, and the Nazis hoping to use the industrialists' funds to conquer power and enact their reactionary, anti-Semitic program. Okay, so far we have two strong pieces of evidence for the capitalist character of the Nazis: the political repression of labor parties and unions, and the institutional support of the capitalist class. That's pretty good, but we can do even better by looking at what the German economy was like during Nazi rule, and how it differed from the economy of other capitalist nations and socialism. Nazis were big on privatization, the process of taking publicly owned companies and services and handing them over to capitalists. To quote a paper on the topic, "It is a fact that the government of the Nazi Party sold off public ownership in several state-owned firms in the mid-1930s. These firms belonged to a wide range of sectors: steel, mining, banking, local public utilities, shipyards, ship lines, railways, etc. In addition, the delivery of some public services that were produced by the government prior to the 1930s, especially social and labor-related services, was transferred to the private sector. In doing so, they went against the mainstream trends in the—
What happened? The great privatizer? Is that socialism, I guess? Socialism is when you cooperate with capitalists and also undermine labor unions, kill socialists, put them in concentration camps, and then privatize formerly state-owned sectors. This is real socialism, I think.
In the Western capitalist.
Yeah, if this is socialism, then Trump is a socialist, I guess. Maybe a national socialist of the Hitler variety, it seems.
Countries, none of which systematically reprivatized firms during the 1930s. The Nazis were unique in their commitment to privatize, and the economic landscape that resulted from this process, and Nazi rule more generally, ended up being a particular variant of capitalism. The Nazis ensured that capitalist ownership would continue under their rule, and even encouraged it with the privatizations process. Free market principles still applied to large sectors of the economy, and organized labor was out of the picture. But the Nazis retained the ability to guide economic production when it suited their needs, usually to promote imperialist or wartime goals. This is not unusual. Even the US took the reins on production during the war. But this will often get brought up as an argument that the Nazis were somehow socialists, despite clearly expanding the privatization process and balancing that with the necessity to organize the war. To summarize then, more privatization, some state direction, no labor resistance, and plenty of capitalists. What results is an economy that could only be called socialism if your definition of socialism never addressed the question of private property. In other words, the most basic concern of socialist politics.
Yeah.
And if you believe that all socialism is when the government does stuff.
So the only reason why Nazis call themselves socialists is just to appeal to the general public? Yes. Yes. This is why I've always been particularly fearful of the dangerous propaganda coming from the Tucker Carlsons of the world, who understand that there is left populism, who understand that there is a lot of momentum for left populism, and will use it to drive home their dangerous agenda of nationalism. Yes. Because the reality of the matter is, nationalism not only is a dangerous idea, but if you were to look at it, if you were to just like remove morality from this equation for a brief moment, it is diametrically opposed to any kind of socialist agenda. Like, nationalism is pure idealism. It's not materialist at all. The notion that you are a superior race or you are a superior nation, like, this is ridiculous. It's not real. I don't know how else to describe it. It's just fucking fake bullshit that you've told yourself over and over again until you fucking believe it because you're a fucking loser and you need to hold on to some ideal that, like, no, you were destined for more, and then they just like robbed you of your potential somehow. That's it. That's it. It's just not a real concept. It's just completely made up. I am a firm and committed believer that every single person, and not even a committed believer, I guess, more so like the observable reality that, you know, every single person is who they are and who they become directly as a consequence of their material conditions. The more liberalized version of that sentiment is something that you hear from the field of sociology, or even something that liberals also will say from time to time, which is your zip code determines your future. Your zip code is a better predictor of your future than anything else. The zip code that you were born into. Like the house that you grew up in. Because it's true. Are there fuck-ups along the way? Certainly, but ultimately, your family's financial circumstances, your level of affluence, like, it plays a very important role in where you get and who you become. I myself am a living, breathing example of this. My beginnings are affluent. My family lost all of its wealth by the time I got to college. And look where I'm at now. The only reason why I was able to get to this point is because I think when I was growing up, I had the best education and never had to worry about the economic pressures and having to work while also keep up with school, things of that nature. This is like, this all plays a very important role in the fact that I was born in the United States of America, like to have citizenship. These are all incredibly important aspects of how I was able to get to the point that I got to. That's all shit that I didn't do personally, you know?
A grossly misguided definition of socialism that would make every society on Earth, for almost all of human civilization, socialist. Nazi Germany was capitalist, and the Nazis made sure of that. Of course, while this whole video has been making a strong case for the Nazis were not socialist argument, it's important to note a few—
But you're still a wealth hoarder, so that means you're a part of the capitalist problem? Yes, I am a wealth hoarder. Yeah. You cracked the code, chatter. You did. Thank you for the 1 month that you have given me. $5. I'm your enemy. I promise. Dude. I'm the guy that you should be mad at. You're right. That was gifted. Okay, well. I'm curious if Hasan feels that the wealth they hoard is combated by claiming to be humanist. Would a humanist hoard wealth from other humans? People should not be afraid of their governments. Governments should be afraid of their people. MAGA is Rage Against the Machine. Wow, what the fuck? This guy's all over the place. Not $5, $6. Mickey Baby the Prince. Allowing me to hoard even more wealth with the 20 gifted subs. Thank you. Are those CI videos in the React pipeline? While I don't think you're my enemy, I think you lose some people by the fact of your wealth. Yes, my friend, those people are stupid. What the fuck do you want me to do? Live in a hovel? Like, what is this? It's so stupid. Like, what kind of house I live in, or the housing market that is completely outside of my control, that greatly overinflates the value of this house, even though I consistently advocate to lower housing prices, which would technically lower the value of my house as well. But I don't give a fuck about that because I'm not using this house as a financial vehicle to accrue more wealth, but instead as shelter. Hold on. I have a headache. It's aesthetics. It's optics. It's how you make your money that matters, and it's what you do with all of the time and all of the free time that I have that matters. And I don't know why people still do that over and over again. I don't know why. I mean, I guess I get it. It's propaganda. But it's so funny because people that say this, and I repeated this before, it's like people say, oh, dude, you claim to be a socialist and yet you have money. This is diametrically opposed to socialism. It's not, but let's just entertain that notion for a second. And yet here you are, a worker defending capitalism, defending the capitalist system. Or even if you're not, your demand is that I advocate for what you declare is my class position. You're saying, hey, you should be like the other rich guys and demand that the system that gives you so much continue to give you more. Why are you not doing that? I'm not doing that because I don't believe that. It's that simple. Ludwig's friend Stans made a video about your wealth a few days ago. Wait, really? The fuck? I'll never forgive you for owning a home. House on Piker.
Few slightly more valid counter-arguments, and why they don't ultimately change this conclusion. For starters, like all political parties, the Nazis had internal divisions. And it's true that some of the party's notable early members had anti-capitalist motivations, and even disagreed with the general pro-capitalist direction of the party and Hitler himself. However, the reason this fact is not ultimately damning to our greater argument is that these anti-capitalist Nazis were still fiercely and primordially nationalistic and racist, and therefore in contradiction with the internationalist and egalitarian ideals baked into socialist politics.
You watched this, but not the video of the guy Hamas just killed? Kek W? Wait, what? What the fuck? What are you even saying? Are you okay? Why did you say Kek W after that too? What?
But perhaps more convincing than a theoretical inconsistency is
no, you should be using the wealth you've accumulated to provide for those without. Great. That's a great suggestion. I do that already. Is this yet another moment where because you don't see it, that means it's not happening? Is that what is going on? It's turned into yet another instance where like I didn't see you. So I think it's not happening and it's your fault. Is that what it is? It's also funny because it's like, I've talked about this before, where charity is not socialism. If I were to be able to get a bunch of other people and get them all together and say, hey, we're making a pact and we're just turning ourselves into a 501c3. Okay. That would not even put a dent in the financial inequalities that will persist in the aftermath of that. Redistributive policies such as that one, especially from like individuals of my level of wealth and not even like the Elon Musks of the world, will not solve these systematic problems that persist. Everything that I do works to try and undermine the current systems that are causing this level of wealth inequality by trying to do as much awareness as possible. Having said that, I still do a good deal of that, a good deal of mutual aid.
Is the fact that these anti-capitalist Nazis all became irrelevant.
Ironically enough, when I do that, people say I do it for show. That's the other side of this equation. I do it privately, they say you don't do it. I do it publicly, they say you're doing it for show. Why don't you do it privately? I do it privately, and then it comes out later down the line. People just kind of don't talk about that. So there's not really... This is precisely the reason why I always say to others who come to me and ask me like, oh, why? Well, people always chirp at me like for doing this and doing that. I'm like, just do fucking right by others, man. Who cares about all the noise? Fuck them.
To the Nazi project almost immediately. The few which even existed in the first place were either convinced by Hitler to abandon these anti-capitalist positions, as was the case for Goebbels, or were killed in the Night of Long Knives, early on in the Nazi Party's rule. If the Nazi Party ever had a trace of socialist politics, it was gone by the time it mattered, and the party freely embraced the preservation of a capitalist economy once in power. Secondly, this video started with a long and frank...
I think people just fucking hate you because you're well off. I don't think people hate me, but those who do don't hate me because I'm well off. Those who do hate me because of what I'm saying while also being well off. Because there's a million people out there that are well off, but don't spend every fucking waking moment trying to do agitative propaganda. I always use the example of, what's his face? Like, the dude with the sexy voice that plays video games. What was his name? I'm forgetting. Oh my God, I'm blanking out. He's a Markiplier. Markiplier is a perfect example of someone who is infinitely more well off than myself, but he doesn't brand himself as a socialist. Why the fuck should he? He keeps his political positions close to his chest, but is a genuinely really good guy, a really nice guy. Okay? And for that reason, ain't nobody's getting mad at him for whenever he comes out and does something nice. Nobody turns around and goes, oh, he's just doing it because he's fake, he's a phony. And I don't think so either, by the way. I think he's just a good dude, right? But nobody has that same level of smoke for him. You know? Y'all can make any excuse and narrate to yourselves whatever insanity you would like. Wealth hoarding is the problem. Wealth hoarding is a problem. You're not wrong about this. But the solutions to wealth hoarding, you are wrong on. Wealth hoarding is a problem born out of systematic enforcement. It's a failure of the system. Just like every homeless person is an indication that the system has failed, every billionaire is an indication that the system has also failed. So your solution to this is to yell at a Twitch streamer who's trying to unlock class consciousness. So stop doing it. I'm not doing it. You're fucking stupid. I don't know how else to describe this to you. You just don't like the fancy, flashy shit that you see on screen. That's it. How is this yelling? I'm not. Wait, what? Yes. I had these exact same beliefs when I didn't have money, and people said, you're just projecting rage onto me is hilarious. Okay, man. All right. You're right. It seems like you're a little bit upset because you think you're suggesting that I'm doing this thing that I'm not doing. And you're doubling, tripling, quadrupling down and hyper-focusing on this. And I don't know how to get you to understand. I'm trying to be as charitable as possible to you. But I don't think it's happening. I don't think it's gonna happen. Maybe. Anyway. As I was stating earlier, wealth hoarding and wealth inequality is born out of capitalism. It is a normal part of the process. It's a normal outcome of the process. Okay? So you have to undermine and change the way that the system works in order to tackle this issue. Have a good day, chat. Thanks for being so willing to have the conversations. I like that he's not even talking to me now. He's like, chat is having a good conversation with him. I'm not. Because I'm a bad guy.
Boring definition of socialism for a reason. I did this on purpose because although Hitler had the word socialism in the name of his party, he also made every effort to distance this word from its original definition, a trick which we continue to see used today to try and associate the Nazis with socialist politics. Hitler wanted nothing to do with the actual definition of socialism, the abolishing of private property. So he made sure the word would only ever mean something else to his audience. Whether that was by calling real socialism a Jewish conspiracy, captured in the phrases Judeo-Bolshevism and Jewish Marxism.
It seems like he's giving his heart out here. It feels like he's giving his heart out. Y'all are in a cult. It's shocking. Chatter. I hope you have a great day.
Or to redefine the word into some vague form of nationalism.
I think you just want to be heard, and it's fine. I think that's a very normal, very human need. You want to be heard. You want to feel like a human. You want to draw some reaction out of people. Now, you can do that in a positive way, or you can do that in a negative way. You're doing a negative one. You should try and do it in a positive way. Okay?
Like in the passages I'm putting up on screen, Hitler was intent on socialism becoming a hollow vessel for his politics, a marketing tool that he could use to trigger mass appeal and play up nationalist sentiments without ever delivering socialist politics. Finally, there are plenty of other things I wish this video could have touched on. The writings of Mussolini on the nature of fascism and the anti-communist belief that animated it, some quotes on screen right now, the social Darwinism of fascist ideology that legitimized capitalist hierarchy and made a socialist economy antithetical to fascist projects, the reactionary patriarchal, anti-Semitic, and homophobic beliefs that inform Nazi politics, and plenty of claims made by the right about the Nazis that completely misrepresent Nazi rule. But with only 20 minutes and a schedule of one video a week, this is pretty much as far as I can go.
The Nazi dismantling of constitutional law. I kind of want to watch this as well, because I feel like this will be instructive. Maybe we'll see some analogs in this.
In a step-by-step process, the National Socialist government dismantled constitutional law, usurped justice, and created a lethal totalitarian system that soon engulfed Germany and all of Europe. Redefining the nation as a pure political and biological organism, the Nazi government imposed legislation that reinforced its ideological program in all aspects of German life, with a focus on race, business, religion, and medicine.
Adolf Hitler is dead. He is dead, and how he died, the world little cares. For Hitler's death, millions have prayed, and millions are now thankful for justice. 1920, Hitler began. He was considered just a joke then, a raving crackpot.
Who else was considered just a joke when they initially ran for office? You know, telegenic man who was also zesty, just like young Adolf.
At the dawn of the National Socialist Party in Munich in 1923, a little-known Austrian political upstart by the name of Adolf Hitler naively attempted to overthrow the Weimar government of President Friedrich Ebert. Historically, the Bavarian beer...
Sad to see people glad that somebody died. Oh, guys, it's really messed up that everyone is celebrating the death of Adolf Hitler. It's really messed up. It's, wow, so much for the tolerant left once again. He had a wife, okay? That's a person who had a family, all right?
served as a locale of camaraderie and occasional ideological meetings.
The beer hall putsch took place in November of 1923. The Weimar Republic, which started out in 1920, was in crisis. Certainly the Weimar Republic had all kinds of obstacles to try to overcome. Its leaders were seen as responsible for Germany's surrender in World War I, which no one in Germany expected. They were also seen as responsible for the Versailles Treaty, which all Germans felt was incredibly unfair, even though both the surrender and the need to sign that treaty were really dictated by the generals, who felt that Germany could not sustain further military action.
On November 8th, with 600 stormtroopers led by Ernst Röhm, Hitler descended upon the Bürgerbräukeller and shouted out, "The national revolution has broken out. The hall is surrounded." After several speeches by putsch leaders,
Americans got real horny when they hered the term burger. They got, oh my God, all the Amerifats in the chat rising up. They're like, man, what's going on here? These guys, did they have some good ideas? I don't get it. I don't get it. They said burger. I love burger.
Hitler left, wrongly believing the revolution had begun.
If you love history, then you will love History Hit, our extensive library of documents.
Having created a political movement out of what was a very small German Workers' Party, Adolf Hitler, inspired by what Benito Mussolini had done in Italy, where he had been able to organize a march on Rome, which put him in a position of power, felt that he could do the same thing. Now, in his case, he had to start from Munich in Bavaria, which is where the Nazi Party had begun and built itself up. And his plan was twofold. He was going to coerce the leaders of Munich and Bavaria into moving out of his way, and he was then going to march on Berlin.
At 11 a.m. on November 9th, Hitler and his followers attempted to take over Munich.
Why is it always men who want to be a tyrant? I mean, there were girl bosses, you know. Margaret Thatcher comes to mind.
Public buildings.
Burgles, thank you for the 100 gifted subs. Oh my God. Burgles. We got burgers left and right, dude. Everybody.
And army, alerted to the Nazi Party's actions, fired upon the marchers. This left 16 Nazi martyrs whose blood soaked the swastika banner of the newly formed Nazi Party.
In 1923, there was a great deal of economic turmoil in Germany, and Hitler decided to seize the occasion to try to dismantle the democratic process in Germany and essentially establish a dictatorship. The interesting part of the beer hall putsch is that the putsch itself was so poorly disorganized that he never left the city limits, so that he ended up being tried in a local court. Had he made it outside of the city limits or even on his way to Berlin, he could have been tried for treason in the national court and in fact have faced a death sentence.
Nuremberg prison, where Hitler wrote his credo of hate during his imprisonment in 1924, following the unsuccessful beer hall putsch. This was a hallowed shrine to official Nazis, but to American GIs, it's just a jail that Hitler never should have left.
Although Hitler was sentenced to 5 years in Landsberg prison, he was imprisoned less than 9 months, during which time he continued to build his party network and dictate his blueprint for the Nazi Party program. Mein Kampf provided the seminal ideas for the party's attack on Jews and communists, based upon political and racial laws.
Once Hitler realized that he wasn't going to be able to take power by force, he decided he had to use the political processes to attain power. And he manages to build the most successful political party in Weimar Germany and become the most successful leader. And you know, it's amazing because up until the elections of 1930, it doesn't look like he's getting anywhere. He had this idea, build it and they will come, that if he created the infrastructure for a wide-scale political movement, the opportunity would come along. He recruits, he develops propaganda techniques, he learns to use technology, he recruits a successful group of lieutenants. And when the Great Depression strikes, and once again the Weimar Republic is vulnerable, it is Hitler and the Nazis that are in this position to capitalize on that and move to power. But he had always said that he was going to use the Constitution to destroy the Constitution. And he was going to use the rules of the Republic to destroy the Republic. Certainly the Reichstag fire, which occurs in February of 1933, helps him.
chamber while deputies meet in Berlin Parliament is destroyed as a result of communist plot. Reichstag is gutted by red incendiaries.
Here you see the Reichstag, the German House of Parliament in Berlin, which has been seriously destroyed by fire.
Notice, dude, come on, I nailed that. I nailed that.
The Reichstagsfire was essentially the 9/11 of Germany. Adolf Hitler had been chancellor of the country for less than a month. There were crucial national elections a week away. And suddenly, this very symbol of German democratic process goes up in flames in an arson attack. The Nazis exploited this event to great effect. The Hitler government immediately blames the communists for this, and the next day Hitler approaches the president and he says, we need to suspend civil liberties. Hindenburg was hesitant, but ultimately...
Yeah, you gotta do it, man. You just gotta do it, you know? Because it's just... you gotta do it because these scary communists, dude, they're so violent, so dangerous, so scary. So scary.
Ultimately signed, and that essentially was the first major step in the dismantling of the democratic system. In the atmosphere that existed at that point, a lot of Germans were willing to sacrifice certain liberties for the sake of national security. And once again, I think, given what the United States went through after 9/11, I think one can understand that. And I'm not saying that the dynamics or even the situation was the same, but it can, if one wants to try to imagine what it was like in Germany at that point. Germany changed with the seizure of power in January 1933, dramatically, but not immediately. It was actually an extended process that the Germans called the Gleichschaltungsprozess.
Huh. So it wasn't like erosion, constitutional erosion. It wasn't overnight. And it seems like there was a lot of liberal capitulation along the way because they were too busy fighting the common enemy. Why is this hard going to them? Yeah, a lot of Tesla lovers over here, a lot of Elon Musk fans over here, just doing my heart goes out to you over and over again, it seems.
By labeling the Reichstag fire as a terrorist attack by the communists, Hitler convinced President Paul von Hindenburg to suspend all civil liberties.
Hindenburg did not like Hitler. He could not even stand to be in the same room with the man, but the political constellations of things were such that he appointed Hitler as chancellor. Hitler then, along with the other...
Okay, this documentary is like... This documentary is kind of wild in the way that it covers this process, because like the entire point that I wanted to arrive at, the entire thing that I wanted to drive home here was this, like him doing this, the capitulation from liberal opposition. And it's really fucking annoying that they just like kind of overlooked that. They just glanced over like, oh, he just hated him, but also he just decided to give him all the power. It is the compromise here that is a problem. And I think that many of these like mainstream documentaries and the way that people learn about this stuff doesn't actually feature this aspect of it. Like, this is just completely secondary, but it plays a formative role.
The Nazis set about systematically dismantling the various pieces of democratic process. some of it through legal means, some of it just subverting the system and ignoring certain laws.
The first major step in overthrowing the justice system occurred with the suspension of all civil liberties and the installation of protective custody, or Schutzhaft.
What happens in the enabling law is by this time, the Communist Party, as a result of the Reichstag fire, had been declared illegal. And that eliminates a powerful bloc of anti-Nazis from the Reichstag. At this point, Hitler goes to the Reichstag and asks for a 4-year dictatorial regime, which would suspend most civil liberties and virtually create a state of almost permanent emergency powers.
At the Kroll Opera House in March of 1933, Hitler proposed the law for removing the distress of Volk and Reich. To keep the folk secure, the communist ideological enemies were rounded up and imprisoned.
Hier wird eingesetzt, alles Handeln bestimmen. Das Volk lebt nicht für die Wirtschaft und die Wirtschaft existiert nicht für das Kapital, sondern das Kapital dient der Wirtschaft und die Wirtschaft dem Volk.
One of the pro-communist anti-Nazi lawyers caught in the web was Hans Litting, who had defended communists against the wrath of violent Nazis, even daring to question Hitler on the stand for 3 hours in a 1931 trial. Hitler never forgot what he viewed as humiliation at the hands of Litting, and eventually deemed the prominent attorney an enemy of the state. Sent to a concentration camp, this honorable half-Jewish attorney paid for his integrity.
Bro, you know what's kind of interesting about this, by the way? There's another parallel here where all the trials that took place, Donald Trump is quite literally currently singling out law firms that played a role in all of the trials that took place against him right now as we speak. And from what I understand, some of these law firms are doing the exact same thing that Columbia University did, the exact same thing that fucking Harvard did, and they are straight up giving in to whatever his demands are, saying they'll do pro bono work for Trump and the administration, shit like that, ahead of time because they're fearful that they might get prosecuted. So instead of putting up a fight, they're folding ahead of time without any sort of pushback whatsoever. Just like Columbia did, and just like Harvard recently did as well. It's crazy that it's happening in virtually identical terms. And sorry, hold on, let me get this chicken breast in here. And it feels like it's worse than last time, because at least in Nazi Germany, in this entire process, there were 800,000 Germans that were arrested for resisting against the government. Now, many of those Germans were obviously, you know, Jews, communists, socialists, and whatnot. And many of them were arrested specifically for the claim of resisting against the Nazi government, but they were, you know, falsely branded as resisting against it for the crime of being Jewish or whatever. But like, what's really interesting here is that like there is no fucking resistance whatsoever to Trump 2 right now. It's really horrifying.
Integrity. After 5 years of Nazi torture in a concentration camp, Liting committed suicide. In March 1933, in an effort to confine the enemies of the state, an old munitions plant on the outskirts of Munich became the first Nazi concentration camp. After targeting the communists, Hitler turned his attention toward his next enemy, the Jews. From that time on, virulent anti-Semitism dominated the philosophy of the fast-growing party throughout the 12-year Reich. Hitler's 25-point National Socialist Party stressed the importance of segregating Jews from Aryan society and soon led to abrogating all of their legal, civil, and political rights. On April 7, 1933, Parliament established its first major law to curtail the rights of Jewish citizens, the law for the restoration of the professional civil service. According to the Aryan paragraph, Jews were legally excluded from civil service positions. On the same day, a law was imposed that prevented Jews from admission to the bar. This legal assault had devastating consequences for Jewish lawyers. For the most part, Aryan attorneys were pleased, and few voiced any negative reaction to such violations of justice.
The history of Jewish lawyers in Nazi Germany really follows an arc from the unification of Germany in the 1870s through the Nazi era. With the unification of Germany, Jewish lawyers for the first time were allowed to enter into the legal profession. And they flowed into the legal profession, and they became very prominent in the legal profession. When the Nazis came into power in the winter of 1933, they immediately tried to reverse the emancipation of Jews and the liberal legal order which had allowed Jews to become part of it and in which Jews had played such an important role. The Nazis round up its opponents. It arrested within several days 4,000 of its political opponents. Among them were Jewish lawyers. But at that point, the Nazis were arresting its political opponents, not Jews as Jews, not Jewish lawyers as Jewish lawyers. But within several weeks, it became clear that the Nazis were going to target Jewish lawyers as well. There were attacks on courthouses organized by SA thugs who would enter into the courthouses, or would throw out Jewish lawyers, would throw out Jewish judges. Violence served a purpose for the Nazis. They used it to its full extent. They used it quickly, and they scared people. But the Nazis also realized that violence had its limits, and that they could also use law in order to promote their agenda.
Hitler claimed that Nuremberg was the most German of cities, with a tradition that aligned itself with the nationalism of the 1930s. Known from medieval times as a city that burned Jews at the stake, Nuremberg continued to fuel animosity during the Third Reich. The city hosted the party rallies and also served as the venue for the...
Yes, not to freak you guys out, but delayed autistic Guppy is correct. Even in the 1933 German elections, a third of the electorate were either SPD, socialist, or KPD, communist voters, comparatively zero class consciousness in America in 2025. So the situation is worse. There is no like real revolutionary sentiment or class consciousness among the American working class, which is part of the reason why it's much easier for Donald Trump than it was for Adolf Hitler, even back then. That's why there is no fucking resistance whatsoever, and not even demands for resistance to specific erosions. When you ask me, like, Hasan, it seems like some of the deportation policies are very popular amongst the Americans. This is part of the reason why.
Promulgation of the Nuremberg laws. Hitler used the 1935 National Socialist Party Congress in Nuremberg to launch these infamous race laws. For Hitler, blood purity ensured the vitality of the 1,000-year Aryan Reich.
We're not here yet. So, we haven't gotten here yet. And it won't happen in the exact same ways that it happened in Nazi Germany, where like racial purity and race laws. I don't think that that is like... Fascism requires an outgroup and the protection of an in-group. The outgroup is both simultaneously incredibly powerful and incredibly influential and is constantly dominating and making the in-group vulnerable, but it's also weak and parasitic. It doesn't necessarily have to be on the boundaries of ethnic identity or the boundaries of race either. It can be done on the boundaries of citizenship in the way that this administration is this administration is working on. It can be done on the boundaries of religion, but this time maybe not Jews, but instead Muslims. Like, understand that not everything is like a one-to-one. But what is important here is to recognize that there's a restructuring of pre-existing laws and the utilization of the existing institutions to suit your purpose. This is why we always say legality is no substitute for morality, that under in the South, under the Confederacy, before then, slavery was legal. Abolishing slavery was illegal. Freeing slaves was illegal. In Nazi Germany, after these race laws, you will see a whole bunch of insane things are considered legal, and a whole bunch of normal things that you would expect people to do, like sheltering Jews, for example, is considered illegal. So make no mistake, the new precedent-setting decisions that this administration is making is in a way utilizing the pre-existing system to change the court structure to one that suits their purpose. That is precisely the reason why I think these actions against the immigrant enforcement actions that this administration is taking are incredibly scary, because once the new precedent is set, then they can use the law to their benefit to say, well, this is criminal behavior. You're engaging in criminal behavior. You're sheltering an undocumented migrant, for example, or you've said something that we consider to be harmful and in opposition to our agenda. You've vandalized the Tesla. You've said something mean about Trump. These are all now enforceable criminal actions.
As defined in the Nuremberg laws of September 15th, 1935.
Der Erde die Menschen nährt und aus der Fruchtbarkeit seiner Familien die Nation fort erhält.
Hitler used the 1935 National Socialist Party Congress in Nuremberg to launch these infamous race laws.
By the way, if you are a student of American history, you might notice something very similar that you have probably learned about. And that is because Adolf Hitler ripped this shit from the United States of America, as a matter of fact. Straight up. The one-drop rule, blood quantum shit, all of that comes from us. He stole it from us. Straight up fucking bar for bar copy from the Jim Crow apartheid structure. Just so you understand.
In this way, the government revoked Reich citizenship for Jews and prohibited Jews from marrying or having sexual relations with individuals of German or related blood.
These Nuremberg laws, they were the ones that really prescribed citizenship for Jews. Citizenship was something that would be granted, like a license. Only citizens had rights of citizenship. The second law was about keeping the purity of race. And it begins by prohibiting any kind of marriage between an Aryan and a Jew. It spells it out. If there is already a marriage, it's invalid.
For the record, this literally exists in Israel too, which is kind of crazy. Like, Israel currently has this. Where you can only lose your Israeli, like, first-class citizenship status as an Israeli Jew if you can only downgrade. You can't upgrade. If you're Palestinian, if you're Muslim, you can't upgrade to, like, full-blown. Only under unique circumstances can you upgrade to a full-blown Israeli citizenship, and even in which case you won't be able to unless you're Jewish. It's technically not illegal for an Israeli Jew to marry a Palestinian living in the West Bank. They can do that. They just can't live together in Israel if they do that.
There were prescriptions, no kind of sexual relations. That was going to take a little bit of policing. And there was a provision that no non-German, Jewish or other.
Yeah, here. Israeli Knesset passes law barring Palestinian spouses. Israel's parliament on Thursday passed a law denying naturalization of Palestinians from the occupied West Bank or Gaza married to Israeli citizens, forcing thousands of Palestinian families to either emigrate or live apart. Hey, Hasan, I love how you haven't fallen off like everyone else. Thanks for that. I don't know what you mean by that. Who's fallen off? Like, that alone, that right there should be instantly. Like, if America were to pass a law such as that one, right? That right there is enough for people to be like, okay, this is fucking fascist. But when Israel has done it and has been doing it, no, most moral nation, moral democracy. They have to do that. Israeli rules say West Bank visitors must declare love interest. Foreigners must tell the Israeli Defense Ministry if they fall in love with a Palestinian in the occupied West Bank.
A female servant could be kept in the house of Aryans under 45. That was going to go into effect a little bit later. The bulk of the law went right into effect the next day.
Ist der Versuch der gesetzlichen Regelung eines Problems, das im Falle des abermaligen Scheiterns dann durch Gesetz zur endgültigen Lösung der nationalsozialistischen Partei übertragen werden müsste. Hinter allen drei Gesetzen steht die Partei und mit ihr und hinter ihr die deutsche Nation.
But yeah, going back to the citizen, non-citizen designation. This is why it is incredibly scary when you hear, I don't know, like Asmongold supporters and shit say stuff like, oh, well, non-citizens don't have due process. Non-citizens don't have rights. That is not true. That's wrong. And also, a violation of due process means you're fucking cooked regardless. That means your citizenship is up to whoever the enforcement is and how they feel at any given moment. Because if there's no due process, you can't defend yourself. You can't even prove your citizenship. So that means anyone and everyone is a non-citizen.
with these laws, there was so much exclusion. Jews were really being excluded from public life. They had no rights.
It didn't matter whether you were a religious Jew or not to Hitler. If you had a quarter to an eighth of your background Jewish, you were Jewish. So it wasn't a religious thing. It was a racial, ethnic. And so if you had a Jew, even if you converted, you were still Jewish according to the racial laws, based on your background, based on your lineage. And so it was a eugenic and genetic and hereditary. And it was all caught up in social Darwinism, but it was a genetic, and that was a different kind of anti-Semitism.
For the record, the reason for this evolution is also because that's just how fascism is. There's an endless thirst for domination. It needs constant enemies, which is why it's inherently a suicidal ideology. There has to, look at all these, by the way, look at all these people giving their heart out. Yeah. Why is Hitler doing the Elon salute? I don't know. I guess he also was a big fan of car manufacturing, which he was. Henry Ford, he did like him. Henry Ford, another American vehicle, a titan of industry. Henry Ford revolutionized the assembly line. Henry Ford. Hitler loved that guy, and he loved Hitler back. Let me tell you. Let me tell you. Henry also loved giving his heart out to people, just like Adolf Hitler is here. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe that's what they're doing. It's a secret handshake that autistic people love to do, I guess, according to the ADL.
Through legal machinations, the Jewish community was also forced out of the medical profession and denied civil rights.
Basically, starting out in 1933, it was made extraordinarily difficult, almost impossible, for Jews to...
Yeah, not letting Jews be doctors and lawyers is such a fucking self-own. Like, what an L. What is an automatic personal L for you, big dog. Yeah, so what's next? Comedians, yeah. No more Jewish people in the field, in the legal field. No more Jewish doctors. No more Jewish accountants, and no more Jews in entertainment. There you go. Collapse your own entire economy. Key sectors gone. Ironically enough, we are currently doing that, by the way. What the fuck do you think it is when you personally start deporting every random PhD student with a fucking student visa? That's literally what we're doing right now. Every non-citizen, documented or undocumented, needs to be purged. They don't have the same rights. Okay, great. You've just cooked yourself. The brain drain is one of the most significant aspects of American dominance on the global stage. Good job cracking down on that, dumbass.
Practice either profession of law or the profession of medicine. They were essentially outlawed from those two professions. And they were a major portion of those professions at the time. So, some people argue that this was an economic move, that the doctors and lawyers were happy to get rid of the Jewish doctors and lawyers. And that was part of it, but that's one reason it was supported so much, that no one really came out against it. But it was really a move to get rid of the Jews. It was a disgrace that the the other doctors and lawyers didn't stand up for the Jewish doctors and lawyers. But I think that can be two reasons for that. One was they actually were fine with the Nazi propaganda and racial hygiene and really believed the Jews were infecting the national body of Germany. But economics was not irrelevant. It made those professions much scarcer, therefore they could charge more money, therefore they were more revered. So they had self-interest in that as well.
In the Nazi blueprint for a healthy society, those with disabilities had no place. A Berlin memorial today commemorates some 200,000 deemed not worthy of life by Hitler's manipulation of the law.
So the Nazis proposed racial laws beginning in 1933. That law was called the Law for the Prevention of Hereditarily
Holy fuck, my
Diseased
birthday.
Offspring.
But in 1933. I've never seen my birthday ever reflected in an important historical event. Shocking. Yeah. So what's really interesting about this part is that, like, racial purity politics unironically causes inbreeding, which will lead to a larger number of disabled offspring. But then they simultaneously are like, oh, you're disabled, we're gonna kill you. It's insane. Again, death cult, suicide cult. Every part of this doesn't make sense.
Now, I think even the language, the wording of that law is important. You're not preventing diseases, you're preventing diseased offspring. And what that law recommended, based on the science of the day, was that people who were considered not to be contributing to the genetic health of the body of the Reich could be forcibly sterilized. And in fact, that law actually said 50,000 Germans a year ought to be sterilized, even if it was against their will, for the good of the Reich.
So many Elon supporters, even back then. That's crazy. This guy's got crazy motion, man. This guy's got motion for days.
Those racial laws were important because they codified what authors Hoke and Binding had suggested in 1920 in a book in which they coined this phrase, life unworthy of life.
It began with the sterilization programs of Germans, of the retarded and the mentally ill. And so the sterilization program, 1933, the sterilization law.
I'm sorry. It's not funny. That's crazy that he just said that. It's just like unexpected in a professional setting. It's like if you go to your OBGYN and he says, damn, your pussy looks great today. You know what I mean? It's just wild. It unexpectedly came out. I guess you can say it now, though. You know, Trump brought it back, baby. Comedy is legal now.
Which allowed compulsory sterilization for the feeble-minded, which was a catch-all for anybody you wanted to sterilize. But the sterilization program moved into the child euthanasia program. And the child euthanasia program moved into the adult euthanasia program. Doctors involved in all of this. There were genetic sterilization courts where two physicians and a lawyer sat on the sterilization court. One physician had to be an expert on eugenetics or hereditary, and so they decided almost universally to allow sterilization. But after that, moved on to the euthanasia program, which is a misnomer, by the way. It was the murder. It wasn't euthanasia. These were not terminally ill people. It was just murder.
The strategy of Hitler's political regime was to undermine, dismantle, and decimate all ties to traditional religion. The government attempted to have the folk aspire to a single national Reich Church under Reichsbishop Ludwig Müller.
Lieber Herr Reichsbischof, im Namen unseres Führers Adolf Hitler und im Namen der ganzen deutschen Jugend.
Bishop Clemens von Galen risked his life by giving an anti-euthanasia sermon in Münster on August 3, 1941. Due to his strong protest, the euthanasia policy was scaled back.
In 1937, the relationship between the church and state in Germany had reached a point where there was great tension, specifically on the freedom of Catholic organizations, the arrest of Catholic clergy, and the situation of Catholic schools and religious education being taught in schools, and the future question of Catholic youth groups and ministry to youth. And with that, the German bishops were so concerned that they petitioned the Holy Father, the Pope, to do something about that, to try to protest. The result, with input from...
Not this specifically, but a version of this is ironically the Niemannroller, the fucking first they came for the communists poem is about basically this. It's the erosion of all living standards slowly but surely, as you think that, like, well, the government won't come after me, they're just going after those other guys. Niemöller, who wasn't a Catholic himself, but he was initially a supporter
from the German bishops was an encyclical, Mit brennender Sorge, with burning desire, with burning concern, stating that the German Catholic Church was under persecution and that the Reich government was in no way following what it promised to do in the Reich-Vatican Concordat agreement. That statement was actually read on Palm Sunday from the various pulpits throughout Germany. The Gestapo tried to confiscate any of the printed copies throughout. They allowed them to be printed, but then they confiscated them throughout the Reich. But the information and the protest was lodged, and it was heard very clear.
The Reich passed the law for the restoration of the professional civil service. And while this did not require the churches to employ only non-Jewish pastors, many in the churches, certainly not all, but many sought to implement that policy in the church. There were antagonistic policies on the part of the Reich towards the churches. So in 1937, the confessing church seminaries, which had been operating for a few years, were closed down. They were declared illegal, so they had to go underground to talk about the Bible, to train people for ministry and these sorts of things. Then in 1939, all of the confessional schools, both Protestant and Catholic, were closed throughout Germany. So there was a very antagonistic approach on the part of the regime. So when we talk about the persecution of the Christian churches, and in particular the Protestant church, I think it's important to emphasize that the churches were rather aggressively pursued by
This is precisely the reason why I think Jews who think they'll be spared from this fascist administration, because right now they're presenting their agenda as one protecting Israel and therefore protecting Jews, are fucking dumb. Like, obviously, in the short term, it doesn't matter because, like, of course, it's not going to happen, like, overnight. It's not going to happen even for a couple of years, you know, for sure. But I still think, at least looking at history, I still believe that there is no way that Jews are not in the crosshairs again. No fucking shot.
By the Nazis in the early years from 1933 to 1937. There were plenty of laws that were passed against them.
In the Third Reich, Jehovah's Witnesses faced a unique choice with regard to their faith.
And to see how they have grown, we have seen how he has guided them as they made the truth their own.
Well, they behaved them like other traitors. For example, if women weren't prepared to work in the factories to construct weapons, they were sentenced to death. And that had been the same with men who weren't prepared to go to the army. They didn't have a particularly feeling against the belief system of Jehovah's Witnesses. They didn't know the system. They only had the notion that Jehovah's Witnesses didn't adore the system. They weren't prepared, for example, to do the Hitler greeting, to celebrate Hitler's birthday. It was a great day in National Socialist Germany. And
I'm sorry, but when a guy with this accent, historian or not, is talking about what the Nazis believed, it starts ringing alarm bells in my mind. Like, I know. I'm being bigoted. I'm being biased. Yes, everyone loves a Hitler birthday. It was a great day. I know that's not the case.
that was sufficient. That was it. And they were surprised how strong these small group of believers resisted them.
In the Third Reich, Jehovah's Witnesses faced a unique choice with regard to their faith.
Witnesses were offered to sign a paper to end their relationship with the organization, with the Watchtower Society, and then they could be free. But they didn't do that, and that's the difference to the situation of the Jews. The situation of the Jews, even if the assimilated Jews who didn't even know that their fathers and grandfathers had been Jews, hadn't any chance to flee the system because of their blood.
The Jews were the most persecuted for both religious and racial reasons. From October 1939, they were
Am I wrong? Like, I know he's not a bad dude. He's probably a liberal. Many Germans are. Most Germans are. But when I hear someone go, oh yeah, the Jews, even the assimilated ones will not be spared. I'm like, oh, okay. You know what it is? It's because of Hollywood, ironically enough. It's Hollywood. Hollywood has conditioned me into thinking that any German speaking in a German accent about the era is like, brigadier general of the SS. Yeah, Hans Lander.
Relocated into large urban ghettos in Warsaw, Lwów, Lublin, and Krakow. To control these communities with a false sense of law and order, the Nazis established the Judenrat, a Jewish council within each ghetto. These forced liaisons between council members and Nazi overseers still remain a sensitive subject today.
Once you are in the ghetto, you basically in the camp to die. All the laws, Germans start with the legal things. They come to the country and they say Jews cannot have a property, Jews cannot have radios, Jews cannot have fur. I mean, all the occupation laws function before the ghetto. Once you are in the ghetto, it's just waiting for death. There's no more law in the ghetto. There are law, but there are Jewish law by Jewish Judenrat. Jews were already deprived of the basic things, and then creating of the Jewish district, of the ghetto, was the final German occupation.
By the way, this is Palestinian Authority in the West Bank, the ghettoization of Palestinian existence in the West Bank. It's in some ways Gaza as well. I watched the movie Come and See this winter for the first time. Holy shit. I want to watch it on the stream. A lot of modern German language was formed by the bad times, so they sound like that because the language in and of itself is modern.
Law, which was based, of course, on a big lie, on a hypocrisy, that actually now, where Jews were already second-class citizens, and to protect them from anti-Semitism, from the conflict with the Christian population, apparently it will be better for them if the part of the city will be designated for them so they can have their own governance. So my father, who was an engineer in woodworking construction, was working for the needs of the Jewish Council of Judenrat.
That is the most controversial question about the Shoah. It's about the Jews collaborating. Some say of their own will, some say that they've been forced to, but they were collaborating with the Nazis. Now, the big question is, which kind of collaboration was it? If it was voluntarily, then of course it's a terrible thing. But since we know that the totalitarian regime of the Nazis made people to do things that they would never do in otherwise. And in the concept of what Katzetnik, he was one of the inmates in Auschwitz, and then he became to be a writer and a witness in Eichmann trial. He called it another planet. So in this other planet that have its own rules, have its own language even, people acted differently because they were under a force, under a threat, and they had to manage somehow their own communities. They had to survive. That was always like that. That's how they survived.
The only controversy was a kind of ethical one, whether a Jewish person should help Germans to keep order. They were keeping order with the Jews under Germans' orders, obviously. Of course, the other solution would be not to have any community organization. It was absolutely a necessity.
On December 7th, 1941, Himmler reinforced Hitler's directive Nacht und Nebel, night and fog, a policy that summarily bypassed the law by relying upon special German courts to sentence suspects in occupied territories to concentration camps. Under the cover of darkness, they simply disappeared. In time of war, treason was punishable by death. As chief judge of the People's Court, Roland Freisler, the hanging judge, frequently chose to enforce the death penalty for many of those who stood before him pleading for justice. Between 1943 and 1945, the People's Court sentenced approximately 7,000 people to death. Maniacal in his tone and harsh in his judgments, Freisler oversaw two historical cases: the members of the White Rose and the conspirators of the July 20th.
Abi biri sana 3 hafta önce Türk düşmanı diye video yapmış. Öyle olduğunu düşünmüyorum çünkü her yerde söylüyorsun ben Türk'üm diye, seni takip ediyorum. Umarım en kısa zamanda Türkiye'ye gelirsin. Türkiye'ye gelemem maalesef ama Türk düşmanı değilim. Onu söyleyenler Erdoğan'ı sevmediğim için söylüyorlardır. Veyahut da onların partisinin eğer faşistlerse veyahut da sağcılarsa onları sevmediğim için, onların ideolojisine karşı olduğum için bana Türk düşmanı diyorlardır. Burada da bana da Amerika düşmanı da diyorlar. Herkesin düşmanıyım amına koyayım.
1944 assassination plot against Hitler.
It's crazy, mind-bending how all this applies to the situation in Gaza and West Bank. I think it's actually really interesting that we're watching this because the first half of this was the evolution of Donald Trump. And the second half of it is a much more accelerated, like the future of Donald Trump, right? And the future of Donald Trump is already in existence in Israel. If you look at fascism as a constantly evolving and obviously like a constant struggle to continue to manage power and to continue to eliminate an increasingly expansive out group, you realize that like the first half is America right now, and the second half is Israel right now, because I think that Germany, yes, and apartheid South Africa and Israel currently are examples of fascist projects that have played itself out. Obviously, with the case of Germany, it ended. Not that the ideology went away, but it ended, right, by force. South Africa, there was a major struggle, and ultimately, it was. I mean, the inequality still persists, but it also ended. The legal structure ended. Israel, on the other hand, is a living, breathing, continuing example of a fascist apartheid administrative apparatus. Much to consider here about what to avoid. Because if we're like here, because like I said, we're in the race laws era, like where the courts and the pre-existing laws do not completely suit the purposes of this fascist administration. That is precisely the reason why, as it stands, there's still like a back and forth on the legal battles. That is where we're at right now in America. Israel already shed themselves of these issues a long time ago. So they have accelerated to the position that we're currently watching right now. You already are in the anti-intellectual era, though, censoring science? No, that actually is a one-to-one verbatim identical thing to Nazi Germany as well. The academic receivership, I talked about it. Remember when he was talking about like how Hitler went after lawyers that directly played a role in trials against him? Donald Trump is doing that right now. Law firms as well are being forced to concede to the Trump administration's agenda. That's already happening. In terms of the anti-intellectual thought, or rather the control over permissible intellectual thought, is already taking place as well. The federal government actively strong-armed Columbia, made an example out of Columbia so that other colleges would follow suit. This is one-to-one identical to what the Nazis did as well. For the Nazis, their entry point into academic receivership, which is exactly what the Trump administration literally is doing right now. They did it. Columbia allowed them to do it as of this past week. What they were doing in Nazi Germany against the Frankfurt School, or rather in all of academia, was to go after Jews. They were like, oh, if you're a Jewish professor or if you have Jewish sympathies, socialist sympathies, you're done. You're out. Right? And just like in the United States of America with what Columbia did, the German schools at the time also capitulated to the Nazi government with hopes that they could maintain their funding. Exactly the same thing, like a one-to-one comparison, with the only exception being that this time the entry point is not Jews, but instead anti-Israel sentiment. Straight up. A demonstration of Palestinian sympathies. But the purpose there is not to simply squash any sort of pro-Palestinian dissent. The purpose there is much larger. It's complete and utter domination. It is to use the anti-Semitism task force as an entry point into eroding all the constitutional protections that are given to every citizen and non-citizen alike. Once they drop due process, and once they drop the non-citizens are not protected by due process or any laws whatsoever, then the crosshairs are on you. Because if you think that like not every single person that was put in concentration camps and killed were Jews, I hope people understand that. Isn't the collective total 15 million with Roma? With the Roma population, with 6 million of it being Jews, but the remainder being disabled people, gay people. Not 15, is it? I thought it was 15 million total, 6 million of it being Jews. But political dissidents, socialists, communists, trade unionists alike. So understand that while we talk about the Holocaust from the perspective Slavs, that too, for sure, any kind of resistance, 800,000 Germans resisted against Nazi Germany. Like, a lot of people, the reason why I'm mentioning this is not to like undermine the crosshairs placed upon Jews, right? The reason why I'm mentioning this is because Jews in Nazi Germany were a vulnerable population that you could draw a lot of public support if you dunked on them. In the same way that undocumented migrants in the United States of America right now are a vulnerable population. Or with respect to documented non-citizens, a great way to reset constitutional protections is by going after groups that, like, powerful organizations with institutional prominence have always wanted to go after. It's a way to open the door. Because once you open that door, once you rewrite the precedent, you can use the courts to your advantage.
At the University of Munich, members of the White Rose Resistance produced 6 leaflets against the Third Reich. Hans and Sophie Scholl, along with their colleague Christoph Probst and their mentor Kurt Huber, were deeply committed to the high ideals of the White Rose movement. Condemned as...
I think what's really interesting about this is that right now, especially because we live in the aftermath of the Third Reich, we have an exact comparison to point to that virtually everyone understands as bad, right? And right now, if all of these institutions did start resisting against the Trump administration, there is an opportunity. There is an opportunity to cut this nonsense, or at least like actively undermine the initiatives that the administration is doing, because they do not have the manpower right now. They do not have the manpower and the logistics to be able to jail every single person. This is precisely why I try to agitate here and now with the hopes that people will wake up to the fucking reality. And yet we are sleepwalking towards this future. That's what's so terrifying about this, is that this is perhaps one of the last instances where where the complete collapse of American democracy and these institutions, even if it was always just in theory, this is genuinely the last moment before the fascist project is completed, which is why I'm extra angry at the Democrats in this moment for not recognizing that that is what's going on. People will say I'm being hyperbolic. I hope they're right. I hope I'm just simply exaggerating.
Conspirators against the government, they were sentenced to death for treason during wartime.
Große Firma! Na, die gehört aber zur schwarzen Fraktion. Ja, das sieht man nicht an. Das ist klar, das kann ja nicht anders sein.
Very charitable to think they don't recognize it? No, dude, come on. They don't. They don't recognize it. Even if they were alive in the 30s, they don't recognize it. Also, they weren't alive in the 30s. Come on. That would be someone who was alive in the 30s would have to be almost 100 years old. Like, what are you talking about? No, they do not recognize it. 100%. There are those who do. Make no mistake. There are those who do, and they actively champion it. Okay? That's why I say there are those who are goose-stepping towards fascism. There are those who are sheepdogging towards fascism, the Democratic Party, and the political apparatus that is supposed to be creating counter-narratives and resisting against this. And then there are those, the broad majority, that are sleepwalking towards fascism. Most people are in the third camp. They're just completely oblivious to this stuff. That's why it's not reflected in the polls, for example. And I think for them to recognize this, for the discontent to be reflected in the polls, you need to have leadership constantly making a big fuss. Yeah, liberals trying to preserve capitalism, taking the fascism pill.
Ja, ulkig. Wie wichtig wohl das Amt des Zivilanwalts da gewesen sein muss, das Sie gehabt haben, dass Sie nicht mal Anwalt, nicht mal Soldat geworden sind mit dem Alter. Und dann von da sind Sie dienstverpflichtet worden. Spricht ja auch für Ihre Haltung, dass Sie sich haben, dass Sie erst gewartet haben, bis man Sie dienstverpflichtete. Feines Früchtchen.
They're cooking him. He waited until he was required to perform service, and he didn't. And he didn't entertain it before he had to do service.
Früchtchen. Sie haben gewartet, bis man die Dienstverpflichteten. Und zwar, wo sind Sie hingegangen?
If you go to the Vogelsang Monument here in Germany, you'll find in the museum a handout written by students that was a very critical about Hitler in a super clinical tone. Reading through this, pretty much every sentence would get you in trouble back then. It is crazy when you go through there and witness the fascist evolution, how many similarities you can draw to America now. Yeah.
Outside Stalingrad, the icy winter becomes a fiery hell.
Stories about the atrocities committed by the Nazis began to leak out of Europe, primarily in 1942 and 1943. We actually have documentation.
What happened? How did they leak out? how did people start realizing the severity of the atrocities? There was an army that started liberating the camps coming in from the eastern flank, you know? Yeah, they were in the group chat.
From the British in particular, in which British officials are already talking about death camps, places where Jews in particular were being murdered.
Bro, Americans are so fucking allergic, dude. I swear to God. Americans are so goddamn allergic.
Murdered by the hundreds of thousands by poison gas. You can find references to this in government documents from the British already in late 1942, early 1943. So there was a level of awareness already of the scale and the immensity of the crimes being perpetrated. Of course, in 1943 then, Battle of Stalingrad, early 43, Battle of Stalingrad is one of the major turning points. It really looks...
I guess it's technically in 1942. He's talking about like intelligence coming out.
This point forward, after the defeat of the Sixth Army,
I pulled the trigger
that
too fast.
Nazi Germany's days were numbered.
This was Kyle and Kessel with a vengeance, but the Nazis were getting Kesseled instead of the Russians. And on February the 2nd, 1943, after 162 days of the heaviest fighting in the history of warfare, the last shot was fired.
Yeah, am I crazy or did they not? This is 40 minutes of like talking about Nazi Germany with very little mention of like this is the first time they talked about the USSR a little bit. Anyone in the chat saying W. Stalin is mentally ill? Really? You think he wasn't a W Andy at this moment? This is like the biggest W of all time. The fuck? Yeah, no, man. I think liberating the concentration camps was a pretty big W moment for Stalin. And it's not just Stalin either. It was like it was it was a W for all of those who resisted the Nazi oppression. My dad's name is Stalin, like legal name. Is he Indian? Are you Indian? That's the only place I've heard like maybe no, he's from Ghana. That's awesome. He's from Kerala. No, he's from Ghana.
Peace came to Stalingrad. In the shadow.
Homie had gulags, basically concentration camp. Brother, you live in the United States of America. What do you think slavery being totally legal as a method of punishment is? What the fuck do you think happens in American prisons, dude? It's the same shit. This isn't to say that like gulags are fine, okay? It's just that, you know, understand that just because we call it prisons and we called their structure gulag, doesn't change that it's like a different thing. It's the same fucking thing.
Battered streets, the blasted ruins, the ghastly evidence of their ordeal, the defenders of the city greet the rescuing army of the dawn. Stalingrad is free. The Nazis had capitulated.
General Eisenhower informs me.
Isn't there a difference how much due process is there? Listen, for the record, This isn't to say that like you didn't get sent to the fucking work camps for good reason. I'm not saying that at all. But we just uncovered an entire 40-minute documentary worth of this is how things are made legal. Like, you know, you can still have due process in the American prison system and still have it be utterly unjustifiable.
That the forces of Germany have surrendered to the United Nations. The flags of freedom fly all over Europe. For this victory, we join in offering our thanks to the providence which has guided and sustained us through the dark days of adversity.
You see the Allies now beginning to think in terms of what they're going to do.
One of the most shocking stats of the Battle of Stalingrad is that more Soviets died in it than all Americans in all of World War II. If you count German plus civilian deaths, it was more dead than all of the U.S. deaths in all U.S. wars combined. Absolute carnage of a battle. Yeah. That's why I'm not going to fucking sit here and be like, oh my God. I can't believe you're saying W Stalin. It's like, yeah, dude, this was a fucking fat W, okay? Those people didn't die for no reason. It kind of feels like they did now because, like, Nazism and fascism as an ideology has made quite the fashionable return due to the dedication of the American administration instantly after World War II as well. But, you know, making a brutal fucking comeback here.
With the major war criminals, as they were called. These were the leadership, the leading figures of the Nazi government, Hitler, Goering, Goebbels, and so forth. How are they going to be treated? Churchill and his legal counselor, Lord John Simon, were of the view that the major war criminals were essentially outlaws who did not have to be given their day in court, but could in fact be taken, arrested, identified, of course, and then executed without the benefit of a trial.
These generals, 24 of them, who had covered themselves with such glory and such medals on the fields of Poland and Norway and France, they now had only their past glory to comfort.
Very clearly, the Soviets did not have in mind a trial or a proceeding along the lines of an Anglo-American litigated proceeding. They had in mind instead a show trial, not unlike the Stalinist show trials of the 1930s, in which Stalin was able to identify his alleged enemies, charge them with various imaginary crimes.
I think American historians should be barred from speaking on documentaries. I think it should be illegal. No, I'm done. You should just not, because this guy comes in and literally undermines everything, okay? He just came in and in like 3 fucking minutes, he's like, well, you know, the non-barbaric Anglo-American trials were totally better than the fucking sham trials that Stalin did towards who, by the way? His enemies. Show trials against his enemies, dude. No reactionary elements, no counter-revolutionary elements, no fucking fascists there, you know?
And secure their conviction and then have them executed in the 1930s. This is the proceeding which they wanted to impose upon the major war criminals. The Soviet foreign minister, Molotov, had already talked with the Allies on behalf of the Soviet government and tried to persuade them that the best way to deal with the major war criminals was by means of a special international tribunal. Stimson was of the view that a special international tribunal could be used in which the major war criminals would be prosecuted, but they would enjoy the same kinds of due process rights which any American accused of an offense would enjoy. The right to hear the charges against them, the right to study the indictment, the right to counsel, and the right to defend themselves in a fair proceeding.
Nuremberg remained a focal point for the National Socialist Party, hosting popular rallies and political congresses starting in 1927. It continued through the Nuremberg Laws of 1935, and again in November 1945.
Nazis got treated better than immigrants now? Yes, but also that judge was talking about treatment of American Nazis who were offering material support to Nazi Germany. There were also like American ideological Nazis, not even like American Germans or whatever, but like ideologically Nazis who consistently worked with the Nazi government. Many such cases of American industry titans that maintained a lot of their industry in Nazi Germany.
The focus was on Nuremberg, as the city became the seat of the International Military Tribunal to address war crimes and crimes against humanity.
The drums of doom begin to beat for 24 top Nazis as Nuremberg becomes the scene of the War Crimes Tribunal.
Do you think Republicans will try and ban guns? No, dude. Why would they? First of all, there are more guns than there are people in this country. And a lot of them are in the hands of like arsenal owners, and virtually all, like if you look at gun ownership, ideologically, if you look at gun ownership, they're either libs or they're fucking already loyal servants. Like they will participate in the brown shirts militia movements, and some of them do. That's why I always laugh whenever motherfuckers say like, yo, America couldn't be overturned as easy because everyone's armed to the gills, you know? My Second Amendment is there to protect the First. It's like, okay, I don't see you using your Second Amendment right now, bitch. Fuck you mean to protect the First? Yeah, these guys they just wanted to have, you know, their toys. That's it. They're murder toys. It has nothing to do with like standing up against a tyrannical dictatorship. I don't see nobody standing up right now.
Among the ruins of this former shrine of Nazism, an ordinary jail houses its former big shots. Each has a solitary cell and is forbidden to talk during exercise. Under indictment are Opera Sites Inquart, former Gauleiter of Holland.
Yeah, the only time we've gotten like serious rollbacks with restrictions, gun regulations, is when black resistance groups, revolutionary black groups, have participated in what they previously thought was their right to demonstrate with arms. You know, famously, the Reagan case comes to mind when the Black Panthers marched on the California Capitol with their arms, and then shortly after, they were like, yeah, you can't do that anymore, actually.
Striker, fanatical anti-Semite. Rudolf Hess, one-time adjutant of Hitler. And Hermann Goering.
Rudolf Hess, also known as the guy who is in White Lotus Season 3. I can't get over that, dude. I can't get over the guy who fucking acted his goddamn face off in Zone of Interest is the German guy who's like the general manager of White Lotus Season 3, the hotel in Thailand. No spoilers? Aha, it's not a spoiler. The fuck are you talking about? It's not a spoiler. He's in the first episode. What?
Chief U.S. Prosecutor at Nuremberg, Robert Jackson, stated in his diary that the court was charged with establishing a rule of law in the place where it had been said there would be no more law.
What is the advantage of conspiracy? It afforded the government, the Allied government, with the opportunity to charge the Nazis with a substantive offense as well as participation in a criminal organization, which meant that you did not necessarily have to show an individual criminal act committed by the defendant. What's interesting about conspiracy, again, is that it connects all of the individual charges against the Nazis. So in addition to charging the Nazis with war crimes or with crimes against peace or crimes against humanity, they are also charged with conspiracy to commit crimes against peace, conspiracy to commit crimes against humanity, and conspiracy to commit war crimes. So Yeah, conspiracy, again, this notion of a criminal organization, the criminal plan to conquer the world, that was the foundation that underlay the entire case, especially on the American side.
One after another, the prosecutors came forward to state the case against the criminals. The first to speak was Robert Jackson.
In the prisoner's dock sit 20 odd, broken men, reproached by the humiliation of those they have led, almost as bitterly as by the desolation of those they have attacked. Their personal capacity for evil is forever past. It is hard now to perceive in these miserable men as captives the power by which, as Nazi leaders, they once dominated much of the world and terrified most of it. We will show them.
Oh, Rudolf Hess and Rudolf Hess. My mistake. They were talking about Rudolf Hess, Deputy Führer, who tried to make a peace with Britain. Sorry, I was wrong.
To be
about the different Rudolf.
Symbols of racial hatred, of terrorism and violence, and of the arrogance and cruelty of power.
The Allies really learned of Nazi war crimes when the Nazis embarked on aggressive war. The core theory of...
This is legalistic circle jerking. Yeah, left half of them get away because they were of value. You hung a few, and the remaining starting running orgs and other NGOs. All the same time, you would have North Korea where 2 million were killed. Vietnam and Laos up to 7 mil. 2 million in Algeria. Nobody cared about those European powers for doing what they did, let alone in Belgium and Congo, etc. The West will always be hypocrites. Yes. Yes. The power of white supremacist, Western supremacist attitude, Western chauvinism and white supremacy is an incredibly powerful glue that holds everything together. Whether people recognize it or not does not matter. Yeah. It's true. Western powers, I think, certainly did not feel too fearful of fascism and Nazis in general, considering how quickly they absorbed formative fascists and the remainders in all of Western Europe and started using them as a tool against the Soviets because they were terrified of the influence of socialism growing. I think sham trials and hyper paranoia aside, you should have sicked Stalin on the rest of the Nazi leadership, I think. Maybe that's just me. Sure. A little bit of a madman, but
the Nuremberg prosecution is that the aggressive war itself was a crime. It's an overarching theory of criminality, and then within the war...
Didn't help that Stalin was an authoritarian? What are you talking about? This has nothing to do with anything. Like, what are we talking about? We're acting like Western European leadership cares about fucking authoritarians, dude. Oh my God. Please stop. This is liberal nonsense, okay? It's fucking liberal nonsense. When has America not personally put their own authoritarian dictatorships in positions of power in other countries? It's a matter of ideology rather than a method of leadership. Yeah, they let Franco do his thing. They didn't give a fuck about that. How'd that happen? Why do you consistently advocate for Stalin? His actions, because we're talking about the one era where he's like categorically in the right. That's it. Like, that's it. This is the time frame where he is categorically correct. Okay? Straight up. It's the same reason behind why I'm not going to give Churchill too much smoke either. Like, if we're talking about Gallipoli, that's a different subject matter. But if we're talking about World War II, acting like Churchill was not categorically correct is delusional. Yeah, he also implemented famines. You know? Not a good dude in general. But if we're talking within the framework of World War II, he was on the right side. It's that simple. Like, I ride for the American government in World War II. Think about that. For easy company across the board. Those motherfuckers literally dropped 2 nukes on Japan, dude. They firebombed the shit out of Japan and then dropped 2 nukes. And then still to this day say, well, you know, it would have been much worse if we kept firebombing. You know, a lot more people would have died if we just kept firebombing. And so the nuke was the peaceful option. Like, that's crazy. You are, like, having that attitude is you're like talking to a maniac. Having said that, I still stand up and salute. You know what I mean? You watch Band of Brothers. If you watch Band of Brothers and you hear the fucking trumpets coming in, if you don't fucking stand up and salute, you are soulless. You know? Hell yeah, baby. Why do you always have to give one of the liberals when you bring up Stalin? It's anti-intellectual and just bullshit, says Salty Soviet. It's okay to recognize that the USSR was a living, breathing, existing socialist project. Okay? It's okay to recognize that. And it's okay to recognize that there were obviously issues as well. You can either analyze the material conditions that led to many issues, or I guess you can assume the liberal position, which is Stalin is a bad guy across the board. Stalin is a bad dude across the board. Why are you handing it to him? So in the process of me quite literally explaining to liberals why he was 100% worthy of the praise and W here, you're duking it out with me in a moment where if you are super pro Stalin unconditionally, I don't know if you are or not, you shouldn't be fucking yelling at me in this situation.
There are battlefield war crimes, but really
the
from the time Germany went on the...
did not achieve socialism. Okay, dude. Oh my God. Oh my God. Nothing is socialism. Socialism is when I decided socialism. Yes, these were transitional socialist states, okay? Collectivization, taking an agrarian, potato-eating society to one that was able to fucking go up against the United States of America and beat them to space. Yeah, let's not analyze that. Let's not analyze that with the appropriate language. Like, that's crazy. That's an insane thing to say. It's also ahistorical. It was absolutely a transitional socialist state. It was a socialist project that existed and it failed. Okay? I think a lot of people delude themselves into thinking that these existing socialist nation states or transitional socialist states are supposed to be perfect, as though it's supposed to be politics is supposed to be conducted through hugs, kisses, and tickle parties. There's never been a moment. The entire purpose of politics is a constant struggle between different forces on resources, distribution of wealth, resources, power. Power is violence. Who gets to do it? who gets to be the victim of it. That's it. There's never been a moment in history where violence in either structural forms or in individualized forms or in direct forms or state versus state violence, like there's never been a moment where that has not existed. Utopia must immediately materialize when the proletariat takes power. If it doesn't, then it really wasn't socialism. Yeah. How can a state be socialist if the workers are poorer than in the USA? Dude, that's so funny. That's a really good take, man. Thank you. Yes, socialism is when everybody has burger. Okay, let me explain to you something, okay? When 20 million people are fucking eradicated and your villages, towns are all reduced to rubble, almost directly after you have had a successful revolution against only a couple decades post having a successful revolution against a czarist imperial power, okay, and you have a fucking peasant society in front of you that has to rapidly industrialize without the bounties of colonialism, without the bounties of chattel slavery, okay, there's gonna be fucking issues. You have to look at where a country was or where, like what the material conditions were before socialism, or at least a transitional socialist state, and where they arrived, okay? That's what you're supposed to do. This right here is pure Amerifat cope. That is precisely the same reason why pure Amerifat cope makes Americans think like, China, they're not a global competitor. Look at their GDP. Fucking, oh wait, even they might beat us on that metric soon too. Fuck, they're eating rats in China still. Please do not look at the internet where you can, or please do not hear out a Chinese person. No, they have tofu dregs. That's where all the houses are made out of tofu. They're falling apart. Any day now is going to collapse. I understand the reasons for it, but I still wouldn't call it socialist because then people today think we want the same. America is an unimaginably wealthier nation than the USSR ever was. Okay? America, with all of its endless bounty, is nowhere near. If you let me take a breath and explain something to you. Okay? Remember what I just said about you're supposed to look at the material conditions before and after or during to see if society's improved or not. You also are supposed to look at the endless amount of wealth that a country has, its geopolitical condition, for example. When you look at America and the American project, if your metric of success is line goes up, GDP, then yeah, America's fucking great. It's awesome. It's the best. But clearly, if you live in the United States of America, you understand that the situation is fucking dire for the average American citizen, especially considering that our metric for wealth and our metric for riches is not necessarily universalized, but rather it's relative. It's relative to those who have against those who have not. So in that process, the American project has been a ginormous failure. A incredible failure. 600,000 homeless people in the wealthiest nation on the planet, the wealthiest, most powerful nation that has perhaps ever existed, that is able to dominate the rest of the planet with 800 fucking military bases. And there are 600,000 people that have to sleep outside tonight. Like, what are you talking about? That's a fucking failure. That's the biggest L of all time. That's my issue. We delude ourselves into thinking like, oh, these other metrics of success that we have designed for ourselves showcase how wonderful, how amazing, how bountiful this project has been. Yeah, not for you, motherfucker. It's the same principle behind freedom. People will be like, oh, people are starving in Europe, or people are much poorer in Europe overall. Okay. Do you think you are freer than the average European who works less hours than you do, who doesn't have to fear medical bankruptcy, who gets to take time away from work for much longer than you? What's fucking freedom? What good is that freedom if the overall number is higher? Yeah. Who do you think lives in a freer society? You do, or Europeans do, when they don't have to, when they're free of the fear of gun violence in their schools? Yeah, Michael Parenti. In the 3 decades after the Bolshevik Revolution, the Soviets made industrial advances equal to what capitalism took a century to accomplish. This is objectively correct. You can say Michael Parenti is reductive, but this is true. The Soviets made industrial advances equal to what capitalism took a century to accomplish through slavery and imperialism, for the record. While feeding and schooling their children rather than working them 14 hours a day as capitalist industrialists did and still do in so many parts of the world. To remind the chat, the wealth distribution prior to the 1917 Russian Revolution was close to 99-1, as in the noble class held 99% of all wealth in Russia. The fact that the USSR modernized and became a legitimate competitor to the US is nothing short of a miracle. Exactly. Look, you know, it's fine. It's perfectly understandable to criticize Stalin, as is perfectly understandable to criticize every leader, both historical and in modern society. But to deny the unimaginable advancements that the USSR was able to accomplish, given its starting point, is psychotic. It's ahistorical. It's ridiculous. It's liberal cope. It's pure Western chauvinist liberal cope. And it's the exact same kind of liberal cope that makes many Americans deny the reality of China. It's just like, if you close your eyes to it and constantly envision that these are fucking scary, barbaric monsters that don't know what the fuck they're doing, maybe it'll become real one day. It's such an undeniable reality that even neoliberals like Ezra Klein recognize it. Ezra Klein in his book openly mentions China was able to lay down thousands of miles of high-speed rail in the time frame that California couldn't even put down 10 miles, dude. China was able to create a fucking complex network of high-speed rail all across this massive country. It's like almost the size of a goddamn continent in the same time frame that America couldn't even fucking put down a couple lines of high-speed rail. California also, exactly, is the 5th largest economy in the world, by the way. How the fuck? California as a state alone is the 5th largest economy in the world. Tell me how the fuck that's possible. Whoa, there, you're flying off the handle. You don't need to overreact like that. What? I haven't said anything. Why do you never talk about the issues in China? A couple different reasons. One, I do, and you just don't see it, and you only see me talking about, good shit that China is doing. Number two, there's already an endless faucet of anti-China content out there, starting off with like real existing and valid criticisms of the Chinese governance, all the way to completely made up shit. So the question I have to you is, you have all of that everywhere else. Why do you want that here too? And then, of course, the last point that I would make is that I'm not fucking Chinese. I mean, I wish I was, but I'm not. I'm simply white Chinese in my heart and soul. And as someone who is not Chinese, I do the pro-China propaganda that I do because I want Americans to be like, why can't we have that? Why the fuck do they have that? Why can't we have that? Because that's what I want. I want this country to not resemble the more authoritarian and bad and repressive attitudes that the Chinese government has. And I want them to instead pick up on the good shit, even development, rapid urbanization, massive infrastructure projects, an infinitely more restrained foreign policy approach. That's what I want, because I'm an American and I want to change the American government. They expect you to talk about every new country's news when in reality you can't. Yeah. I want to hear you criticize China because you aren't coming from an ahistorical or Orientalist viewpoint and can be trusted to actually be fair to them. I have. Many times over. I just did just now when I said I don't want America to engage in social repression in the way that the Chinese government has historically. Like I in that moment, I even then brought that up. Let's continue with this
March
document.
In 1939 into Poland, there was Allied thinking, particularly American and British thinking, that this was illegal, it violated treaties, it was criminal.
Raphael Lemkin provided Jackson with the foundation for this international law, establishing a paradigm for prosecution of war.
How about you go to China, man? Yeah, this is the thing. I want the American government to do, if we're going to do repression and black bagging operations, I don't want it to be against fucking random students who wrote like a newspaper article about Israel being bad and wrong. Okay. I want them to do that to like the Jack Ma's of America. Okay. Why the fuck can't we have that? You know? Yeah. Do a little bit of rehabilitation to the fucking billionaires for once. Jesus Christ.
Crimes. Based upon his research of the massacres of more than 1 million Armenians by the Ottoman Turks, Lemkin created the hybrid word genocide.
The very term genocide had only been coined a year before the Nuremberg trial started. It was coined in 1944 by Raphael Lemkin, who was a Polish-Jewish advisor to the U.S. War Department. That term genocide was already used as a descriptive term at Nuremberg, but it wasn't until the UN Convention of 1948 that genocide became recognized as its own independent crime in international law.
In an incremental way, expanding from Germany into the East and occupied nations, Nazi perpetration is a visible thing. What it adds up to, and that it's a planned extermination venture, is something that is, very barely understood, not just during the war years, but even as they're embarking on.
Why are these people such anti-German races? That's what I was thinking. In my mind, you know what's burned to the back of my mind? Chuck Schumer telling the New York Times on the Interview podcast how the UN is anti-Semitically considering what Israel is doing to be a genocide. That's what's burned into the back of my mind. So when I hear this, I'm thinking to myself, wow, these are a bunch of anti-German, anti-Volkish racists, I think. Wow. Wow, really, really erroneous claims here. Quite hyperbolic. Germany has real security concerns. Germany wanted to do living space for the real Germans. Like, I don't understand. And then they wanted to do security concerns. What? How anti-Aryan of them.
On prosecution. They're really almost sort of discovering what we would call the Holocaust as they're prosecuting it and getting evidence and realizing the enormity of what they're dealing with.
This would be a way of showing the superior political power, the superior moral power of a kind of a liberal democracy.
For the record, I also did show you guys that propaganda is not unique to Israel. Germany did that. Like, Nazis also said, oh, you guys don't want us to live. Like, you don't want us to have living space. You don't care about our security concerns because you're fucking anti-German. So nothing is new here. Fascists love fascists love recycling the same exact propaganda, if not the same exact terms.
Democratic regime, right? So by not pursuing a purely political strategy with respect to the Nazis, but by giving them a fair trial, it was a way of saying, we're going to give you the chance you never gave your enemies, and it's going to show that we're stronger and that this is a better path for the future. So it was kind of, there was a moral argument for it, but there was also a very profound kind of political argument that this would be a more effective tool for preserving the peace going forward.
The Allies chose to take the moral high ground by providing fair trials. 22 high-ranking Nazi leaders were put on trial for crimes against humanity and crimes against the peace. The historic Nuremberg courtroom 600 is still used for trials today.
The Nazis committed astonishing...
It's just like this Lemkin guy... He seems to know a thing or two about genocide. Is there like an institute or something that kind of preserves his legacy? Oh, there's a Lemkin Institute. I wonder what... Oh, there's a Lemkin Institute for Genocide Prevention. I wonder what they have to say about Israel. Statement on why we called the Israeli attack on Gaza genocide by the Lemkin Institute from December 29th, 2023. Wow, a bunch of fucking anti-Semites at the Lemkin Institute of Genocide Prevention. Damn, that's crazy. What? No way. Yeah, more like the Hamas Institute. Freaking got them. European Jews also came to the test, or at the very least held grudges against Americans and their American Jewish counterparts because they felt that they didn't implore the American government to do more to save them, including the fact that America still had a quota immigration system. This morality argument is completely ahistorical. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I mean, we famously fucking turned over boats. Yeah. Chuck Schumer's like, Chuck Schumer's like, they were doing this anti-Semitically. NYA canceled a speech by former president of Doctors Without Borders because she was going to discuss the genocide in Gaza. A slide about the death toll in Gaza could be perceived as anti-Semitic. A couple of slides in her presentation touched on the casualties in Gaza during the Israel-Hamas war, as well as the cuts at the USAID, United States Agency for International Development. Liu said she was told the slides about Gaza could be perceived as anti-Semitic, while the USAID section might be perceived as anti-governmental. Liu, who was already in New York when she got the call, offered to make edits to those slides, but then 3 hours later, after some deliberation, she said the university apologized and said she had to cancel. I was stunned. That's sick, man. No, definitely. If they suppress the truth even further, like, everyone is going to totally be on board, I think. Eventually, guys. I mean, look, don't learn anything from history.
Crimes that we're all very familiar with. Nuremberg was not.
And Lemkin's definition of genocide encompassed a lot more, but the US and Canada pushed to disregard parts of his definition because it would label their actions against the native groups as genocidal, because they are. I also do believe that the Korean War would be branded a genocide as well. Like what the American government, what the allied forces, the coalition forces did in Korea absolutely would be branded as a genocide if it wasn't America doing it.
Not in the first
100%.
order a Holocaust trial. It really was, as I mentioned, it was a trial about the launching of aggressive war.
Vietnam,
but
too,
nonetheless,
potentially.
if you look back at Nuremberg, the prosecutors did a pretty impressive and a pretty responsible job of bringing the crimes that the Nazis had committed against the European Jews to the courtroom.
The extensive trials concerning Nazi criminality have continued into the 21st century, with attempts to balance both justice and mercy.
Then there are a series of Allied trials. The most famous of these are the so-called successor trials, also held in Nuremberg before an American military tribunal. These prosecuted functional elites from throughout Nazi society. So there was a trial for doctors, there were a trial for judges, there was a trial of the high command of the army, right? So a series of kind of trials of different elements of the Nazi elite. But there were also Allied military trials, Soviet, British, French, and American, of war criminals lower ranking, right? So the Americans held a trial at the Dachau concentration camp, or a series of trials at the Dachau concentration camp in which hundreds of Nazis were prosecuted. The British had their own trial program, as did the French. The Russians prosecuted about 30,000 Germans for war crimes. Now, these were Russian trials. How fair they were, you know, is anybody's guess. But given the level of Nazi criminality, I always say it's a little bit like shooting fish in a barrel. Even the Russians managed to find a lot of guilty people in that context.
As the Cold War broke out in the wake of an apocalyptic conflict, history had to be rewritten, reframing the Nuremberg trials within the context of victor's justice. Nuremberg still stands as a memorial to international justice, a reminder of the devastating consequences caused by unlawful manipulation of constitutional law for political and racial purposes. The criminal leaders of the Third Reich forced humanity.
This is what history class is like in American high school. Is crazy. Bro, they went out of their fucking way. They went out of their way to just like dookie on the Soviets. Like they either did not mention their presence at all, or when they did, they were like, yeah, they were too brutal to the Nazis. This is like fucked up. They have no care for the rule of law. Unlike us Anglos, you know, we are cut from a different cloth, you know? That's no wonder Americans fucking have no idea what the fuck happened. No wonder Americans have no idea. Wait, what? What happened during World War II is crazy. Or in the aftermath of World War II. No one, oh, God damn it. Our education is so messed up. It's so bad. Time step, one thing not mentioned.
A group of businessmen, including the former president of the Reichsbank, Hjalmar Schacht, wrote to Hindenburg, arguing that Hitler must get the chancellorship for the good of Germany.
Sie müssen mal Deutschlands
You have to consider Germany's general
situation
situation between 1930 and 1933.
betrachten. Und wenn jetzt ein Mann arbeitslos wurde in der
Johannes Zahn, economist und Banker, since 1931.
Zeit, dann blieb nur
An unemployed man either joins a communist
entweder Kommunist oder
or he
wurde
became a
SA-Mann.
stormtrooper.
Und da war
And so business believed it was better if these people became stormtroopers.
dann doch die Wirtschaft der Meinung, es ist besser, die Leute werden SA-Mann. Da herrscht Disziplin.
Because
und
there was
Ordnung.
discipline and order, and as the beginning. You really have to say this today.
Anfang, das muss man heute ehrlich sagen, es war im Anfang
At the
nicht
beginning,
zu
you
sehen,
couldn't tell
ist Nationalsozialismus
whether National Socialism was something good with a few bad side effects,
etwas Gutes, was auch schlechte Seiten hat, oder ist es
or
etwas
something
Böses
evil with a
mit
few good
einigen
side
guten-
effects. What are the good side effects? What were the good side effects? Yeah, he's saying as a German banker, The good side effects are that they're not communists and they won't overthrow the system that has yielded so much bounty for myself and others, dude. Wait, I want to look at what this guy did. Johannes Zahn, economist and banker since 1931. That's kind of sus. Why is this not coming up? Thousands of jobs for the building of the railways and autobahnen. Let's cancel him. I mean, he's been fucking dead for quite a long time. I just wanted to see something, but I can't find anything on his background. Like, I just can't find anything about him at all. He was a Protestant. He's doing the banking as a legal clerk at the Central Association of the Banking. Plays a key role in the mistrust of Germany in the immediate post-war years, in reducing the mistrust. Yeah, there's not much more. It's just like, suspiciously, there's not much in his Wikipedia. I mean, I guess he was a lawyer in 1935 in Berlin. At the same time, he was a managing director of the German Institute for Banking Science and Banking from 1935 to 1937. Subsequently, from 1937, he served as a legal counsel, authorized signatory, and later as a department director of the Reichskreditgesellschaft AG. No, I'm looking at the German article. This is the German Wikipedia one. During the Second World War, he serves as a Wehrmacht. Oh, yeah, okay. From 1939 to the 45. From the 1940 to 43, he was an administrator for the English and American banks in Belgium. In 1946, he joined the C.G. Trinkhaus Bank in Düsseldorf as a banker. The following year, he became the co-owner of the bank. Yeah. Why are you calling my grandpapa the Nazi only because he serves in the Wehrmacht? He was just a Nazi for a little while. He was simply a Nazi banker. How dare you? Read the last sentence in the voluntary positions. From 1966, he was a co-founder and later vice president of the German Association for the Protection of Securities Ownership. He sat on... Oh, he was the first German executive of the director of the World Bank. Are you ready for the new world order? The World Bank, yeah. Ay. Can you share your own analysis of Project Paperclip? On the one hand, it seemed the U.S. were very critical of the handling of criminals by the USSR, but on the other hand, we're allowing Germans into their security agencies. Yeah, that's why they were very critical. They were like, give them to us. We can use their brilliant talents here in the United States of America. To be fair, it's not like the USSR didn't use German Nazi scientists either. They did. They also did. Just not to the same degree as the Americans did. The Americans also, after World War II, after, a couple years had passed, I would say that they very actively worked to undermine democracy in Western Europe by pushing Nazis to do terror and fascists all around to do terror in Europe in the same time frame where they were developing NATO. I'm not going to watch Dr. Mike versus 20 anti-vaxxers. You're out of your freaking mind. Over 200 Tesla protests are planned this weekend. I have yet to meet a single person that has protested a Tesla. I don't know how the fuck people are protesting Teslas. Seems funny, but okay, let's watch.
A clash with counter-protesters when a man was hit by
to the protests against billionaire Tesla founder Elon Musk over his role in those massive federal job cuts. More demonstrations expected today at Tesla facilities across the country. ABC's Morgan Norwood is here with more. Morgan, good morning.
Good morning to you, Whit. And while most of yesterday's demonstrations were peaceful, overnight police in Idaho say one protest turned violent during a clash with counter-protesters when a man was hit by a car. And this morning, we know one person is in custody, that incident under investigation. And all of this as more demonstrators head back to the picket lines today.
This morning, the pressure is mounting as activists in cities across the world prepare to take to the picket lines for day 2 of the so-called Tesla takedown, calling for a boycott of Tesla and an end to CEO Elon Musk's role in those sweeping federal layoffs.
Tell me what democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like.
From New York to London, demonstrators say they're just getting started.
I've been coming here every weekend and we'll continue to come every weekend until something happens.
The movement saw demonstrations at more than 200 Tesla dealerships across the globe Saturday, with activists claiming that Musk's EV fortune helped him become the gatekeeper of DOGE, the controversial Department of Government Efficiency, tasked by President Trump with making drastic cuts to critical public sector jobs.
He's cutting these jobs, he's cutting these programs that people need.
In New York, demonstrators filling the streets outside of a Tesla dealership, smashing toy Teslas and carrying a symbolic DOGE graveyard with mock tombstones for agencies on the chopping block.
Dozens of demonstrators surrounding this Tesla dealership here in New York City. NYPD also on hand to ensure these demonstrations don't get out of control.
The protest comes as the FBI launches a task force to investigate coordinated attacks of property damage targeted at Tesla. Vandalism reports ramping up in recent weeks. Musk warning the Trump administration will step in.
And with that said, President Trump is warning that Tesla vandals could face up to 20 years behind bars, possibly in El Salvador. Janae?
All right, Morgan, thank you for that.
In Gaza, today marked the start of Eid, another day of Israeli strikes, the latest on a tented encampment in Khan Yunis. The injured brought to Al Nasser Hospital, where staff said 16 were killed, among them 9 children and 3 women. In the morgue, 2 sisters dressed for the festival lay next to each other, joined by their younger brother, and then their mother.
We were waiting for them to come visit this Eid, but they died in their Eid clothes. Why did they do this to us?
As the dead were buried, across the city, Eid prayers, a day typically marked with vibrant colour and children's gifts, suffused instead with grief and fear.
Animals, dude. Animals.
There is no joy. I have many martyrs. My grandson is a martyr. There is no joy and there is no taste to anything. As you can see, even when we pray, we feel afraid and there are aircraft overhead.
The Israeli military released images of what it said were strikes on terrorist infrastructure as it announced an expanded ground operation in the far south. The Prime Minister vowing to crush Hamas further in order to free Israeli hostages.
It's interesting that we just watched, 3 hours of Nazi documentaries, and then we go back to the living, breathing, current, modern example of Nazi activity. You know? This is it. It doesn't have to be the exact same. It doesn't have to be Auschwitz-style concentration camps where they've mechanized death. You can do it like this, in real time, in broad daylight, live streaming the Holocaust. crazy. So if you wonder, you know, how could regular Germans turn a blind eye to all of these atrocities, look no further than this. I guess ironically, regular Germans turn a blind eye to these atrocities as well right now, but that's a different point, I guess.
Hostages, 24 of whom are believed still to be alive. He says Israel is engaging in ceasefire talks, but the final destination is non-negotiable.
Yeah, Benjamin Netanyahu's recent points on the matter is basically, no, we're going to keep pummeling. We're going to keep doing everything we possibly can. And the reason why we're doing that is because Trump gave us the go-ahead. We're going to make it unlivable to be in Gaza. So those who do remain, those who do survive our Holocaust will be forced out of Gaza by force.
Hamas will disarm. Its leaders will be allowed to leave. We will ensure general security in the Gaza Strip and allow the implementation of the Trump plan, the voluntary immigration plan.
Tel Aviv last night, protesters instead demanding a deal that ends the war and brings the hostages home. A poll on Friday suggested 69% of Israelis agree. Hamas says it's accepted a new Egyptian-Qatari proposal for a ceasefire that would see 5 Israeli hostages released per week, but it rejects Israel's longer-term demands.
There will be no displacement or deportation. As for the weapons of the resistance, they are a red line and are linked to the existence of the occupation and the establishment of the independent Palestinian state.
But Hamas has been facing protests of its own. On 3 consecutive days last week, hundreds chanted Hamas out, calling for an end to the war. For now, those protests have receded amid reports of violence and intimidation. One of those who took part, Uday al-Rabi. On Saturday, his body was dragged to his parents' door. They tortured him to death with all kinds of hard tools, says this man. An iron fist must be brought down upon these criminal oppressors. That in itself, another rare challenge to Hamas's authority.
It's not Hasbara, dude. It's not. I mean, this is definitely, this is definitely physical, political repression for people who are, protesting against Hamas and protesting against Hamas in a way where they feel like is in collaboration with the Israeli state. This is ironically what Mohammed was fearful of. Mohammed Shahada's analysis on the matter, he's Palestinian, was that eventually, because Israel is also goading and saying like you have to do these if you want to survive, that it automatically changes the dynamic away from real popular mobilization against the political development of Hamas into or desperate acts where people because of their political disagreements or because they truly believe that like Hamas is responsible for the death and destruction, even though it's not, it's Israel. Let's be fucking real. Will turn into will be branded as like pro-Israeli activity internally inside of Gaza. It does not shock me even a little bit that a lot of the mainstream outlets that refuse to talk about the pro-rape riots inside of Israel, that didn't talk about the 49 pages of hardline evidence of Israel using rape as a weapon of war during its genocide in Gaza, I've been laser focused on these protests, even though the protests overall were the protests that have taken place so far have broadly been about not Hamas, but instead Israel doing untold amounts of violence to the Palestinian population. Ultimately, it does not matter what the Palestinian population says. Because even if they were to change leadership, which, by the way, Hamas is not against, even if they were to change leadership, it's not like Israel is stopping its exterminationist policies. The notion that this is actually the notion that Israel is bombing Gaza because of Hamas is stupid. That's not the case. Israel simply wants to occupy these territories. Israel will not stop occupying these territories. That's it. It's that simple. This is not a simple political disagreement. After all, look no further than what has taken place in the West Bank if you want to understand what happens when there is no Hamas. Ironically enough, when you look at the West Bank and the popularity of the Palestinian Authority, Hamas, as a direct contrast, is one, significantly more popular than the Palestinian Authority in the West Bank. But then again, Hamas is less popular in Gaza than it is in the West Bank, something that I've mentioned time and time again. However, Hamas inside of Gaza is still infinitely more popular than the Palestinian Authority is inside of the West Bank. And there's a reason for that. These people that are protesting against Hamas are not protesting against the resistance, for the record. They're not protesting against people resisting. They're protesting against Hamas directly, the ones that do. But ultimately, all Palestinians are united under the same banner, unless they're like directly a Zionist op or simply someone who is motivated for personal political gains. Maybe they're Fatah, maybe they want to fucking join the PA or whatever. But why are you putting words in their mouths? You literally know nothing. What? What are you talking about? I'm not denying that there is discontent towards Hamas in the Gaza Strip. I'm not putting words in their mouth at all. I mean, the notion, who told you that? The Palestinians I talk to, the Palestinians I read, they're online. The Palestinians in Gaza, the Palestinians from Gaza that have escaped Gaza. My bad. I should have just listened to Channel 4 or Times of Israel instead. No, but this is not accurate 100%. What is accurate? What is inaccurate? Is that Chatter Palestinian? I don't think so. I think he's Turkish. He's going to go nuts about this? I don't give a fuck. Fuck Ethan.
His family says the killers were affiliated to the group's military wing and they're demanding retribution.
Well, I've been speaking.
Yeah, Abu Bakr Abed is another example. Just to make it clear, only Israel is behind my suffering. Israel's destroyed, bombed, killed, and starved Gaza. Only Israel. Israel's the root of my pain. Israel's the generator of our catastrophe. Only Israel. And the protests themselves across the board, even the most rigid, even that dude who was in the Atlantic Council, the one that, ironically enough, Ethan, or even fucking, well, John Aziz is even worse than that other dude, but like most people that are directly antagonistic against Hamas, who basically talk about how it's actually not Israel that is the fault here, but it's actually Hamas that's the fault here. And they're of Palestinian background, by the way. Those people still say the number one condition is the end of the occupation. I like that I'm supposed to not listen to like actual fucking Palestinians okay, that are directly still reporting on the ground inside of Gaza. But instead, I'm supposed to listen to fucking Ethan Klein, who lives in Bel Air and doesn't know his ass from his elbow, and said Yoav Gallant was a good guy or a moderating force, and was like trying to defend that statement up until last week, even after apologizing for the stupid fucking thing that he had said. You know, the expectation is don't listen to the last surviving 8 fucking journalists that are reporting from the ground, and listen to instead a Palestinian dude who works for the Atlantic Council and lives in Virginia, or Ethan Klein, who is highlighting these affairs. What am I supposed to think? What am I supposed to think when I don't hear the cries of horror for 16 fucking months as Israel has killed hundreds of thousands of fucking Palestinians, but then the one time I'm supposed to believe that these people actually care about the Palestinian lives all of a sudden? I said this during the Al Ahli hospital courtyard bombing as well. Sometimes when you listen to pro-Israeli sentiment, it almost feels like they're saying only we get to kill Palestinians. Only we get to kill Palestinians. How dare they? It's crazy. I know I read the drop site breakdown, the drop site news breakdown from the other day. Yeah. It's crazy how this works. Anti-Hamas protest made its way to the fucking Joe Rogan Experience. People that are otherwise like very silent for months and months, radio silence, months and months for Israeli genocide, all of a sudden now are like, yeah, we got to hear from the fucking pro-Palestinian voices. It's not to say that these voices should not be heard, mind you, but there's still a fucking ongoing genocide. Like, what are we talking about? I don't have any allegiance to the domestic politics of Hamas. I don't have any allegiance to Hamas in general, beyond the fact that I believe unconditionally that the Palestinian population has a right to autonomy, a right to sovereignty, a right to live free of the Israeli occupation. Okay? I don't care what the fuck people call themselves in the process of that. I don't care what kind of political formations occur in that process. I believe that Palestinians have a right to emancipation. I want Palestinians to be able to have a fucking free election. If they choose Hamas, then they choose Hamas. If they don't choose Hamas, they choose someone else in that process. Great. It's not up to me. It's very weird that many Americans cannot comprehend this. They can't understand it. So yeah, excuse me if I, don't really care about the opinion of a person who said Hamas is putting children under hospitals and command centers under hospitals to justify Israel bombing every fucking hospital in the Gaza Strip. Get the fuck out of here, dude. Get the fuck out of here. Yeah, yeah. Ethan definitely cares about Palestinian autonomy. Get out of here. There's already an example of no Hamas. And Israel certainly doesn't treat them all too great. It's the West Bank. Atrocities happen there every fucking week as well, including but not limited to a person who just won a fucking Oscar, who was in my house, who then got brutalized by a settler lynch mob and then arrested falsely and detained by the Israeli occupying force. You think they would stop hiding Hamas under hospitals after they blew up the 5th hospital within a month? Yeah, it almost feels crazy that like they just keep moving on to the next hospital, I guess, over and over again. And then you ask the Western Doctors Without Borders doctors if they are hiding under the hospitals, and they're like, no, they're not actually. But I guess those guys are Hamas sympathizers too. Everyone is lying, except for those who defend Israel Israel, the Israeli state itself. You know, babies are Hamas, doctors are Hamas, nurses are Hamas, everyone is Hamas. American college students, college campus demonstrators are Hamas. Who isn't Hamas? It's fucking ridiculous. Who even entertains this nonsense at this point? You have to be real fucking delusional. You have to be hopped up on insane amounts of delusion. Ridiculous. Anyway. I think that there are an understandable group of people that don't appreciate Hamas rule. There are people who also disagree. But the thing that's important to understand is that everyone is desperate. That's what genocide does. So of course, people in their moment of desperation are going to be like, yeah, no, we hope that if Hamas is dissolved immediately, then potentially Israel will stop killing us. Israel will not stop killing Palestinians, whether Hamas exists or not. And that's reflected by the sentiment that you hear from Israelis that won't even entertain the anti-Hamas protests. Like, some get their notes and understand that, like, you gotta make it seem like you care about these Palestinians. There are some who do that, many of them in the Western world in general. But you look at the Israeli accounts in fucking in Israel, and you hit the fucking translate from Hebrew button, and you get a very different reflection of reality there, where they're like, none of them are saying release the hostages right now. We should kill all of them. These tricks won't work on us. Considering that the Israeli government has continued bombing all of these places, regardless of these protests, I think it's pretty obvious which side the Israeli war coalition is leaning on. Here. Netanyahu said today that Israel will increase military pressure and claim that Hamas will disarm and that its leadership will leave the Gaza Strip so that Trump's plan of voluntary migration of Palestinians out of Gaza will begin. This is the plan. They're not fucking hiding it. And you want me to talk about what Ethan Klein has to say? I don't give a fuck about what Ethan Klein has to say. He's just a propagandist for Israel. He's an Israeli mouthpiece at this point. The fuck do you mean? And not a particularly smart one at that either. Benjamin Netanyahu's talking about doing a final solution on the Palestinians, and you're over here being like, well, people are protesting Hamas. What do you have to say about that? Like, okay, yeah, no, that makes sense. What do you think, fucking Palestinians are a monolithic force? As Netanyahu says, his plan is that once Hamas gives up his arms, returns hostages, and leaves power, the next step is not peace, but the ethnic cleansing of the population of Gaza. In that light, of course, Hamas would not do any of these things. Clip from the West Bank,
we're
no
accosted
Arabs.
by a member of the outpost security team.
One picture, dear Balak. I'm crazy, okay?
Soldiers are on the scene too. We're prevented from filming and are marched off the site.
Let me just explain to you why we were here. Okay. To our land?
Both sides won't stop killing too much bad blood. What are you talking about? What is Hamas killing now? Hamas is killing fucking Israeli soldiers that are dropping munitions on fucking Palestinian babies. The fuck do you mean? It's not October 7 anymore, bitch. The fuck are you talking about? Both sides won't stop killing. Yeah, no. I think that every single Palestinian has a legal right and a moral responsibility to defend themselves from the fucking belligerent occupier. What are you talking about? Both sides are doing killing. This motherfucker's coming in here rehashing the innocent teenager Israeli occupying force soldier was kidnapped out of his tank rhetoric over here. What the fuck are you talking about? He was in a tank. No, both sides are not the same. What the fuck do you mean? What the fuck do you mean? He's not propagandist. He just matched your energy. Yeah, he did. For a fucking Nazi nation doing a live streamed Holocaust. Yes, I'm doing propaganda for a population that is being ethnically cleansed in broad fucking daylight and trying to get dumb fuck American pigs to recognize their humanity. He's doing propaganda for a fucking Nazi nation doing the live stream Holocaust. Do you think both sides are the same? Are you fucking stupid? Were the Jews in the Warsaw Ghetto on the same moral playing field as the fucking Nazis? Are you stupid? Jesus Christ. Wake the fuck up, dude. There is no both sides in this situation. God damn. Why the fuck do we, why? Why do we talk about anything? Like, why do I ever bring up history ever? People's morality has been obliterated, I think. There's no reason. I don't know how Ethan still has fans that will go out the bat for him like this because they're just brain broken liberals, dude. I think that's what it is. Or trolls. I don't know. I mean, there's not that many, to be fair. Like, guys, can we talk about both sides? Both sides in this process, please? You know, the one side that has unlimited munitions from the most powerful state on the fucking planet, and they're dumping those munitions on babies, on children. Okay? Like October 7 is horrifying. And yet it is a fraction of what Israel has done since October 7 and before October 7. It is a fucking fraction. Like, what do you want me to do? I care about human beings on every side. And therefore, obviously, I'm going to be fucking extra critical of the side that bears the entire responsibility of the violence. The apartheid state that is doing a genocide, that its inception was also off of ethnically cleansing Palestinians from their indigenous fucking lands. What an insane suggestion. Israel does a metric ton more October 7s. I was a both sides guy when I literally had no clue of the facts. You've opened my eyes to my ignorance. Thank you, bro. Free Palestine. That's why I do what I do, by the way, for the record. And that's precisely why so many people see me as a dangerous person, including Ethan Klein. Opening up people's eyes to the reality that there are no both sides in a fucking genocide is really dangerous. Much more dangerous than the actual fucking anti-Semites out there. Seemingly. Considering he only fucking talks about me. Dumb fuck. Lol, you're not dangerous, you're just a douche. Okay. Yeah, that's why the ADL targets me and not fucking Candace Owens. Because I'm douchey and she's actually nice. Is that your fucking argument? Are you stupid? Or perhaps it is more dangerous for someone who is not anti-Semitic to actually fucking be an anti-Zionist than an anti-Semitic anti-Zionist, because you can immediately package all of that by going, look at what this person has to say about the Jews. Obviously, this person is anti-Semitic. That's why they fucking hate Israel. Brother, I'm kidding. Okay, funny joke, man. Anytime someone says, what does this do for Gaza? I say, well, it hurts Israel and that drives you crazy. The polls show that. What?
To Antoine Renard, Palestine director for the World Food Programme, who joined me from Deir al-Balah in central Gaza. I asked him what the situation was like after Israel began bombing the enclave again.
What you face is real food scarcity. And what we are afraid is that a number of goods managed to come during the ceasefire, but very quickly these stocks are being depleted. This is the longest period of closure since the start of this war, practically 17 months ago. So the challenge that we look forward, we have perhaps 1 to 2 days to continue to support 19 bakeries. We have provided our last food parcels to population. It will last for a week. So that's really the fear currently in Gaza.
But there is a real prospect that this blockade of aid on Gaza goes on indefinitely. There's no end in sight.
And that's exactly why we need to continue to plead. So we do end this closure, that aid needs to enter into Gaza. That's why it's so important that for your viewers, for us in terms of United Nations and from the World Food Programme, we are raising the fact that we are running short of food, that the situation could again be dire, and then we face again.
H3 was self-destruct with an open chat. Appreciate that you let opposing voices in. Yeah, I know. And it's so funny because he'll like clip those opposing moments to be like, see? It's like, bro, fucking open up your chat to every single person, not even just members. You can't even fucking handle members half the time. Well, I guess now he doesn't have to worry about that because he's already banned most of his paying members that now despise him for his fucking unlimited pro-Israel propaganda. What is the final conclusion of people like that Hamas is bad for Palestinians, so the genocide is justified or to be expected, or that we can't criticize Israel until Hamas is gone? It makes no sense. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Like, I guess it's just anything that advances the cause that there's like instability amongst the Palestinian population and they're not united on Hamas is a cowardly way to try to say like what Israel is doing is bad, but kind of justified. You know what I mean? That's what it is. It's also this notion that like there's always a finger pointing like these guys actually love Hamas, but see, look at these Palestinians, they hate Hamas. Hasan doesn't care about Gazans. If he did, he would care about these Gazans, which I do. I do care about those Gazans as well as all Gazans, as well as all Palestinians. That's why I think Israel should stop doing a fucking genocide, because their bombs are indiscriminate. Their bombs don't go, ooh, I'm going to avoid these guys due to their political allegiances. Are they pro-Hamas? Are they anti-Hamas? I'm not going to kill them. It's no different than fucking being like, well, what about the gay Palestinians? Hamas is killing gay Palestinians. First of all, they're not, okay? You know who's killing gay Palestinians? Israel is, okay? If you care about gay Palestinians and all Palestinians, you want the occupation to end. What the fuck? If Israeli bombs knew how to avoid targets, they wouldn't kill so many fucking Israeli hostages, okay? But they clearly don't have smart targeting capabilities yet.
Key challenges related to hunger into the Gaza Strip.
Whose mind are you going to change? Because President Trump has given Israel his full support. There's no sign at all that he's going to change his mind. What happens then?
Yeah, Israel killed 83 Palestinians today, 40 children during Eid celebrations too. And you want me to talk about a guy who very clearly and very disingenuously is trying to do propaganda for Israel like this? Fucking gross.
This is exactly why we need to continue to have the plea. There are mediators that are an ongoing negotiation are still happening in Doha. This is why we need to continue to focus on the needs of the population, be the voice of the civilians that are on the ground, remind also the protection of the humanitarian so we are able to do our job. And that's why we continue to do this plea for the population that are living here.
We've heard these pleas and their urgency. Is there any sign at all that Donald Trump hears them?
Paul, 2/3 of Jews worry that Trump could turn on Israel as he has Ukraine. That's hilarious, dude. That is fucking hilarious. Yeah, okay. Yeah, right. Yeah, fucking right, dude. Yeah, he's any day now. Inshallah, one day he will, but he won't, okay? There's no way. It's the very same reason why, it's half the fucking reason why he has turned on Ukraine. Not the entire reason, but half the reason why he has turned on Ukraine is because he likes the wrong side of every conflict, okay? That's what it is. He's like, I like winners. I don't like losers. You got invaded. Bye-bye. You're a loser. You have to be fucking delusional to think that he would... Trump entertains one of the most autistic people on the planet with regular frequency, despite his distaste for all of his actions, because that man has given him $250 million. Miriam Adelson has given $100 million to Donald Trump. Sheldon gave another 100 when he was alive. If you think that Donald Trump is just going to cast aside his allegiances when he is pay for play through and fucking through, you are out of your goddamn mind, okay? The guy who said we should do a final solution on every Palestinian living on Gaza is not going to cast aside his allegiance with Israel. It is delusion. I wish he would do that. I wish he wouldn't turn on Ukraine and would turn on Israel. What are we talking about? The fuck?
Okay.
What you didn't understand, huh? What you didn't understand?
We're
We
going.
don't want here. You and Georgia Arab, all right?
No Arabs allowed.
Yeah, this is the West Bank, by the way, not Hamas owned or anything or occupied.
Out here?
Want? No Arabs here.
The Arabs said they used to live here, right?
No. You want the Nazis or Hamas, the terrorism organization, live here.
Yeah. Hamas, you are Arab, you're Hamas. Fuck this guy. Oh, fucking animals, dude. Fucking pigs. There's a good chance he will turn on Israel. Have you forgotten?
Allah awaken the people and help them to see the evil doings of Israel and the United States. May Allah awaken the people and help them to see the evil doings of Israel and the United States.
Yeah. Yeah, he's gonna do that any day now, dude. Trust. Trust. Breaking. Netanyahu says Hamas may lay down his weapons, exile his leaders, and hand over security in Gaza and allow Israel to enforce voluntary immigration under Trump's plan to reach a final stage of a ceasefire deal. The military pressure Israel is applying on Hamas is working. International fugitives for war crimes. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said at a government meeting on Sunday, adding that the security cabinet has decided on Saturday to increase operations against Hamas. It's working because it operates simultaneously. On the one hand, it crushes Hamas's military and governmental capabilities. On the other, it creates the conditions for the release of our hostages. That's exactly what we're doing, Netanyahu said. Hamas will lay down its arms. Its leaders will be allowed to leave. We will ensure overall security in Gaza and enable the implementation of the Trump plan, voluntary immigration. That's the plan. We're not hiding it and are ready to discuss it at any time, he said. He added. Yeah. Yeah. Voluntary migration. It's going to be totally voluntary. I'm voluntarily, yeah, when I rob you at gunpoint, you're volunteering to give me your wallet because if not, I'm going to fucking kill you. I already killed your family in front of you just to show you that I'll kill you as well, just to show you how serious I am. And now you're voluntarily handing your wallet to me. Oh. Totally voluntary.
From our end, this is why we
Yeah, also, I fucking saw this. It's insane. One of the most insane things I've ever seen in my entire goddamn life. Jackson Hinkle at the Houthi rally in Yemen. Okay? I don't know what to say about this anymore. I have no... I don't know. I don't know what to say.
Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! I am so honored to be here.
لي الشرف الكبير أن أكون معكم اليوم.
I have never met a
Yeah, Tulsi Gabbard's favorite guy, who quite literally is pro-Trump. It's making me lose my mind. Like, I don't understand it. I can't even, like, I can't. Be careful, he will spam your Twitter replies. Yeah, former HasanAbi head, Jackson Hinkledink, is in front of a massive rally. And he's still pro-Trump, which is crazy.
more courageous people.
على الإطلاق لا مقابل شجعانا مثلكم هنا اليوم.
America and the Zionist entity fears Yemen more than anyone else.
أمريكا والصهيونية والصهاينة يخافون اليمن.
Because the people of Yemen fear nobody but God.
What the fuck's even his purpose as an asset? What do you mean? He gets to fucking be around like super high profile. If he gets in the rooms with like high profile Al Houthi family members and shit, are you kidding me? That's insane. That has insane benefits. God forbid a white boy catch a vibe. That's true.
لأن اليمنيين لا يخشون شيئا إلا الله.
I've been reading a little bit about what a lot of Palestinians have been saying about him and like warning people in Yemen and like because he's been collabing with the Yemeni content creators, right? Like influencers in Yemen and the back and forth is like a lot of people have my suspicions as well, where they think he's a Western asset, like a Western state asset. But from what I've read, they just say, who cares? Like they're just like, yeah, we don't give a shit. He's still doing propaganda, so it's fine. Like that's kind of what it is.
I understand that here today
أتفهم إليكم اليوم.
it is
He's the most obvious AI plant. No, this is like an incredible, like this is wild. You know what I mean? Like this is inside access, dude. Are you kidding me? What is I don't like this level of access is fucking unprecedented. And for that reason, I also don't believe that, like, it makes me feel like he might not be a Fed, because then it's like I'm giving the CIA too much props. You know what I mean? Like, it makes me feel as though, like, the CIA doesn't have this much motion, dude. That's fucking insane. Like, getting a dude to be this prominent in the anti-imperialist movement is just like, that goes above and beyond. I just don't think that, like, the current CIA would be capable of doing this.
SPUDDAY, and I could think of nowhere else I would rather be than with the free people of Yemen.
وأتشرف وأفخر بأن أكون في يوم القدس.
I think he's just really into geopolitics, man. There's nothing wrong with having a hobby or traveling. He's like a passport, bro. Not sure why we're making a big deal out of this. Looked kind of like Lollapalooza.
هنا في اليمن بجانبكم.
As the United States drops bombs on the people of Yemen and Gaza,
في حين أن الولايات الأمريكية تقصفكم وترمي عليكم بالقنابل والقذائف.
We know that the U.S. and the Zionist entity is waging a war against God.
ونعرف بأن أمريكا والصهيونية زائلة وزائلة.
And we know that anyone who wages a war against God will never be successful.
لأنهم يشنون حربا وفي وجه الله فهم الخاسرون.
Thank you for having me here.
أشكر استقبالكم لي هنا معكم اليوم في هذه اللحظات.
Ankh is jealous he's not invited. I mean, look, the difference between me and him is that I would get fucking lasered the moment I... Are you kidding me? They put a fucking anal probe in my asshole the moment that I step foot inside of any European country. Not even just America, okay? Any moment. Like, you think you can deliver a speech like this and then have free travel? Are you insane? I would be immediately black bagged. People are saying he lives in Russia now, which it kind of makes sense as to why he can travel this much. I don't...
And inshallah, one day we will meet in a free Palestine.
وسنلتقي إن شاء الله يوما ما في فلسطين.
Yeah, he was just doing this in support of Trump's plans just 2 months ago. Yeah. It's just like doesn't make any fucking sense, dude. He's like, Manifest Destiny is not complete until U.S. liberates Canada. Nobody cares, dude. Please check out my last appearance on Legitimate Targets if you're not a loser. He literally is pro-Trump. He has talked about how he loves Benjamin Netanyahu. Do these guys not know that? Maybe they maybe they forgot. When Vladimir Putin was pro Netanyahu, he was pro Netanyahu. Here, where is it? I've watched it on stream before. Gotta give him credit for going to Yemen, Lamau, but he's very clearly connected to Russian intel. I don't think he's a Fed. Yeah, I don't know. This kind of shit makes me think he's probably not an American Fed. I'll be honest. I was definitely assuming that he was he was an American intelligence asset, but it makes me feel like...
You know who else has a good working relationship with Benjamin Netanyahu? Vladimir Putin has a very good working relationship with Benjamin Netanyahu. I'm actually happier that for the sake of, the multipolar world order, that he is in power right now compared to the previous coalition in Israel. Xi Jinping of the Communist Party of China has a good working relationship with Benjamin Netanyahu, better than the previous coalition.
Yeah. His politics only really make sense in the context of Russia. Like, notice how he showed him with Putin. Yeah, I think, but it doesn't. But it still doesn't, because then you have Tulsi Gabbard. and you have his like unlimited pro-Trump statements. So then it still doesn't make sense. You know what I mean? Like, it's mind-boggling that a dude who used to say ad break dankies in this fucking chat is now delivering speeches in front of the entire Yemeni population. This also kind of made me feel like maybe he's not an American state asset, because like this is giving too much credit to the American intelligence agencies, to be fair. But then again, he's so pro-Trump that it makes me feel like he might be. I don't know. I think it's like he's pivoting as opportunities arise, and the Russian intel community is dumb as fuck because his politics are totally incoherent. His politics only really make sense in the context of Russia. Like, notice how he showed him with Putin. Yeah, no, he is like the one. He has two allegiances. One to Donald Trump, and it's unshakable despite Donald Trump literally saying he wants to do a final solution on the Gazan population. How the fuck can a guy who likes the guy who says we want to do a final solution, a guy who's like actively bombing Yemen, go to Yemen and deliver a speech in front of the entire Yemeni population, and no one goes, wait a minute, but you're pro-Trump. How the fuck does that work? Aren't the ACP guys turning against Trump because of Gaza? I don't really follow them much. Dog, if you think I follow the ACP guys, I mean, come on. I have no fucking idea. All I see every now and then is on my Twitter timeline, fucking, what's that manlet, the Albanian manlet, and fucking Jackson Hinkleding in a Russian tank with their fucking Russian tank operator gear on with their ears flapping. That's the oh, I love that one. That video is so funny. People on TikTok accuse you of supporting the ACP. This is just LaRoucheite incoherence. Yes, but and LaRouche was an asset. So that's why I'm like, is this still a fed up? But then also at the same time, I don't think LaRouche had motion to this degree. You know what I mean? It just doesn't make any sense. I don't know. If he wasn't an asset, then that entire crowd would have been pelted by MQ-9s. There's no way the bloodthirsty... No. That's not correct. You're wrong about that. The American government is not at the stage of doing what Israel's doing to Gaza in Yemen yet. I say yet. They're definitely bombing the fuck out of Yemen, but not like, they're not bombing crowds like this yet. The ACP is super misogynist, and that's why the recruitment is successful at giving some performative internationalism. Wait, what? No, what do you mean their recruitment is super successful? I think you're giving a little bit too much credit to those guys. Jackson is a Maoist third worldist working to destroy Western hegemony from the inside. Internationally, LaRouche did, but also don't overestimate this. Hinkle sees these kinds of things out, where the incoherence of his politics don't register when he's there in a nation that doesn't know anything about his politics beyond free Palestine. I would expect people to do a little bit more due diligence, though, before they fucking welcome him to the funeral of Hassan Nasrallah, or, maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think that they go, oh, that's a white boy with swag. He said free Palestine. Let's give him access to the fucking highest levels of the Yemeni government at a time when America is like actively trying to assassinate the leadership, you know? Dog, this image is even crazier. Yeah, I saw this. This is... They hit him with the Houthi ray. Like, this kind of stuff, I don't have an inherent problem with, for the record. Make no mistake. I'm not like, oh my God, I can't believe he's talking to the fucking Yemenis or doing this kind of shit. I don't fucking care. I'm not like going to be like, oh my God, he's a terrorist. You know, that's not what I'm doing at all. Make no mistake. Is there a little bit of envy? Certainly. I will even go so far as to say that because I'm radically transparent. Okay. Perhaps to a fault. Having said that, I have my suspicions. Some of the stuff that he's been doing have made me even more confused. And this is my bread and butter. You know what I mean? Like untangling incomprehensible, the incomprehensible politics of like insane people is what I do best. So when it's like a Moby Dick situation. You know what I mean? It's very, very difficult to decipher, but I go back and forth on the, he's a American government asset thing, especially after this. This is like, I suspect that the Yemenis would be like a little bit more, a little bit more secure. Wait, so you're telling me there's more credibility saying Jackson Hinkle's a Houthi than even Rashid? Yes. He's Yahsun al-Hinkle now. Al-Hinkle. Al-Houthi. My Jeff FM episode is out already? God damn.
So Elon.
My man put this out quick, dude. That's crazy. Have you talked to him? No. Ew. I'm not talking to fucking Jackson Hinkle, dude. Get out of here. Is so gross and predatory for Hasan, a grown man, to bring on a gender-confused child to own his father. So gross. Yeah, I saw all the Elon Dick Riders shitting on me on this. She's 20 years old, man. The fuck? Remember when the Quarter Pounder was talking about how... Remember when the Quarter Pounder was talking about how fucking... you know, pedophiles should be able to hide their CP on their phones. I remember. Does anyone have that video? I kind of want to retweet this. And then post that. Is he receiving any critic by the government? My man chilling casual with Xi, Hezbollah, Houthis? He's not chilling with Xi. That's the other reason why I still think he's like a little bit of an op, because the only country that doesn't fuck with him is China. China does not fuck with him. They banned his account on like Bilibili, I think, or whatever. Douyin, he had a Douyin account, and like they fucking clocked it. And it's interesting because I know those motherfuckers got OPSEC. He used to be on CGTN. Did you see Ian Miles Chong's? Yeah. Oh my God, it's got 103,000 likes. This is an absolutely insane way to spin an interview. Boom, retweet. Hasan Piker is a bad fucking person for weaponizing Elon's dead son against him. He is so gross. Ian Miles Chong is going to die alone, and they're not even going to know that he died until like the smell is disruptive to the fucking neighborhood, and then they're gonna find out that he died months ago when he inevitably passes, and not a single person will mourn his loss. It won't be considered a loss at all. If anyone ever thinks about it as an afterthought, they'll go, oh, that's funny. So if I were in his shoes, I would worry about that for the rest of my days and try to make sure that that doesn't happen, to try to make sure that I have loved ones instead of LARPing as an American reactionary all the way from fucking Malaysia. His death will be the weight of a feather, just like Mao said. Hinkle went to China to do talk on TV. My mom showed me a video. Look at this American scholar coming to talk about the flaws of the U.S. And I'm like, Mom, I've chatted to that dumbass on Discord. Yeah.
More of a public service announcement than anything else. At the office this week, we had a situation where one of the techs came across some pictures on a customer's computer that were of the child pornography variety. I don't really know if there's any tack way to put that, but the customer was reported and subsequently arrested, I believe, is the last that I heard. And is even more serious. However, I've never known a tech in my life that ever took anything other than like videos or music off computers. But the point of this video is just to remind people that, you know, as techs, we read your emails, so to speak. I'm not saying it's right. I'm just saying it happens. So if you have things that you don't want computer techs to see, you know, you should delete them or rename them that you don't want techs to look at. You know, maybe change the folder name when you take it in if you can, or, you know, I'm not condoning it. I don't think it's necessarily right. I believe it's an invasion of privacy, but and that's really why, you know, I don't really do it anymore. But I certainly did back in the day, and, you know, there's not a tech in the business out there right now that doesn't do it. It happens. So if you have these sorts of things, remember that computer techs do look at other things on your computer. It's sometimes it's by accident.
He's giving OPSEC to pedophiles, dude. That's the guy. Yeah. Why are all my enemies like this, bro? Why are all my fucking enemies like this? They're all this. This is what this is dark. This is I don't even want to fucking say it. Never mind. I'm not gonna say anything. I wouldn't be doing that around her. I wouldn't be putting my fucking face on your thumbnails if I were you. You know what I'm saying? You pee in your basement, I come inside your wife. We are not the same. It's true. He put lipstick on it. Wanted to make me look real pretty for his wife. So when I give her little kisses, he'll know at the end of the night, you know? Speaking of my enemies, we got Grums on the docket. All those guys are pro Ethan now, by the way. Quarter Pounder is pro Ethan now. Oh, it's awesome. That's the saddest part of being a foot soldier now, I think, is like in the past, they would probably love that I interviewed Vivian and all this shit. And now they can't even like openly enjoy that because that would, for them, that would mean treachery. That would mean disloyalty. Oh my God, the defense people are trying to run for Grums. Wait, what is this? The lefties went too far. They doxed me. They tried to get me killed with bounties and went to the dark web to nab plain word passwords and emails to try to cancel me for stuff 20 years ago, which turned out to be nothing. They put me in a position where I have no choice but to destroy their ideology. Oh man, you really didn't want that. Dude, what? Grums literally pretended to be a 16-year-old girl online? Wait, what? He did? That's what pedo catchers do to catch people like you. Must be what got you so worked up against it. What pedo was Grums trying to catch? Wait, I didn't know that part. I only knew the other shit. I know that he like managed a porn site. No? Oh my God, this already has 20.
One of the leading thought lords of the reactionary right wing is more of a freak than you, I, we, anyone could actually imagine. This all comes with receipts. This is all grounded in facts. This is all quite legally safe for me to talk about. This is all public record. I'm getting this out of the way quickly because I know the person I'm going to be talking about is the kind of person to scream that he's being doxxed, cancelled, and threaten lawyers. This all started from a historic data breach, which isn't actually like quite a safe way to get into this, but when I corroborated it with other sources, I found out that this was just sitting out in the open for anyone to find who knew exactly where to look for a name, a registered company, and then you start pulling on a string and pulling on another string and another string, and you
First 13 minutes, just the intro? Okay.
more about you than anyone should. My Twitter account. Every public-facing piece of information that we can find has now been deleted. While you, Mark Edward Kern, were beating your meat raw over anime children's navels, we were finding out more about you than anyone should. Draw your blade, pervert.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to what I'm calling the Guna Nomicon. Now, this isn't a magic book full of spells that you can only cast one-handed. This is a documentation of Mark Edward Kern, the first in a series of some of the worst onanists, some of the worst masturbators in the gaming sphere, who are trying to mold and manipulate gaming culture to return to a time when they were 12 years old and all they had in life to look forward to is extra cheese sticks and a woman in a bikini. It will become pretty obvious that these men just think with their erections. People forget that hating is an inherently valuable form of critical thinking. I have learned tens of thousands of facts via hating. If you are truly hating, you will take all the time you need to learn everything else. Is no one has been motivated enough to pay a data aggregator $11. The story here is that Grums is a man who has aggressively pursued his personal interests at great cost to his family and his career. The biggest crime here is that anime babes with huge bazongas are his. These points are archived in the description. He is a former video game executive. 1992, he gets his bachelor's degree in cognitive science from the University of Rochester. He eventually gets his doctorate from Boston University School of Law with a specialization in IP. He goes on to found Qualia Games in Boston, developing a top-down 2D shooter called Crixa. This is with Blizzard's backing, and he loves the name Crixa. Crixa is eventually cancelled by Blizzard, they do pull the funding, and Qualia shuts down. There's not enough money to pay the payroll. Blizzard used this as a way to get some talent, and Mark is unfortunately the only one to take them up on that offer. He eventually moves on to a role at Blizzard. He serves as an associate producer for StarCraft, works on StarCraft 64 and Diablo 2 as a producer. He's in the credits. I'm not going to dispute the fact that he worked on these games. This is part of his career. March 27, 2001, FoxyFighter.com is purchased by Mark Kern. Ignore the country of France. That is where Gandhi SAS is located. They're a French company. But Mark Kern is the registrant. Now, Mark Kern isn't a unique name, but there's later information that basically proves that this is him. Now, what is FoxyFighter.com? To put it as simply as possible, FoxyFighter.com is sexy catfight hentai. It is a website run by a persona called Debbie Chan, but Debbie Chan is Mark. And that's underselling it. He has, over the course of 20 plus years, collected a variety of live-action catfights, drawn hentai catfights, quite a bit of like run-of-the-mill porn. However, there are multiple stories where his persona, Debbie, violently sexually abuses women. It's been scrubbed at this point. As soon as Grum's got a sniff that people were investigating this, he ripped down as much as he could. Unfortunately, we archived most of it. The email addresses that we found share passwords. When searching a Pwn database, which is a database of dumped passwords and email addresses, we found a Foxy Fighter email sharing the same password as Mark Kern's email. Fascinating, huh? We also found this one.
Pretty little girl 16? So he was like a whole ass 30-year-old man. And his username and email he was using was Pretty Little Girl 16. 40. He was a 40-year-old man at that point. He's in his 60s now, I think. That's crazy, dude. What the fuck? Also, that is such a 40-year-old pedophile username. It's hilarious. Is a hilariously 45-year-old pedophile username where he was just like horny and he's like, oh, what will fool people? Oh, Pretty Little Girl 16. Oh, is the equivalent of typing boob into Google when you got horny. Disgusting.
I'm just leaving that out there. Moving on. July 21st, 2001 is the earliest capture of foxyfighters.com. On February 28, 2002, Debbie wins second place in the third Seeking Femfights story competition, so he is actively making this stuff. And on March 24, 2003, we get RussianCatfights.com. This is another site owned by Mark. He confirms it on a Twitter post. March 22nd, 2004, we get an archive of Latina catfights.
Bro, this guy wanted DEI catfights? What the fuck's going on? He doesn't want video game DEI, but he loves it when DEI's happening in fucking catfights? Is that what it is? Am I getting this correct? He wants a Gap ad of different kinds of catfights from all around the planet. The hell's going on? Also, I still don't fully understand what catfights are, and at this point, I'm a little too scared to fucking Google it, so I'm just not gonna do that. I assume it's like some kind of hentai furry shit, right? Just say yes or no. Am I like around? Am I close? It's wrestling. It's girls fighting. It's women fight. It's women wrestling. Okay, all right.
This is also owned by Mark. June 28, 2004, access to Foxy Fighter goes for about $10 a month. Posts are stories and drawn artwork. November 13, 2004, World of Warcraft releases. This is effectively the pinnacle of Mark's career. He's credited as team lead. He says he works on drafting the TOS in ULA and does licensing with China. He leaves Blizzard shortly afterwards. He says he's going to go and be with some family, so I don't blame him. Like, that was a very hard process, even if he was apparently a bit of a shithead. Look, no one's spoken about him in a good light at Blizzard, really, like not in a way that I think a team lead should in this role. Very shortly afterwards, him and a few other Blizzard employees found Red 5 Studios. So he obviously had a couple of friends who wanted to work with him, but he's not really mentioned in a lot of these retrospective books. It's real fascinating. June 15th, 2005, RussianCatfights.com is closed due to changes in US law.
No! The woke came after him. What? Wokeness came after him.
And on August 18th, 2005, LatinaCatfights.com is closed to the same changes. So I don't want to point out that this is anything egregiously sinister. This was a change that was required in the porn industry to have verified records of the performers. Before this law, those records were not kept. Blizzard in 2008 had some problems. People were stealing breast milk from the fridge. This is attributed to Mark. People call him the breast milk bandit. He wasn't working there at the time, and he's not the breast milk bandit. It's funny to think he is. Please keep doing it. It's very funny. But we found dozens of breast milk photos on foxyfighter.com, so smoke this fire, huh, Mark?
What the fuck? So when that shit came out, he probably was like, damn, someone else was also stealing breast milk?
October 17th, 2008, as forum admin on freecatfights.com, Debbie recommends a Japanese breast milking series to another forum member and reveals that he owned LatinaCatfights.com. Now, you might notice that this is forum admin with a Batman avatar. This was scrubbed about a day ago. But this is him. April 23rd, 2009, Red 5 lays off 30 people. Reports of a studio purchase emerge. March 10th, 2010, that studio purchase comes through. A company called The Nine announces acquisition of Red 5 Studios, and Grums becomes CEO. May 19th, 2010, Grums buys a Leica S2 and a 70mm lens from OC Camera. Now, I bring this up because we match metadata from some of the live action photos on Foxy Fighter to this exact camera and lens types that we know he owns. September 3rd, 2010, Red...
So this dude was just like... So, I mean, look, I don't have any issues with pornography. I don't fully know what this catfight stuff is, and it seems maybe a little unethical, but like if he was just like a pornographer and he's like he's contributing to the making of sex work, I don't really like, you know, as long as it's like done between consenting adults, like I don't really have that big of an issue with it. It's just kind of, so far everything here is like he's just a fucking weird dude with a odd fetish.
Red 5 announces Firefall at PAX. September 20th, 2011, he goes and advertises foxyfighter.com and freecatfights.com on r/comics, which probably not the best place to do it, but doesn't even get a single piece of engagement.
Wait, and he says, I'm a girl who loves a throwdown of any kind between two hot and sexy women, writer, artist, and webmistress. I put together two great sites for my passion, foxyfighter.com and freecatfights.com, which have grown to be the biggest sites for female wrestling on the web. On Foxy Fighter, I write and hire artists to help me create the hottest catfight and female wrestling and MMA stories for the web. We also have full catfight comics. What the fuck? He's using company funds to finance his porn business?
Engagement, that's kind of sad. Come on, man, you're better posted than this. Even I can admit that, but dog. March 7th, 2011, he asks for models to star in fighting videos, so he's starting to move into the live action space at this point. And March 21st, 2011, model Megan Renee posts, I adore you, Mark, on his Model Mayhem profile. And that's his Model Mayhem profile, Studio Foxy Fighter. You see that little boxing glove image up the top right next to his profile? That one is an exact match to a camera lens I know he owns and a camera that he owns. Just a thought. October 5th, 2011, an IGN interview mentions Firefall will release soon. And he goes on to film a video of Randy Moore and Kimberly Jane. In January 18th, 2012, Red 5 skips E3 to protest SOPA. Mark is really big on hating SOPA, and he skips it and donates 50 grand, which was their E3 fund, to found the League for Gamers instead. League for Gamers is ostensibly a non-profit founded by Mark Kern. They style themselves as an advocacy group for video games, consumer-centric versus industry-focused. They represent the gamer. Red 5 paid this charity $50,000. He wired himself 50 grand from his slowly failing game studio, which I'm guessing is all that was left in the couch cushions at this point, never logged the transaction with the state of California. This should be logged. It's not in the logs where we're checking. We can see other logs, but it's not there. He then waits for California to dissolve the non-profit, then started a for-profit Delaware Corp with the same name. That's bad. Why was this allowed? Is this all above board tax-wise? I'm sure the California AG would love to know about this and the rest of your tax dodges. June 6, 2012, Grums offers his opinion on the Leica S2 and Nikon D3S, mentions using them for the last 2 years. This is, again, just here as an aside, he used these cameras and 100% owned them. They are a match for Foxy Fighter's content in the unscrubbed metadata. July 4th, 2013, you remember the Firefall bus? Well, that's shown at Anime Expo LA. July 9th, 2013, Firefall finally enters open beta. They are rapidly running out of money though, that's going to become obvious. December 19th, 2013, he gets removed as CEO. They vote him out. July 29th, 2014, Firefall finally releases. September 22nd, 2014, Mark is, after his next venture, he has made MEK Entertainment, Mark Edward Kern Entertainment. It is in Aliso Viejo, which is where everything that he does is based. They are an indie game company looking to leverage the blockchain, maybe, 10 years too early for that hype, but I respect the forward-facing vision. MEKentertainment.com launches at this point. They are registered to MEK Entertainment Inc. However, looking at those business entries, it looks like he never actually registered it as a company called MEK Entertainment. The game from the seed funding never really materializes. He gets ousted from MEK Entertainment and they go on to make a game called Voxel Noughts, but Mark never really does anything with his money, and we'll get to some allegations about that money later on. June 17th, 2015, Grums announces that he's joining Gamergate. He's mad. He's always mad. He's mad and he's horny. July 7th, 2015, DB-Chan LLC is registered. Mark Kern's mother is the registered CEO. And imagine having your mother being the CEO of your porn company. Come on, man. Have some pride. August 8th, 2015, MEK Entertainment changes to Retro Ronin Inc., which is a site about voxelnauts. No Mark. Mark is no longer working for Retro Ronin. And on September 14th, 2015, Crixa Labs LLC is registered. This is the same address as DVChan LLC. Interesting. My question here is why? It seems legally sketchy to register two LLCs under your 80-year-old mum's name. My working theory is that this is...
Skip this? Wait, why? This is disgusting, man. Wait, why is this disgusting? I mean, or why... He is disgusting, but like, why is this video disgusting? Is this Grums? Is Grums in the chat? Bunny Kai 2 on an alt? No, it's not. Don't skip my video, says MLYP.
Is a tax shelter, and it allows him to report that he earns 0 or less than the personal income required to be taxable by law, and then he can report any additional earnings to his LLCs. He can then write taxes down by saying his revenue did not exceed his annual...
This is some brainwash shit about someone that does not matter, in my opinion. I really wish that was the case. The second part of that statement. Like, I really wish that this was like a totally irrelevant person, because in a normal situation, you're right. Like, why the fuck should anybody care about like a 60-year-old dickhead? But remember, the reason why Elon was calling me a fucking chicken shit R word or a fraudulent person or whatever is because Elon loves this guy. The richest man on earth loves this dude. Also, the largest political content creator on this platform, Asmongold, a right-wing content creator, also loves this person and literally gets his notes on like what kind of outrage to farm from this person. So I understand why you're like, you know, why the fuck should like this 60-year-old gooner matter? I get it. In a normal world, in a normal universe, totally appropriate question.
Annual expenses.
We unfortunately don't live in a normal universe now.
He can say his business spent more than they earned, not pay a dime on the money. This is classic tax fraud. Again, California AG would love to have this information. October 19th, 2015, Debbie floats the idea of creating an online catfight game, likely thing for Mark to do. November 2nd, 2015, the Patreon for Foxy Fighters is launched. It maxes out at $57 a month, and it's eventually paused in 2020. November 16th, 2015, Cameroon Wildebeest is a prolific artist working in the catfight scene. They passed away. His hard drive is too damaged to recover, and a terabyte of catfight art is lost forever. November 20th, 2015, Mark's wife disappears from social media as far as we can tell at this point. Until then, she'd been quite a big cheerleader for him in the online space. So, just kind of putting it in here as a marker, really. December 9th, 2015, he leaves Gamergate after being kind of too transphobic, and he does drop a couple of...
Wait, what the fuck? Grums leaves Gamergate after being too transphobic for some Gamersgaters? Gamersgate's internal LGBT self-esteem team managed to drive Mark Kern out tonight. Good going. Gamergate's biggest name dev supporter because you were concerned about my PR and feels of some pedophile supporters. Good call. What? Dude, we don't deserve socialism. We don't. The only way that motherfuckers mobilize is towards this kind of shit, dude. We don't deserve it. We deserve Donald Trump. We really do. It's like think about the amount of time and effort that these fucking losers spent on like such a frivolous cause that they virtually invented in their minds that these like games were becoming woke and shit. Like
F slurs, so good job. No, sorry, he doesn't drop the F slurs. People on Kotaku in Action do, but they're mad that he's, yeah, look, these people are all sad and need jobs. December 17th, 2015, Mark does interview to promote his free speech organization. He's still trying to keep League of Gamers going at this point. And Voxelnaut's Twitter comes out and alleges that Mark stole money from Voxelnaut. So that's
look how much work they put into fucking with you. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, That's true.
Jan 16th, 2016 on freecatfights.com, they've been filming fights with a Red Dragon camera. Now that's interesting. Are these the same Red Dragon cameras that Red 5 had in their studio? I raised this earlier in the video. They had 3 Red Dragon cameras in their possession worth $50,000 each. That's the whole rig. That's not just the brain. The brain's about 20. We have evidence that Mark was in possession of Red accessories at his personal lockup in California after he had left Red 5. Are they the cameras? Did he abscond with them, or did he purchase them with some of his pilfered MEK Entertainment money? I'm not alleging anything specific here. I am asking questions. What is fascinating is that he had access to these same cameras that Red did after he left Red 5. Remember that tax fraud discussion? It's at this point that Mark is hit with a lien for $265,133.88 for unpaid tax from the years 2011, 2012, and 2013. Excuse me for messing up the 2013 to 2015 on this slide. I'm not going to fix it. May 2nd, 2016, Debbie Chan posts on Twitter looking for models, promises good conditions and a full makeup and hair crew. May 25th, 2016, Kern goes to the Firefall subreddit telling people they should kill the game so that he can buy back the IP for cheap, which is kind of sad to me. It's still an active game at this point, but you're actively trying to kill it so you can buy and get it back because you're mad you got ousted. He can't let it go, can he? May 29th, 2016, he delivers a petition to restore vanilla World of Warcraft to Blizzard. This is kind of his other big claim to fame in modern day. And June 11th, 2016, the legal compliance page for FoxyFighter.com lists the mailing address for DBChan LLC as the same address that Crixer Labs is registered to. I've censored it here, but that is fascinating. You can't deny that DBChan Foxy Fighters, that's Mark. It is Mark. June 27th, 2016, Make Ember, a spiritual successor to Firefall, is posted on change.org by Mark. That does hit 4,700 supporters, so, let's make Ember.
He is a serial change.org petitioner. That we do know. Some of his famous hits are make the video game titties larger, things like that. Or what was his Stellar Blade? Who could forget his Stellar Blade petition? He loves those fucking things, dude.
He has camera equipment. He posts camera equipment to Flickr. Lenses here are a match to the photos shot for Foxy Fighters. And we see the Red accessories I mentioned earlier. This is all in the same location, all shot on the same iPhone. Just the thought. August 29th, 2016, Ember, massive planetary wargame Indiegogo campaign is launched. $5,000 goal, raises 23 grand. September 14th, 2016, Ember Milestone 2 campaign is funded on Indiegogo. November 29th, 2016, puts his first adult video on clips for sale. This is his account and it's linked on the Foxy Fighters site. This is him. This is what he is selling. Note, an anonymous user eventually replies, is this a Mark Kern product? Deplorable. I want to know who this person was. What did they know? This is in 2017. Someone knew about this 8 years ago? How did they know? Anyway, July 3rd, 2017, MEK Entertainment is formally closed, and July 5th, Ember is funded for 170 grand. So that's 114,000 between both Indiegogo and PayPal donations. That's over 20k goal. Grum's promises a playable mock-up in 6 months. Kickstarter for a full game a month or two after that. Anyway, September 13th, 2017, Mark's mum issues a certificate of cancellation for DBChan LLC. So, see you, DBChan. Thanks for your service, Mark's mum. And on July 24th, 2018, Ember begins selling upgrades to M3 backers as a limited time offer until the Kickstarter later this year. May 20th, 2018, a child support motion is filed by the state of California. Mark and his wife had been separated for a while. He had referred to her as his ex-wife in the Ember Discord, but they had reconciled at this point, according to another Twitter post from him. But this is obvious proof that they did separate at one point. And do you think the reason she left is because she found out about the adult entertainment gig, or maybe she found out about the tax fraud? Just a question. The timing makes sense with her leaving, him trying to go all in on the DBChan LLC. Much to think about. So
yeah, it's kind of crazy to think about, but like that dude has a child. Yeah, he had a wife and also a child. Like that's crazy, dude. Go take care of your family. Like the fuck are you doing? God damn. Ay, many such cases.
March 1st, 2019, Debbie resurfaces. Like, this is when this was archived, but obviously the post was on January 3rd, 2019. They come back on freecatfights.com and ask if there's a demand for Foxy Fighters to come back.
He was on a stream saying he has to explain this to them now. Dude, what do you mean? Your output, even before this, was fucking gross. What he finds to be, what he considers... what he personally considers content that he's proud of, his like normal output is gross, is disgusting. Like, how do you explain anything that you do, that you have to your children, where you're like, hey, I did a change.org petition because I couldn't masturbate hard enough to the fucking Korean titty game. Like, that's an insane thing to have to explain to your 30-year-old children. Okay? Call CPS? No, he's like 60, Chad. His kids are probably like fucking my age, dude. What are you talking about? Like...
7th of March 2019. Well, Mark admits that his original 3D artist left and he's had to teach himself how to do 3D modeling and build the main character of Ember. He's never made a game this way before, so he's trying to do it all without any outside investors, and at this point you should have realized it's a scam, team. So no one is a full-time employee on Ember. This is a solo project. An MMO is a solo project for him, and come on, team. Anyway, 28th of June 2019, Ember...
I'm not gonna lie, maybe I missed something, but I might have missed something, but like so far it's just like, yeah, he ran. I mean, the gross part is that he was potentially into like presenting himself as a child, like gross, and also maybe even illegal. I don't know. Besides the, I think you skipped a lot of the tax fraud stuff. No, I mean, the tax fraud is the tax fraud, you know? Come on, guys. My expectation from a guy who's that big of a piece of shit is not fucking tax fraud. Like, I'm not saying this isn't like, I'm not saying this doesn't present a broader picture that he is like a creepy dude, but y'all are funny if you think that like this dude is, I mean, this is just part one. Maybe there's a part two to it that's like worse overall, but he's just, yeah, it's who he is that makes this worse overall. But the worst, most damning, grossest shit is like him presenting himself as like at times a lesbian woman online, and then at other times as a child potentially.
Is achieved. Gamers. Finally. 20th of August 2019, Foxy Fighter blog is offline. The DNS update needs to be required. Like, that's pretty simple, but this takes him a while. On the 5th of February 2021, Foxy Fighter is back online. Well done.
Finally!
Grums is kind of wanking around at this point. He claims that he's not working on the game due to family reasons, but he's still just kind of shitposting on Twitter. And on 2nd of August 2021, Debbie releases a story called The Date. So while he's meant to be working on his crowdfunded game, he's actually just written adult literature on the crowdfunder's dime. And this is where that like violent sexual fantasy stuff comes in. 1st of December 2021, the Foxy Fighter URL lapses, a domain squatter grabs it for a hot minute. And 2022-2023, Grums continues to radicalize himself on Twitter.com. The rate of his posting rapidly increases as he tries to make himself one of the big culture warriors. And he's deleted a lot of that stuff now. A lot of his tweets aren't in existence back past 2023, but his rate of tweeting has done nothing but increase even since then. 30th of Jan 2024, Debbie makes her last login on freecatfights.com. God bless. Foxy Fighter URL, still squatted. 26th of March 2024, Grums tweets, bring back Rumble Roses. This is relevant because that's also Debbie's favorite game. 25th of March 2025, we are made aware of the Foxy Fighters connection, and at this point archival attempts begin. Twitter user Juniper makes contact with Grums for an interview request. Hey. He says yes. He is drunk at the time. He is drunk posting through it because he's mad that he got ratioed by Assassin's Creed. And when he wakes up the next day, Grums blocks the hosts of Western Kabuki and begins to delete his past history as Foxy Fighting and Debbie-chan. It's Jova. Never been more Jova. So now what? This wasn't hard to find. We have archived all of it, so I'm going to be very careful with how I phrase the next things. The rest of it's all just been questions and statements of fact. Most of the previous portion, pure fact record. Mark Kern is the owner of Foxy Fighters and has a pattern of consistently ignoring his day job to focus on it. He has a history of mismanaging money. He has potentially committed tax fraud that the California AG will be very interested in. He has consistently lied about progress on his games and has failed to make anything commercially successful since he was a team lead at Blizzard. It is my opinion that these games at Blizzard succeeded despite him rather than because of him.
Yeah.
He does not know how to code, he does not know how to texture models, his animations are based on 2 keyframes with 3 other frames of animation. He will always have an excuse for his failure after failure after failure. This man is sad. If you keep funding him or supporting him, you are willingly throwing your weight behind someone who has deceived and defrauded thousands of people while trying to position himself as a savior of gaming. There are people in the Ember Discord who have said they are afraid they are going to die before the game comes out. This is all for the purposes of lining his pocket and making some really bad pornographic material. And I feel sad for the guys that are about to die. They are just desperate to play this game. They want to play something that reminds them of when life was better, and he just ignores them. His only goal right now is to get engagement from Elon Musk. He is deep-throating that man so hard that his throat is going to recognize the veins.
Jesus.
That's his life now. He's not making a game. He keeps saying a Kickstarter is coming, this is a great year for Ember. It's not. He does not know how to make a game. His one hope is that Daddy Elon notices him and throws a few $1 million at him to hire people who actually know how to make a game. This man is a failed dev, a failed pornographer, a failed husband with a fragile mind, a fragile ego, and a fragile life.
Okay, all that's facts. It's true.
That's the timeline. And I'm not going to make value judgments over the rest of it. That's for you to decide. I've laid out the facts as I see them. It is my opinion, and I'm going to crouch this as being my opinion. Mark Kern is a narcissistic loser who has a publicly stated fetish for lolicon navels and a hidden fetish for women catfighting. He has the ear, at least occasionally, of the richest and most powerful man in the world. What he gets out of this video is what he's going to get. People are going to know everything they need to know about him, and they can make decisions from there. Mark runs targeted harassment campaigns against devs that he deems as woke.
True.
He buys his own likes on X.com when he gets ratioed by Assassin's Creed's community manager. He has pilfered and absconded with at least $1.6 million of funding for not one, but 2 failed games, and we have ample evidence that he's also absconded with extremely expensive video equipment to shoot his adult video side hustles. He is nothing if not a sad, lonely man who is desperate to leave a mark, any mark on the world, because he knows his career as a game dev is worth less than a cold turd on a hot dog bun. You now know everything about him. You know his business dealings, his motivations for hustling people out of $1.6 million. He is, in my opinion, a pervert of the highest order who has taken advantage of the goodwill of his fans, taken advantage of their bubbling rage, and he has taken advantage of his own family. And I think more people should know and understand this.
It's true. Soon. Yeah, Allah. All
But
right.
the point is, like,
this is the last thing I'm gonna watch. It's Ethan Klein being Ethan Klein mentioned on Chapo Trap House, and after that I'm done. And the reason why, and I apologize for the FINNEAS heads who were waiting, we had to reschedule the Spud date to a different date, unfortunately. Yes, he is. I'm a part-time streamer. Yes, my dad's here. My whole family's here. I'm going to spend time with them. Actually, you know what? I'll watch the Ethan Klein video tomorrow, as a matter of fact. I'm a scammer just like Grums. Yeah, it's not a rug pull. We just had to reschedule it because he's busy. Give me a break. Okay? You're a fraud, and I will now follow Mark Kern. Okay, have fun. Love you guys. I will see you tomorrow. I'm gonna go spend time with my family. All right, clocking out at 7 hours. Another fucking half day, baby. Peace, everybody. Love you all.
Just begun. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. please take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, on at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance, talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming.